Hello, my lord. It has only been roughly like 4 or 5 days, I think. Either way, this is the most exciting day of the week. Shout out to everyone who is here. Of course, Kindly Monkey. That's not who redeemed that. Speed Demon. Speed Demon. You changed your username on Twitch. All that matters, though, is you got your name set. Grap, VOD, Kindly Monkey. Thank you so much for the points here. You guys are pointing out the timer. Let me get that started. All right, there we go. Subathon timer is still going. I'm thinking about drawing a hard cutoff on the subathon on February 13th, I think. We'll talk about it later. But that's not the point. We officially have the Collegiate Preseason Qualifiers today. That means there are going to be a series of teams competing to make their way into Premier League. What is Premier League, you ask? Premier League is the height of collegiate competition. It is the best teams and the best matches. There's a new format. It's a whole goddamn thing. And all that matters is today, there are 26 teams that are already invited. 14 still need to make their way forward. So we've got upper round, which is going to highlight 10 of those teams. And then we got lower round 2, which 4 teams will make their way in. So today, this is the continuation of what already was a day 1, where we had 80 teams compete. The top 5 moved on from each lobby, and, you know, here we go. Anyways, Jay-Z Striker, Atmoside, Project Gerbil, Soros, thank you so much. Let me take a look. We are officially at, my God, Zephyr Hosted Tournament Part 2. We're only 50,000 away. We are very close. That one is likely going to be the solo queue tournament, just judging from all the discussions. That being said, all you got to do there is get your points in. We do predictions all day long. It's just a fun way to keep those points running and gunning. If you have no points, there's your chance to potentially earn some. Of course, behind me. No, don't focus on that. All right, well, you know what? It focuses on it. That's the subathon poster. You sub, you get your name on that. The shirt is over here, and we got that good. Really looking forward to this. Collegiate esports are wild. Honestly, I think it's going to be the most competitive matches we have, at least for the start of the season. Preseason qualifiers are more extreme because there's so many limited spots. In the lobby we'll watch first tier, the first 6 games, only 5 teams move on, right? And so the height of competing for those top 5 slots is about as intense as it gets, right? And so as we get into Premier League, you'll see kind of a disparity in terms of the skill sets and how intense some of those top teams are, but that is for next week. This week, we're still deciding who gets to go to Premier League. We getting the goal in 6 streams. So as we probably might get the goal today, by the way. Just judging, depending on who shows up, I mean, it is a classic Zephyrcast watch party, and it only gets bigger from here. I'm going to premiere. Kindly Monkey, you are in fact going to premiere. 26 teams have already been confirmed. Slasher did throw, code's live, by the way. Slasher did in fact throw a little thing here in my announcements. If you guys are curious, we can actually take a look at it. These are the 26 teams that have already qualified. So, right off the back, just taking a look at this one. For some reason, you cannot see the left-hand side. I don't know why. Oddly. Huh. Did I crop in a certain way? Hold on, let me check this out. How's my standings look? All right, whatever. I'll just read them to you. Yeah, close enough. Whatever. Ottawa Braves, Fisher, Bellevue University, Southern Mississippi, KSU Black, Cumberland University, UC Irvine, Southeastern Blue, that roster's shitty, Texas Orange, Western Outlaws, Minnesota State Mavericks, SJSU Blue, University of Utah, Augusta, CSU Fullerton, Illini Orange, UCSD Gold, St. Clair Saints Green, FSU Garnet, Alabama, Temple Cherry, UFC Exodus, Blue Falcons or TMU Bold, University of Gaming Garnet, the ISU Farmers, and Hawaii. Now, what do these colors mean? No idea. Slasher made this, so it doesn't apply to us. But those are the 26 teams. Apric Salmon, thank you so much for the points. ISU Haymakers is running the lower bracket to get up to Premier, calling it right now. Big fan, but you got to finish top 2 in the lower bracket. There are only 2 spots in the lowers, and that is as bad as it gets. Oh, you know what? That's actually a thing we can talk about. We can talk about the format today. You guys can tell I really think about this so aggressively. Where we got it? Raining all over the world tonight. All right, so we are in Sunday upper round 2, 3 p.m. Eastern. You got 2 lobbies running. If you guys want to see the other lobby, by the way, Slasher is doing his own watch party. Either way, top 5 from both qualify to Premier. Then the remnants of those teams, 6th through 20th, will continue on to lower round 2. There is a lower round 1 that is happening simultaneously right now. The top 5 will move on to that lower round 2. Most people, I'm going to be honest with you, if you're coming through from that lower round 1, you've got a hell of a storm ahead here. All right. Sunday lower round 2, though, the top 2 from those lobbies, which is insane. Only 2 out of 20 in each of these lobbies qualify for Premier. The rest will be on their way down to contenders. All right, so top 5 for each of the lobbies in the early bracket today. Top 2 later today. You're going to want to be in Premier. The one nice thing is that open bracket, so there's 3 levels. You got Premier, Contenders, and Open. Open will be settled by the end of this first series. All right, the lower bracket will finish. The bottom 8 through 20 will go on to Open. Everyone else is at least going to get Contenders. And for those of you that are watching, that's still a decent place to be. Contenders can be competitive, especially the higher end of it. And we have had some teams make some great runs from Contenders to play within the finals this last Premier season. So I wouldn't count Contenders out. And arguably, some of those lobbies end up a bit more competitive. That being said, I will be watch partying Contenders this season as long as the NECC doesn't conflict too aggressively. That will mean we will go from having a Premier stream on Fridays to a Contenders stream on Saturdays. So we're going to get all the collegiate action. All right. Johnny, by the way, thank you so much for the points. Meadsy, shut up. Not Wesley. Oh yeah. I hope WVWC qualifies today. You got YMV on that roster. We'll see. Yada yada yada. LCQ, Vancouver. Okay, you guys are chudding now. No problem. We do officially have that lobby running and gunning. To remind you guys at home, I am live, right? So I am physically here, watching, waiting, etc. I will say, though, the games themselves are on a 5-minute delay. So when I see those games go live, that means we've got 5 minutes until they officially land. That being said, let's take a look at the upper round 2 lobby A. Actually, you know what? I'm going to bring up both lobbies here for later because I want to keep track of both. Even if you're not watching Slasher, I'll keep you up to date on the points. It looks like for drops... Oh, wait, no. This is actually what I wanted. That being said, we got Full Sail Armada. No more PB and John on this roster, I'm pretty sure. Which lobby are you watching? Lobby A. Upper round 2, Lobby A, misplays. USU Goats, former Premier League level, I believe, if they were in it. KSU Gold, that's a new roster. No more misplays on KSU Gold. The KSU Black has taken over now officially as the new kind of pseudo-varsity. USU were Contenders. Good enough for me. Sometimes I get confused because they're actually really not that bad. UCF Knights. No more sloth on that team, as we saw the jump to Fisher. Of course, CSU Rams, Contenders level roster, might be on their way forward to make their way into Premier. UCSC Chopped, that is that fishy team. They did fantastic at the recent LAN in Colorado. Almost won it. Problem, today I believe they're playing as a duo. So that is a tough spot to be if you're UC Santa Cruz. CSUDH Cardinal, we'll see how it goes. The Florida Gators, DC the Sean and them, they were in Premier League last season. Tamu Maroon, Meadsy, is now Grap, No You, and Arc. There is no more Pear, no more Nabber. Zwifty is still part of Tamu Maroon, but he is the substitute. He is not a particular fan. I mean, he's living his life, man. It's his last semester in college. He's not fighting for a spot in terms of getting to play Apex anymore. He enjoyed his time. He won his tournaments. So they just name change from Tamu White? That is right. Tamu White has now become Tamu Maroon. Georgia Tech Navy, they were in Premier League last time. CU Boulder, competing for a new spot in Premier League. Davenport, we got Jay-Z Striker and I Am Bullet Bait on that team. Big fan of them. My boy, Vattery. How you doing, sweet lips? Good to see you, Gek. I'm not on there anymore. All right, Jay-Z Striker's not on Davenport. So it's going to be Arctic Lucas, I Am Bullet Bait, and Mattia, if I'm correct. Indiana University, Swipe, Cyber, and them. They're kind of okay sometimes. Campbell University, I ain't got much to say there. Charlotte Niners, they're okay. Guelph Griffins no longer have future streams, so they're probably shitting the bed today. Winthrop, Garnet, the rest of these teams, Indiana win. Low-key, I want Indiana to do well. Judging, though, by this graphic, we will see. I don't have access to the upper round 2. If anyone can get me Slasher, or the upper round, B lobby, I'd be very curious to see. Let me see. Can I grab this from here? Oh, wow. TNT Gibby Hands is in the other lobby. No Niners. No Niners. How'd you guys do yesterday? Charlotte Niners, 79 points. Not bad. Do you have the link for the lobby you have? Hey, that's the perfect time to tell you that. Meadsy, I'm going to slam that right here just so you have it permanently. But if you ever type !now or !leaderboard, that will bring up the current lobby. All right, so for every stream for the future, we do have the stream elements command. You could just do !now, !leaderboard. I will pin it in chat at the top, the best I can every time. That being said, it's our favorite time. No, match just ended. All right, admin reset. We still got 5 minutes. Kindly Monkey, thank you so much. Big fan of those emotes. Let's do a little prediction. Oh, my goat. Thank you so much. All right, here's lobby B. And this is kind of an important lobby for later. This is the simultaneous lobby taking place alongside Slasher right now, if you want to check that. Thank you so much, Meadsy. We got West Virginia Wesleyan Kaiju. I don't know why they call themselves the Kaijus, but you know what? End of the day, that's got YMV on that roster, and that is probably the pinnacle that we are all waiting and watching to see. UB Esports, Illinois State Redbirds, they had a wild run all the way to, they fought all the way out of open and made their way forward. They're going to do really, really well, at least get contenders, so that's an upgrade for them. Ferris State Crimson, Kaiju is because they're monsters, and Yuto is from Japan. There you go. From the man himself, coach of West Virginia, Mr. Swanky Squid. UH Red. I'm not quite sure how UH is going to do anymore. Who is the third, Johnny? I know you're coaching them, but who's the new third? Because we've got Sir Garson, my boy Longbottom, and who else now? UT Tyler. They were kind of mid last year. Gamerhawks Navy struggled. UT White struggled. Purdue Black, I'm a fan. Johnny swapped to player, I thought he said. I thought Johnny's done. Johnny retired. Johnny is old. Blacked by Purdue. Always big fan of that. We'll get that done. Waukee, hopefully they qual. Arkansas State. I'm a huge fan of Arkansas State. NT Rose, Jack the Ripper. They low-key showed out and showcased an open. Tell Atmo to turn open mic off. I can hear you guys in game. I was so confused. What does that mean? How can you hear us in game? That's wild. Yo, Unga Bunga 6000. Thank you so much. OBS audio, Gangi? What are you talking about? Observer. All obs can hear, aka the full stream can hear you. How can they hear me? What do you mean? How are they able to hear me right now? How are they getting my audio? I'm wildly confused. How is it possible that other streams are getting my audio without watching my stream? You are so loud. It's coming through their mic. That's insane. Guys, have you ever been so loud that you're transporting your audio to other streams across Twitch because you're just the loudest person on earth? Insane. Is Zephyr dumb? Hey, OI, I now understand what you're talking about. Don't call me dumb. That being said, I turned off the microphone. There's no mic anymore. All right. We are officially in game, so it's going to be about 5 minutes or so until we are in that lobby. Let us know if there's any more microphone issues. That being said, I would have loved to have Full Sail have to hear me the entire time. That shit would have been fucking hilarious. The rest of these lobbies, we still got a little bit of time, so Carolina Blues, William & Mary, GCU, MST Gold, I like MST, TNT, Gibby Hands, they shit the bed randomly. The other Ferris State roster, random stuff. Random stuff here and there. Not much to say in terms of the quality. I had my game at 1 and Zeph was louder than all the game comms. Gotta say, I am the pinnacle of loudness, you know? What can you say? What can you say? By the way, Palms in chat. That means Jack is officially back in Apex Legends. For those who don't know, Jack was a former player, one of the greatest Apex Legends players of all time. Some would say better than Vaudry. Some would say better than Jukesy. Some would say even better than R-Saves. That being said, he will be competing on RIT this semester, and you gotta fear the Tigers. All right, he is a Jack is in fact a CC finalist. All right, he is a difference maker. All right. Hey Zephyr, can we do connections for the day? I don't know if we have that much time to do connections. We could get to it eventually. They're letting anybody premiere now. I don't know about that. All right, let's get one prediction in. You know I love to start with it. Over, under, match quality, 8.0. I have high hopes for this lobby. I think it's going to be competitive. I know there's a very fine line, so get your points in. We'll see how it goes. Over, under, 8.0. Wordle? All right. 2 seconds. 2-second Wordle. Ghost. Terrible start. S. Okay. Slade. Okay. Insane. Spink. Insane. Spin. Spoon. Spurn. Spiff. Spoo. Spick. Sviv. Spim. Spink. Spinks. Not a word. Spins. Spin. Spin. Spimp. Spins. Spins. Nope. Not it. Spim. Spinge. Spinge. Spiny. Spiny. There we go. All right. Great Wordle today. Loved it. All right. Incredible job. Let's jump back in the game because we are officially starting with the very first match of the day. There's your Wordle. I'm a big fan of Wordle, by the way. Even if I was screwing around right there. How many teams qual from each lobby? In the upper round, only 5. So in both upper round A and upper round B, you get 5 teams each for a total of 10. The rest of those teams do not get eliminated. They move to losers round 2, or lower round if you're a pussy. Lower round 2, only 2 qualify from each of them. All right? So it is a very, very tough spot to be, but ultimately more than capable from the majority of these rosters. Say hi to my mom. She's watching. Shout out to Swanky Squid's mother. He's a great guy. He runs a fantastic program at West Virginia Wesleyan. We are not watching the West Virginia Wesleyan side of the bracket. That is over on a different channel. We're only checking out A. She bought our team Itza. Hey, I would buy your team Itza too, bro. I'm a big fan of what West Virginia's putting together. I'm very excited. Itza gas. Oh, thank you. All right. First match of the day. You guys are going to have to let me know how that audio is because, you know what, I will do the best that I can. Thoughts on Enlightened's stream POV. All right, 2 seconds. I'm checking it because it is the early game. Twitch.
Optics here. Mid-range.
I'm watching West Virginia is with you.
Let's charge that way.
Out of bounds, good. Thank you, Relic. I'm watching go. They're not in this lobby. They're in the other lobby. We're watching A. We're watching the A lobby. I also want them to win. Oh my god. Holy shit. Enlightened's POV is incredible. Alright, nothing's happening in the early game, so I'm going to showcase this for 2 seconds. We will get to the loot and boot. I know you guys love to see how things are looting here. But just for 2 seconds, here is Enlightened's POV for KSU today. They are playing. KSU is going to be competing, and you know, they'll work their ass off eventually.
Mid-range.
We're gonna give them the viewership in the background. Actually, you know what? We can't. That being said, I think High Guard is a good game, and I will not take any other recommendations on that. Low-key 5v5 slaps? Yeah, 5v5 absolutely slaps. I was playing it with Jumba and some of the other Apex guys. It was fantastic. It was absolutely phenomenal. Georgia Tech Navy gonna be running into the CSU Rams. Point blank, nowhere to go. Tiger Shrimp already finding a big crack and a half. Welcome, Kayak. Thank you, Corey UNOY, for the points. High Guard fixed the optimization jack a little bit. I get 90 FPS now. That being said, a couple of distant shots in the chamber here, and instead a little scan on the other side from the fly-in. Looks good, like going to be Spectra Domain on the other side here for Georgia Tech Navy. We already dead. I effed up. Well, don't spoil it. We're on a 5-minute delay, Kayak.
Level 3.
Sorry, I wasn't begging. Does anyone else cast the other lobbies that are on it? Yes, Slasher. Slasher is watch partying the other set of lobbies. Give it a watch. He's a good man. He plays for Cumberland University. He's lower round, doesn't spoil much for us. I don't want to hear it, though. I'm going to check the other rounds eventually, all right? Shout out to Misplays. There you go. I know who Slasher is. You might not. For KSU Gold, they may be playing High Guard, but in front of them is a High Guard. Thank you very much. I'm a caster. You're going to move right past that castle wall. Wrecked Emporium. Maybe looking for the teleport follow-through. Not quite sure who this team in response. It is the Florida Gators. There's the port play, and you've run straight into DC the Sean. A drop from Castle Crasher. Crack the follow-through on the other side. The melee hits go wide, but more importantly, they run to survive. That'll be it for Kanji Character, who has now changed his name from a literal Kanji Character to officially Kanji Character. Shout out to that. KSU Gold's Wrecked Emporium, the last remaining member, will be out to run away from Geyser, but Grab arrives here from the Texas A&M. This is the new maroon roster, and they will follow through with hopefully a full white and a half there. That's going to be Kanji Character down, and that's the third party here now against the likes of Florida. Teleport play utilizing that altar for the reset, and Tamu Maroon can get their way down to this low ground. Wriggling Salamander with those caustic gas traps could be the difference maker here. Why is KSU playing on this? This is KSU Gold. This is a new KSU roster. They've made some roster changes, Theozen. They do not have, it is not misplays anymore, all right? Slasher's not even watching my lobby. What a shame. Tamu Maroon will fall through that low ground, but up a daisy they will go. No Florida Gators on the face of that gas. Instead, we'll pop on over to Full Sail Armada with the USU Goats. You can see that mobile shield there on the choke here. See how it goes. You're gonna get a couple of burns on the gas traps for the Full Sail team before USU can just get that rotate off. Flesh found on the height up above here, and the nade will slow for now. USU Goats. Naxlow is low on the other side. It's not the perfect equation against Full Sail Armada here, but Von Kuno is a big separation. If they single Von Kuno out, USU Goats lead this fight here. They will be pushed out of choke completely, and I just don't think they know that. I think they've lost their identity of where this team is playing, and now will be forced towards that monument area to play for safety. Shout out to this roster, though. Still, 19 squads left alive. Winthrop will get a knock, but not before Full Sail Armada continues to push USU Goats further down. They're going to use that mobile shield to get them to safety onto the monument area. Missiles for the long range. Nah, no slow, no dodge out here. Full up on height, and you can see why they've struggled in the past. USU Goats going to keep rotating this one out alongside the fence line for now. Full Sail is right against the crick of you here. Gas traps are finally landing. They've gotten that distance. Von Kuno with the burn onto Goth. Sets you ahead here. Players ready to go. Cutting across the action. Hopefully they'll get that full thirst off as the USU Goats have now pile drive themselves to the interior. There's Blank with the gas traps, and they could crack this one through. The door is left open. He leaves a crack in the door, and that will be a huge difference maker. A castle wall will pressure them back, and they get the reset on the door, but this one's going to break on through whether you like it or not. Grapple Juice with the incendiary grenade. Malicious is up on high, and Full Sail Armada with that drop onto Gother once again leading this fight. But the USU Goats have catered themselves to safety on that second floor. A pylon deleting that gas trap from Grapple Juice, and remember, the longer these two teams take on edge, the longer they are not playing for that zone over by Lava Siphon. The same can be said for teams like KSU Gold, Tamron Maroon, Florida Gators, CU Boulder there. We're going to jump on over to Winthrop Garnet. Last time we checked in with them, they had just gotten a knock here. The UCSC Chopped roster will be at least able to play out for now. Quick check-in with CSU Rams. They got SNHU Club Esports and Campbell University in the Lava Siphon area. Plenty of teams more than happily set up here on the edge of zone. We'll see how it ends up. Meanwhile, Guelph Griffins, Plum Toaster, Zakaria, familiar faces to this roster. No more Future Streams. Future Streams has moved on, makes a big roster change to Cumberland University. Even still, though, the Guelph Griffins are holding out both these teams. Great sentinel shots from the mouse here. Won't be finding any knocks anytime soon, but does set themselves up for at least a position in zone. Trashy, though, the triple take knock as Georgia Tech flies over in the equation. That is going to stop the push forward here as, meanwhile, Fishy in the kill feed, a knock on his Zero Star. Winthrop Garnet just saw this land from Georgia Tech Navy, and they might be following through all the way down towards the dome. The USCSC Chopped roster, we just saw the knock-in official. The US Naval Academy, sirs, yes sir, will find themselves knocked down for double on top of the cabinet. All three members for USC as RS-12CG's got the response on to Michael. Full thirst, and the US Naval Academy will be the first team eliminated here. My God. No one expects the U.S. Naval Academy. No one expects any Army school, ever. KSU Gold with a couple of line-drive shots here. For some reason, we are playing the Octane. Whatever. Nice crack from Kanji character. Rectemporum's gonna get shot in the back, but not before he gets a knock response on the Castle Crasher. That leaves Wriggling Salamander and DC Deshawn up here for the Florida Gators. They're down and out in the swamp, but they're gonna leave their third behind to play towards a reset in mod here. We should expect Army schools more. They're literally fighting wars IRL. Talk about the aim skill on these teams, you know? Someone like the U.S. Army, you know, or the Naval Academy should be training these boys to hit their shots in Kovacs, Apex, etc. CSUDH Cardinal, they'll face the brunt of the UCSC Chopped roster for now. Sleep King, gonna take some time. Shout out, shoot, dash, amen. CSUDH Cardinal, at least holding off for now. Didn't even get the full crack. A peek around the back leads to Fishy getting knocked. That's one of the best members of this team. Well, this Dost will follow through with one last remaining member of UCSC. We'll switch to the G7 Scout to find the full knock on the Chopped roster. That is about as bad as it gets. Shout out, shoot, dash. My God, 17 squads remaining. We're still at the height of play here. It is going to be a little bit of a pull towards that southern side. That's why you got so many in the launch slide area. So for teams like KSU Gold, Full Sail, TAMU, CU Boulder, Florida Gators, you've got a hell of a rotate ahead of you here. We're going to keep moving our way down to that choke. We talk about that hillside right there next to the UCF Knights, kind of in that area between Lava Siphon and the Geyser-ish kind of low ground. That is a tough climb up. That's going to be a bitch and a half for teams like KSU Gold to make their way across. And if you're not playing the Valkyrie, that's a tough spot to be. Travis's Caribbean, welcome. We are officially in the first game of the upper round qualifiers. You are correct. It is 6 games total. Top 5 move on to Premier League. Full Sail Armada is going to keep taking a brunt and a half here from the KSU Gold roster, for at least for the time being. Plenty of other teams maybe getting down and dirty. Zabra from the SNHU Club Esports. I mean, they'll find the knock up on height, but they're going to be a push to follow through here. Psycho on them. They're happy with their position, but realistically, they need to start looking forward here. All right? We'll see how it goes. Full Sail Armada slowly being encroached upon by that Kennesaw State's new gold roster. Hanji character up on high with Enlightened. Rect Emporium down below. Remember, 22 seconds till zone close. This team, I mean, they've got an Octane pad, but it's at 22%. That's your only rotation ability. Rect Emporium needs to start getting some footing out there because they do not have a Valkyrie ult. They do not have a rotational ability. You have to work your way into zone. CSUDH Cardinal, a couple of nade spams coming in from the Gators here. They've made their way out from the equation with KSU Gold earlier this game, and now at least are able to hold on for dear life. Couple of burns on the beam of the castle wall. The Gators were able to get their third back into play here off of that teleport. Instead, CSUDH Cardinal continuing to pressure this one out. About a third left on the mobile shield, and Static and crew have been able to break this one now. 20 for a couple beams, a nade to slow things down. The Florida Gators are hanging on dearly to the utility they have, but they don't have a lot. There's the break on the Wriggling Salamander to stick for the Phoenix. Finally, the gas traps will deal some damage. Instead, though, CSUDH Cardinal, a quick response. Goose now getting the revive off of the Florida Gators. They don't want nothing to do with this. They realize they can't even push into that mobile shield if they wanted to. Round closed, and we did say goodbye to the CSU Rams. I mean, pot shot for pot shot here. There's the Nox Gas Grenade. I mean, this is a great spot for both these teams for the end game. I mean, we'll see how it goes. For now, CSU Gold, we talked about the lack of rotation. They've got themselves a box down below here. Still going to have to climb up that hill in a little bit. Meanwhile, the USU Goats able to make some recoveries after we saw the loss of Goth earlier. Still looking for up above, and instead breaking the drone immediately underneath the UCF Knights. We'll jump over to Georgia Tech. Couple of rosters trying to rotate outside the dome. The shell that be ain't much of a protection. There's one knock from Texas A&M, 2 knocks from Texas A&M on the other side of the equation here. And now, Georgia Tech Navy getting shot in the back. I mean, we'll see how it goes. They're still in the center position of zone, taking hard rams from the Tamu Maroon roster. 158 from Mouse here. A long-range shot that for some reason doesn't result in a knock. Obviously, they've got the armor in spades, but you know what? Still, need to keep catering toward their position. SNHU and plenty of other teams not quite in zone. Indiana, UCSC Sluggers, Winthrop, the UCF Knights, KSU Gold. They are not currently in zone here. You got Georgia Tech holding the very center of zone, holding out as best they can to prevent these teams from getting in. To be honest, Oasis, thank you so much for the follow. We'll see how it goes. Obi-Gun Kenobi. That's a great fucking name. Thank you so much for the follow as well here. We coming into the end game. Round 4 closed with 14 squads. Travis's Caribbean. Thank you so much. Let's hold our follows till the end of this game, folks, because we've got the action ahead here. KSU Gold, UCF Knights, and plenty teams not quite in it yet. The Guelph Griffins are the edge team here, the furthest towards the west. Kanji characters and Enlightened from KSU will get a double knock onto the USU Goats here. Guelph Griffins, a couple of extra additional traps, and I mean, you got a burn and a half. Here comes the UCF Knights on the very edge. They've got KSU ahead of them. USU will be finished off. UCF Knights got the mobile shield to give them the cross that they need. Meanwhile, the Guelph Griffins finishing off the Winthrop Granite roster behind that shield will allow these teams to start rotating in towards the west here. KSU Gold will rip and tear through the castle wall where they can for now. There goes the forward wall, but there's still too much cover for the UCF Knights. Plenty of teams in zone. 12 squads remaining. Georgia Tech, the only team currently within the zone. I like Tamu's position, but they've got Davenport right on their haunches here. Another break onto Ark's, at least shield for now. Davenport alongside them as KSU will get that knock. UCSC Sluggers holding out SNHU up towards the northern side. Shit, man. This is tough. I mean, Georgia Tech Navy, I don't know if they're going to survive, especially with so many teams ahead of them here. The Guelph Griffins, they'll turn their attention to KSU, but they have to be super respectful. Georgia Tech can extend just a little bit further forward here, and then suddenly you're getting shot in the back. They are in zone. This is one of the better positions in zone for Georgia Tech Navy, so that's the reason why they don't want to go too far forward. CSUDH Cardinal taking the brunt of a gas trap here will force them back towards the center building. That will once again be a great Florida Gators defense. We'll say goodbye to UCF Knights in the kill feed. A trade for SNHU here down below up top. Tamaroon getting a couple of chokes themselves here as Wriggling Salamander finally gets the drop onto Goose with the gas trap. CSUDH Cardinal crawling this one back for another reset as once again, more gas on the other side keeps them alive. Malicious was knocked by Taman for a second ago, but for now, KSU Gold have finally sent it from the edge of zone. We talked about Georgia Tech Navy. We talked about the Guelph Griffins. Now is your chance to get the job done. A rip and tear, of course, through the mobile shield. I mean, wall for wall, they've gotten themselves a cut, a piece, a bare minimum of this zone. Don't forget the button to switch to the team that's shooting. That's the best button we've got. Remember that as observer. Full Sailor Model will face their double knocks down by CSUH Cardinal, making their way to the outside of building, but this is not an answer for the Gators. They come out far too late, and they're taking knocks in the back from Texas A&M Maroon. A climb up the height, a burn for a knock, a castle mobile shield will get them but bare minimum safety. CSUDH Cardinal are fighting for the edge of zone as a crack will come through. Tamu Maroon getting shot in the back, and they need to finish off this fight as CSUH Cardinal will go down on the other side. Arc eliminated here. A 2v3 situation, and down below, no, you will heal. CSU will finish off SNHU to take us to our top six as Davenport has got the rest of Tamu on lock here. No, you getting shot, and the knockdown shield from Arc is gonna have to suffice. Grab and No, you taking a burn to the brunt. There's gonna be the Bangalore ultimate as Indiana University is the only thing now standing in between them and Davenport on the outside. Guelph Griffins, KSU, they make up the other side of the equation here. Indiana with a double crack, and that means Tamu wiped out majorly by Davenport here. There it is, Davenport and Indiana on the inside. KSU and the Guelph Griffins on the outskirts here. For Indiana University, they have no way to the outside, maybe a port play, but the reality is this is as tough as it gets. Surely misplays, surely Jack. This is a KSU win. They have the entirety of the exterior of this zone to the best factor, thumb off factor. Thank you so much for the follow here. Davenport's barely got themselves a cut of that zone. They've opted to play into Indiana. That knocks gas grenade. It's in Timbuktu. It's not finding any damage here. It's a big whiff from Cyber. Kraber in the hands, though, of the man himself, and they've got to make this one count. 48 there on the Davenport. The castle wall from Factor. There's the burn to the half. Mattia is down. Arctic Lucas here and DUI and Bullet Bite are going to keep this one running and gunning. Factor to push forward. Arctic Lucas is sniped from Mouse from Guelph Griffins. One last remaining member from Davenport as they're getting shot from Enlightened on the other side of the equation. It's a KSU and a Guelph Griffins pressure as Enlightened with the Sheila finds the full wipe onto Davenport. Indiana on the inside, and now they've barely made their way out. The Guelph Griffins shot from up above, and for KSU Gold, they're happy to put damage down where it counts. A 3v3 situation. Indiana stepping forward here. Factor dropped from Wrecked Emporium. KSU Gold, shield for shield, wrecked with the triple take, and you have got nowhere to run. Swipe eliminated. Factor down. One remaining member for Indiana, and Cyber doesn't even hit his final shot. Congratulations to Kennesaw Gold. My God, they might be a new roster. They might be a completely new Kennesaw team, but Enlightened and Wrecked are steeped with experience. And of course, Kanji Character is making a name for themselves as a new participant on this roster. Let's take a look at that scoreboard. All right. Quick refresh here, and you can see KSU Gold with the lead. I asked y'all, though, before this game, the only thing that matters, it was a 10 out of 10. An exceptional quality score. My observer, don't be afraid to switch as much as possible during some of these end games. I can keep up with it. I'm electric. All right, that being said, congratulations to the 5 of you on the over. FPS Aether, Thank you so much for the points. We are officially now up to 460,000. Let's take a look at scoreboard. KSU Gold, 16 KP. Just give them the damn invite. That's what I say. Either way, look at this. Wrecked Emporium, 3,500. Enlightened, 24. I wouldn't be surprised if Wrecked was the damage leader of this game. Let's take a look. No, not even insane. Arc is, of course, up there. Mr. Charge Rifle God himself. He's always in the highest damage. But there's KSU Gold rounding out the 3. And there's Kanji Character all the way at 7. Shout out to Mouse from the Guelph Griffins here. Highly impressive situation for them. Have not heard of Mouse yet. This is a new person for me. 4 kills, 2,000 damage. A great start for the Guelph Griffins there. Trashy, by the way, from Winthrop Garnet, also making a name for themselves. We'll see if they can keep it up. Let's get that next prediction in because we are starting fairly soon here. We always like to choose a team now. KSU Gold, over, under. Let's go high, 8.5 KP. I think they can do it. They are far than capable. They even got knocked and shitted on a couple of times there. 2 minutes on the board. Get your predictions in. 8.5 KP for KSU Gold. You pick the over, they deliver, you got the job done. You pick the under, what can I say? You have no faith. Indiana University there in second with 15. Guelph Griffins with 14 themselves. Tamu Maroon, the same amount of KP to tie for the second highest with the Guelph Griffins, but they only survived to the top 5. 11 there for your current lead. And yes, SNHU Club Esports were held out towards the north side of that zone, but still managed to eke that one forward. Better than Davenport, mind you. They survived to the top 4 for Davenport, but were unable to get much KP. Shout out to Winthrop Garnet, 4 KP for Abel being there. We saw particularly in the early game. That's going to make a big difference as we talk about where you need to be for the top 5. All right. You got to get at least to 50 points or greater for me to feel a bit confirmed for you. Taking a look at the other lobby while we wait. 2 seconds. MST Gold. Big fans of them from the open side of the bracket last year. UH Red, they answer. They got Alex on that team now instead of Johnny. Northwestern Purple. Oh, Clam from the Clam Slammers during the 3v3. Arkansas State, no surprise there. Jack the Ripper is a legend. And there, yes, blacked by Purdue right at the cutoff. Currently in number 5. None other than Tharquisha and Waukee. They got Kalisk alongside them. We'll see how it goes for the rest of the day. But more importantly than that, there's the caustic ban. Let's get back into game. When does TSM play? There is no TSM in Apex anymore. God rest in peace, my boy Panic Apex. Getting a ping here in chat. What's my ping? Oh, we got the scores. Cool. I'm getting a ping in the ranked Horny for Passion chat. What do we got there? We are not making it. I got that RFK brain-eating amoeba in my head. Shout out to Fishy. Her words, not mine. All right. Good to see you guys here. I'm always happy. Mank, I miss you dearly. I'd write good things about you in my shorts if you were still here. I don't know why I keep doing that. I'm not. This means nothing to me. RIT will drop zeros? Quite possibly. There's a chance. All right, 19 squads. We'll see how it goes. Put money on it? Yeah. Man, you made it seem like I got dropped from USM. You're not dropped. You're not dropped, but you're just, you're whatever. Where is the sub shirt? Sub shirt's right here. I'll be honest with you, Applejacks, I stopped wearing the sub shirt because it started to get smelly. All right, and this will be sent to the second highest or first highest, whatever the first one decides. They get to pick between the two, the first. But whoever gets this, I just did not want to give them a stanky-ass Zephyr shirt. All right? So we will... It's good now. It's good. How do I join on GD? What does that mean? Oh, how I join on God. That's probably what you said. You join Collegiate Apex by going to a college and participating in Apex. Maybe they want the stanky ass Zephyr shirt. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. If you want it stanky, Zephyr will personally. I'll go for a run in it. I'll go for a run and I'll do some weightlifting. That's all I care about. You guys are some fucking freaks. That's all I'm gonna say. But if you want it stanky and dirty, I'll go for a run, and we'll see it. Limbox definitely wanted it. Limbox gets to choose. Currently at 204 subs for Limbox right now. He gets to choose between the poster with all the signatures on it, or this. So we'll see. He wants 3 marathons minimum. I didn't say I was gonna run a marathon. I don't even think I can run a marathon without me collapsing. All right, chat. Game 2 underway here. Last one on World's Edge, I'm pretty sure. Ultimately, yeah, right. Drops. Yeah, we got E-District and Storm Point later today. Who are the other 2? Oh, yeah, who's playing with Jack? That's the real question of the day. You belong. KSU Gold. They've got everyone's at least desires on the mind right now. Don't forget, for this roster, if they don't show out or show up effectively, we're in a situation where there's points on the line. Points on the line. Rowan and Parsnips. Parsnips is playing with Jack. That's a dastardly combo right there, right? I would bet money on Parsnips. Parsnips value, it's rising this semester, folks. Why? No reason. I just believe in him. SNHU Club Esports will take a bit of damage down in the brunt of the action here. I mean, not much to say, really. They're just going to keep playing it soft and pussy-like for the time being. Maybe not. Point blank, really, with nowhere to go. We'll face the first knockdown there from Tiger Shrimp going Dicko mode here. Psycho and Sub Rob on the other side. There's a chance you might not get out of this one alive. Georgia Tech Navy here. Continuing to see if they can find the path forward. Couple full thirsts maybe on their way. Instead, getting shot out. Here to play. House for house. Sheila for 17. It's not much damage, but you know for shit they can be mean. Tamu Arc with a knock in the kill feed. Georgia Tech Navy. Cross as we see. There's going to be that Valkyrie ultimate to the sky, but not before we will see Psycho die. Down to the low ground. Shot out with the Sheila. SNUH Club Esports. See you later. Afila. All right. I fucked up the rhyme on the last one, but I did my best, guys. Lucy J, you might need to enroll because there are some players here who could get the job done. All right. We'll see another knockdown onto YN Cho 0518 for the UCSC Chopped roster. This is the better of the 2 here. Kanji character facing a knock against KSU Gold out in the center of Lava Siphon. And for Campbellsville University, Sinatra will just barely find himself at least a bit of safety back. Right now, currently 2 for 2, Enlightened to lead this one forward. There's going to be the Arc Stars for now. Might be the difference makers. We're already being flesh bound. That'll be a massive beam for 1. A knock to follow suit from the other side. A dive behind the shields, and you are literally playing against your own Valkyrie shields. Even still, up to Enlightened. A final crack on the heady, and Kempswell University provides the first 3 KP here for Kennesaw State Gold. Dude, Jack is 21? No chance, bro. KSU looking Falcons? Travis, you're new here. I'm going to tell you right now, they be looking Falcons right now. You haven't met Bellevue. I will speak of them in their glory because they are terrifying. You haven't met Bellevue University. You haven't met USM. There are some true Falcons level rosters that decimate these lobbies throughout the season. Who is Bellevue? None other than Vatari, my GOAT, the best player in all of Collegiate Apex. Vatari did win the vote. He won the vote, guys. Everyone voted. Holy Glaze deserved. I'm out there. Great fucking Glaze. Vatari is sitting there, one hand on the keyboard, typing that message to me right now. You see me? This is VOD. This is a live 4K Vatari reaction. All right, never heard of him. Can't be that good. Real. I just painted my monitor. Well, we'll see if Florida Gators paints the floor with this team ahead here, VOD, in a similar way. Oh, it's the U.S. Naval Academy. All right, they're dead. You're good at this casting thing? Vod, some would say so. I would disagree. I might have casted Pro League a time or two ago. We should all talk to EA to get my job back. Anyways, see you, Boulder. Train line ahead here. Little pump and a half of the damage with the utilization of the walls. It's not going to mean for much more. Oh, really? What happened with that? I have not casted a land since the Open, Linbox. That's what happened with that. Haven't been to EWC, haven't been to Japan. That's the only difference maker right there. All right. Wig, Greek, Zeph, top 3 casters. Thank you, Lucy. Any reason? Budget. Davenport University, we got to see them in the top 5 last time around here. You know I'm always a fan of this team, but for Georgia Tech Navy, they're more than happy to continue taking fights. We saw them early on get the wipe, and now we'll continue fighting this one forward. Might be going for it. Davenport's already rotating away. You can hear that castle wall behind the shield. Winthrop Garnet will lose their face to the UCSC Chop roster, and for now, there's big separation. I love Tiger Shrimp. I love Tiger Shrimp, and you know what? Spectre Domain, you'll hope they'll love him even more because they're going to have to cover for now. Davenport, though, getting pressured back by the Sheila O'Toole here. Georgia Tech Navy will be able to get that heal off. Yo! Like Mike, 1, 2, 3. I have a great friend named Mike. He's a great guy. I lived with him for years. I miss him. Is Dom playing today or not? No Dom today. Dom 2 Cracked has already qualified for Premier League. He does not need to qualify. He received a direct invite to Premier League. These teams, they have to earn their spot. How did he do that? Fisher played well. Crazy, Meadsy, crazy, I know. Why didn't I get an invite? What the fuck? Possibly because USM has already received an invite. You guys are fucking silly. All right, Davenport and Georgia Tech Navy, they are keeping this one going a hell of a lot longer than anyone would want it. Full Sail Armada all the way up there in staging. Could always rotate through for a third party, but goddamn, we'll be dead and gone in dirt by the time they get there. I don't think either of them are going to find a knock anytime soon. Take a look at that zone. We do have that cross split. This one's going to be catering more towards that open area just north of Tree. UCSC Chop already with 1 wipe down here. A couple of snipes, and the Guelph Griffins shot out from Catalina from the CSU Rams there. Charge rifle and a couple of other shots with the G7 Scout means they're going to have to play for a reset. Any of my goats planning for the Vegas land? Anyways, Arc with a drop. Mouse facing another here from FaZe Money Launder, and KSU Gold's going to have to stick a revive for now. Remember, that charge rifle, though, means ain't nobody there. Sloshy Medusa with 1, and Tamu Maroon's going to cover for now. They got that knocked down, and I'm surprised. Usually, they're not this aggressive. Crap, though. Kanji character gets the burn and a half of a lifetime on the R99, and for Texas A&M, you are now officially in a 3v3. Report to the top here for Rect Emporium, and you do not know the do-si-do that will be. Bit of a beam and a half there. 65 will switch to the G7 Scout, and Rect Emporium is shooting not quite fish in a barrel. What's fast in a barrel, folks? Things are fast, and it's not quite fish. KSU Gold will have to slow themselves for now. That will be No You knocked out there. Tamu's going to have to play for recovery somewhere else here. Arc, the last remaining member alive, and there is crafting available in Harvester, so it might be something they can do. I 1v2'd this collegiate roster ranked yesterday. They are washed. KSU on bottom. KSU is always on bottom if you've ever met them. USU Goats on the other side of the equation, though, might deliver the bottomest of bottom performances in comparison to KSU Gold. There you go. They got that heat that you love to feel. Not quite the one out of the bedroom, but I'll tell you what, it's still hot. KSU Gold teleports the other side, and that's going to be the follow-through knock to find 1 onto Goff. The slide through to the low ground, and goddamn, we'll turn this one for point blank on the G7. Rect Emporium with double knocks down, and USU Goats are clowns. 14 squads remaining, and KSU Gold are delivering the fucking assault of a lifetime here. CSUDH Cardinal all the way towards the northern side. Might have to walk their way in sometime soon. You look like Elixirs now. Oh, yeah, Voddery. Yeah, Voddery needs to grow his hair out, folks. For those who don't know, go check out Voddery. It might be a pinned tweet. It might not. Either way, that man is looking chopped as hell right now. He might be good at Apex, but he needs to make better hairstyling decisions. That's all I'm going to say. Why is everyone at KSU a twink? Great question. So true. Absolutely true. I think the only not twink is Limbox. Limbox is not quite twink material. Sorry, you might want to be, but you're not. All right, UCSC chopped, making their way in. The time of a lifetime in terms of the KP they've found, and now looking for more. Narc started to delay. The Guelph Griffins, we saw them in the top 5. Tampa Maroon spotted out by KSU to finish the drop down. Still, the Guelph Griffins, 45 with the burn. No damage on to Chop. Couple of nades on the back foot here, and this could be the difference maker. Still dodged out, and it looks like a firefight from hell here. The Guelph Griffins hang on to that castle wall, but Chopped is closing the distance to carry it down, and now you're in a 2v3 situation. There's the castle to get the reset off, but instead, it's going to be a break on the knockdown shield. Fishy to finalize this one out, and the Guelph Griffins are done at 13th here. Everyone else a position in zone. Time to play, but more importantly, the last World's Edge of the day. KSU Gold out to the train line. They're going to hang on for dear life as, well, Wrecked Emporium's got to boot their way back into the interior here as Full Sail Armada has already got a bead and a half ready to go. Von Kuno with the Sheila out, and instead, we're taking a couple of chunks on to Malicious here. By the way, Davenport loses Mattia a second ago. Goose with a knock, and CSU Rams are getting shot just as much here. We'll see how it goes. Full Sail Armada. By the way, DUI and bullet bait. There's Davenport with another knock. UCSC Chop finishing off Davenport in the center of zone there towards that southeastern side. Mattia was just revived, but DUI and bullet bait have picked up here. So you can see the full pressure. CSUDH Cardinal playing the western side, the eastern side held by UCSC, and that's a big screw up there. Malicious dropped from Enlightened, and Full Sail Armada might be losing out on their roster here sometime soon. Knock for one. There's the fun to gun. KSU Gold for another full send behind the shields, but instead they've got this one spread across the board. Von Kuno with a knock on to Enlightened. That could be the end here. Yeah, KSU now stuck as a duo. Full Sail Armada able to get that reset off. The port play unable to come through in time using Wrecked Emporium on that altar. I mean, they could still hold them out here. Full Sail Armada, though, has to walk this one in towards Indiana. And, well, KSU Gold, they got a blessing in disguise. There's a crafter right in front of them. If they haven't used it, they should be able to get Enlightened back into play. CSU Rams, the heart of train line, can be a great place to play. I do like, personally, I like the height outside of Lava Siphon. Working on that little bit of the height as the zone closes in, you got a lot of control. So I look towards CSUDH Cardinal, or more importantly, UCSC Chop. UCSC Chop will be making the moves here to fight for that high ground, and they will finish off Davenport in the meanwhile. A couple of beams around the back. The knockdown shield will keep things healthy, but not before you need to get the job done. Davenport finally eliminated, and it is a blink and you miss it. At least walls to keep them healthy. KSU Gold rotating out just as much here, and they're going to prevent UCSC from getting full sent upon because CSUDH Cardinal are pressured back. Wazzy Stast brought down from UCSC on the inside of the train car, and this is the competition for the end game here. KSU Gold, even as a duo, doesn't have a Moby, so they have no way to get their third back into it. They will slide maybe to low ground for now. CSUDH Cardinal now have to contest with CU Boulder up on height. Thank you so much, by the way, that guy. CU Boulder. God damn. Beautiful beams and a half there onto CSUDH Cardinal, but not the knock they need. Flesh found on the Sleep King, and they could full send this if they want. Those missiles are going to find a bit of purchase on a stun line here. Still, though, it is not the perfect setup. They lost out on Peanut Butter Zoke from a 301 drop there. I mean, this is chaos. The competition for the height is going to be an absolute blister and a half. Meanwhile, Full Sail Armada hanging on just as much as they can with Indiana stuck in the building down below. Indiana's going to start to port for underneath. Florida Gators on the outside. They're one of the few teams playing the low ground. And honestly, given how many teams are still alive on height here, there's no guarantee that the height is the place you want to be. Kanji character with the knock onto Indiana's Factor as KSU Gold will inevitably be eliminated here down below. Indiana finishing them off. CU Boulder finally pressured out by a Maggie drill against all this defense. They got UCSC targeted for now. Flesh found. Indiana White. UCSC with a knock of their own. CSUH Cardinal shot in the back by Grapple Juice. The UCSC Sluggers, a different version of this roster, playing at least down below for now. Goddamn. 9 squads remaining, and Georgia Tech Navy is the only team on the low ground outside who looks at least a little bit safe. Everyone else, they've got to move. UCSC Chop for their reset. Full Sail Armada for their reset. Everyone has to keep this one chugging forward. Chop the first to move. CSUDH Cardinal, you can see Fishy there leading with some damage. Full Sail Armada on the outside of the fence line. Could third party this as Fishy will be knocked down first here. The beams are not hitting for Michael. The switch doesn't matter. CSUDH Cardinal places a knockdown, but Full Sail could move into third this. Sleep King's low. Goose is knocked. Bakuno, Full Sail Armada for the third party. They're going to get the full thirst, and with a shield down, you are nowhere close to safety. Full Sail will take away height. UCSC Sluggers are down below. And Full Sail, well, you know what? They're going to get as much as they can while they wait. A couple of chokes against the CSU Rams is up on high. We've got the castle wall there. CSU Boulder finished out. The Sluggers still sharing with CSU Rams. UCF Knights, teams like Georgia Tech on the very outside of zone. Somehow CSU Rams got this reset off. Georgia Tech Navy will be finished off there. Wiped out by the Florida squad. The CSU Rams, they hang on for dear life as we say goodbye to 4 in the meanwhile. Sluggers, Full Sail Armada, and one more roster out in the west. Who is it? It's the UCF Knights. All right. Well, ultimately, the UCF Knights are on that western side completely alone. You've got this hell of a stack between UCS Sluggers and Full Sail Armada here. You have to hope they absolutely lay into the UCF Knights right now, because when that height is no longer available, I mean, unless you make a wide sweeping rotation to the edge of zone here, it is very, very tough. Sluggers might have that castle wall. Grapple, I know he just used it. Couple walls out for UCF Knights as they're going to try to at least take a bit more space. Sloshing Medusa out towards that western side, and that zone's going to slow you walk in. Full Sail Armada, last chance to get those heels separated because the drop is imminent. Sluggers will full send it for the center of zone here. And you are right in the face of the Full Sail Armada squad here. You got to burn through that mobile shield because that wall is closing quick. Meals down, Volcuno low. One last heal to go. A launch into the sky for Malicious as the zone ticks forward here to keep this one lasted and juicing. Grapple Juice already down for now. Kraber in the hands of FaZe for UCF Knights. And like I said, when you've got that stack, it is your game to win. Malicious with a drop on the Tarnish. There's going to go the Sluggers. Full Sail Armada. We already saw the knock of one. FaZe with the nade. A massive chunk of damage to start this one off. And for the UCF Knights, it is just a quick cleanup. A dash around the back. A reset doesn't come through. And the Knights are the champions of Game 2. Oh my God. An absolutely impeccable nade from the FaZe there. You cannot make that up. Resets had happened. Full Sail's looking healthy. Just as they get themselves back into the dime drive, you're fucked. You're fucked with nowhere to go. What a absolute setup there. Shout out to UCF. We love the Knights. We love the Knights. Let's jump on over the scoreboard. I asked you guys before we jumped in this game to get the predictions out of the way here. Over, under 8.5 KP for KSU Gold. Congratulations. The line was goddamn tight. 9 KP. The over is just barely hit here for KSU Gold. Phenomenal job here for KSU Gold. They still walk away with 10 points, but the reality is we got a story and a half. UCF Knights from the outside, 3, 2, 3 there as you see. They pick up 8 KP with 20 there. Full Sail with 14, 13 for UCS Sluggers, 12 for UCSC Chopped. You got the varsity and JV roster performing well in that top 5. UCF Knights with 8 KP. Let's target someone out here. Let's go for Ur. Highest damage dealer for Ur. UCF Knights dot Ur. Over, under, 2.5 KP. Over, under. All right. You guys got a long time. We're still waiting to get into game. So 5 minutes on that prediction. That guy's Cola. Sorry. Who are your inspirations in sportscasting, not just esports? That is a really hard question. Who are my inspirations in esports casting? That is a good question too. I don't think I've ever thought about it. Small non sequitur. Not that guy. I'm inspired by Steve Kangas. He was the first person to inspire me to get into casting. I would not be casting right now if it wasn't for Steve. He's the whole reason I'm here. He's done a great job. He's an official LCS caster for League of Legends. He worked his ass off, by the way, to get that job. He only just got it recently in the last year or so. He's a phenomenal person. Cubby, Matt Samuelson, absolute legend. He's a great storyteller, great color caster for League of Legends. He is an inspiration every step of the way. I love that guy. He's also someone who helped me along the path. And so, big fan of Matt. Yeah. Hold on. This is good feedback. There's a small description listing key events on the base during the base. If you're not noticing, feeling doing well, that's good to know. Thanks for the write-up. I really love the game, man. Thanks so much for High Guard. It's been fun as hell to play with the boys in a 5 stack. All right. Sorry. I don't know what VOD and Ty are doing, Group T are doing. They're doing something. For those who don't know, VOD is the best player in Collegiate Apex. This is what he could look like. This is what he currently looks like. This is what he could look like. This is what he could look like. This is what he currently looks like. So, we've got every girl's wet dream, and we've got every girl's nightmare. It is like, what is this? What is this? VOD, why are we doing this? You're trolling. You're trolling. Face of a man who just lost 6 times in Connect 4. You're right. Oh my God, we gotta grow your hair back out. What a legend. What a gorgeous legend. Why? Thank you so much, VOD. Oh my God. All right, I don't know if Group T is going to be any better, but let's check Group T. Here he is. Nice, pretty good. Pretty good. I am a big fan. What else does he got? Oh, he's posting pictures of Group T himself, or a VOD. What am I looking at? Is this all you got some random shit posting here, man. There's a choice and a half on this one. I have some pictures of Group T. Before we get into game, because it's going to be a second on E-District, Zephyr's media is even worse. It's all Apex. Yeah, fucking get off my dick, bro. Here we go. We got my shorts. We got this. We got a bunch of land pictures. There's my kitty. It's Apex. It's Apex. Apex. And there's a Gundam. I don't know. Oh, by the way, Cola, I know you're listening. Sportscasters, I don't know, man. I grew up with Joe Buck and stuff. I don't consider them inspirations, though, because I just don't know them personally, you know? Yeah, there's not much here, guys. There's not here. That being said, W. Joe Buck, there you go. Yeah. Here's a better picture of Group T, which we are all fans of. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to show that because he's underage. What else do we have of Group T? Excellent. This is definitely what I want to show everybody. Here's Group T. I'm not underaged in that. Can you teach me how to look as sexy as you, Zephyr? Take drugs, healthy ones that make you healthy, and go out to the gym. Lose weight. If you are underweight, gain weight. Here's another great picture of Group T for everybody. I think. Pretty sure. And he is, he's hot. He's a piece of ass. For some reason, he has Gibby hanging in his background. So there's Iowa State. There's Bellevue University. Little blink and you miss it check in with the two of those rosters. Overall standings before we get in game 2. KSU Gold leads 38. UCF Knights at 22. And honestly, we got a fucking hodgepodge here. Shout out to Full Sail, Chopped, and Sluggers for making the jump up here. Let's get back into game because we are going to E-District. Go look at ISU's win. Oh, all right. Here we go. You didn't add USM photos in your video? I did not have a lot of time. I did not have a lot of time, Theozen. I had a wedding to go to. I wish I could have done even more with that video, but I do love you. If you would like to send me more USM photos, I did ping everybody. Theozen, I did ping every single collegiate team in my server, and I said, hey, let's send me pictures of your team. And if you sent me pictures of your team, I used them. So, other lobby real quick. It is going to be a... Is ISU... Oh, is this the lower bracket? Is ISU Haymakers in the lower bracket right now? Guys, you know I don't care about the lower bracket. The lower bracket's for chuds. The lower bracket's for losers. Oh my God, you're making me look at the lower bracket. All right, lower bracket B, ISU Haymakers with a dub. There they are, 28 points. They make up all 28 of those points in that game because they got 0 game 1. They're hit or miss. They're a 50-50 roster. There you go. That being said, let's get back to the regularly scheduled programming in the upper bracket. E-District is the place we will go. E-District is not a place it will snow. It is definitely too coastal of a town for snow. All right. Lower loser. Guys, why did we ever change the lower bracket to not, like, in what world, why did we start calling lower bracket not loser bracket? You fucked up. You lost. You were a failure. You completely fucked up. You should be called a loser on your journey forward because you are one. All right? Why did we ever stop calling them loser brackets? All right? If you're a success, you stay in the winners bracket. Should be losers? Amen. Amen. I don't know why that ever changed. Because being a loser is being called rude or whatever. You are a loser until you prove you are a winner. Because you know what happens in the losers bracket? You get eliminated. And when you get eliminated, you failed. You failed. If you don't win the tournament, you failed. If you're second place, you are last. There's no other distinction. That being said, that is how I coached Tamut Maroon to a win. You can tell they love me dearly. You know, etc. KSU fraud establishment. KSU on fraud alert. All right, they're gonna have to prove themselves every step of the way. Okay, no excuses. Plenty of teams forward here. Florida Gators crossing the gap, though, to maybe be the ones who take the snap. Nah, Ricky Bobby there. Someone got the reference. Florida Gators, though. Stoburb. As we all know, birds do well with Gators. They'll be down 1 for now. And remember, Alter Wallet is available. You don't have that port ready to go here. Hampshire University crossing the distance will eliminate DC Deshawn. I mean, Florida, they should be out on the runaway, but there's the ping there from Sinatra to establish where the Florida Gators are running through the swamp here. Castle Crasher just barely dodges out on the charge rifle for now, but it's a big separation between the two of them. That separation, though, will be the surviving point here for the Gators. Even if they're caught out, you can see up there, all the way up top, Florida Gators have already escaped. The tag is 19 inches. Not quite sure what we're referencing. Thank you so much, FPS Aether.
Wait. Care package over there.
Theosin has sent me a DM.
Enemy spotted.
There you
Near me.
go. Oh, this is cute. These are good photos.
Go to that spot.
Oh, these are good photos. I like these.
Let's go see what's up over there.
Thank you very much, Theosin. I don't know who any of you are on that roster, though. I don't know your faces, so you're going to have to tell me which one of you's which. Look at Stoberg's tag. Oh. Okay. Fair game. That's just me and Thalos. I need Viz pictures.
Let's go over there.
U.S. Navy Academy, sir. Already on height, sir. Davenport is right above you. This is a chance for a fight, but more importantly, with a finish likely towards the Heights region for today, it is more than likely that we will see this roster potentially finish where they're at. I mean, no fighting. No fighting. You want Heights? I don't know what Viz looks like, LOL. That's crazy. Did anyone, by the way, shout out to that short. Did anyone like my Trev Michi joke? I thought it was good. Bit of burn down from UCSC Chop. They had a great turnaround this last time.
Company out there.
Arctic Lucas, by the way, though, with a knock for Davenport. That could be the start of the end of the U.S. Naval Academy. Hopefully we make the jump to that exchange there. We might have missed it. For now, Full Sailor Armada, they've got themselves fed stuff. Yeah, there you go. I am bullet bait with the knock on Desro Star. And yes, the Naval Academy was wiped out there in the Heights area. That'll be all said and done. We'll maybe see if we get a little bit more here. As Full Sail Armada, they're going to hang on for dear life with Camp Spell and the rest. Georgia Tech Navy, though, they for some reason have jumped into third party. Davenport, Tiger Shrimp low. They're on the low ground. Swipe from Indiana University lets us know that there is a fourth or fifth party here to the exchange. That means we have got multiple rosters looking to get things cooked up here. Georgia Tech Navy, Spectre Domain, and Kazi GT will be able to get the panel back into play here as Indiana University is going to miss out, at least for now. By the way, Factor did, in fact, just shoot what I believe is his own drone. We're not going to talk about that one. Dr. Suz, thank you so much for the points. That's all that matters. You're a gifted glory of God. I appreciate it. For the Gators, they've been able to get the reset on to DC Deshawn here. And while this is not going to be CSUDH Cardinal and is also going to be a Valkyrie Ultimate away from the action, they are back to 3. Yup! Oh. What's the goofy odd timer for? I am currently in a subathon, Rondon, and we are at 380 subs. So, it is a subathon timer. Actually, Rondon, it is the countdown to my castration. I'm getting rid of it.
Danger close.
Fake subathon, you don't stay up 24/7? Because I can't. I'm an old man. Texas A&M will face a knockdown. Naxlow there with the arc shot from afar. Should be a recovery for Tamu, and with that fence up, you can tell Arc is back into play. He's the one who plays Rampart. Don't get rid of it. I'm not getting rid of it. It is staying. You pushing 40? No. Enlighten with a knock on to Stowbird, and we've got some revenge against Birds here in chat. That's going to be the full thirst, and realistically for Kennesaw, they might find the rest of this roster caught out here. Oh, just a tick of health for Erect Emporium would get the job done. Meanwhile, Fishy with a knock on the Malicious for Full Sail Armada means UCSC Chopped have finally taken the full force of action up towards the north there. There's going to be the finish on to Makolo. Or Koala, maybe.
I've got eyes on one of them over there.
I'm not pushing 40, guys. I am 24. UCSC Chop, we saw the knock of 1. For now, could be maybe the end for fun here. Somehow we teleported away from that fight the minute we got there. We lost it instantaneously. Is timer when I unretire from Collegiate? Probably not. Anyways, plenty of teams in Heights here. Won't lead to much more than that. They are already more than further to go. Was ist das? Michael Von Kuno with a double knock here for Full Sail Armada, leaving just one alive for UCS Chop to the north. We're so close to picking the right team, but instead we pick UCF Knights. They are nowhere close to that exchange. UCS Chop is all the way to the north there, and you know what?
Let's transfer to that spot.
They're 1v1 right now. Over half, so we round up. Applejacks, please don't. Observer, isn't there a button to go to the fight with the shot that was most recently taken? 7. Yeah. All right. We'll see that later, hopefully. That'll help us jump to the fights that have just taken place a little bit better. Fishy, of course, that full thirst on Von Kuno tells me that it is going to be Full Sail Armada losing out on that fight. 6-7. Thank you, Rondon. I don't know, guys. 18 squads left remaining, and most teams are kind of pussying this one out. Even the teams that have taken fights haven't gotten full wipes. Winthrop, Garnet, Florida Gators not quite in it yet. UCSU Goats flying out above Texas A&M Maroon. Will land right in front of them for now. 20 for 20. Looking forward to your castration. Thank you so much, Rondon. It's always a pleasure. CSUDH, Cardinal, and Campsville are up north for now. Sleep King almost goes down. A nade up above means that Wrecked Emporium finds the 2 for KSU Gold. You might as well be blue. There's a beautiful try and rotate out there from the likes of KSU to see if they can find that. Echoes to you. Echoes to you. Thank you so much for the follow. Goose will be able to at least get out to safety here as KSU Gold picks up the start of their KP assault that they have been on all day long here. Yeah, what a nade, honestly. What a fantastic one at that. Little rotate down into nowhere, and Davenport showcases why it has been a struggle for them in just a couple of shots there. They will, though, have height to their name, and if they can keep a hold of that height, Davenport are in a prime position to win out from this game. Indiana University is in a similar situation, albeit, once again, that is a stack. Now, I was saying teams like Winthrop, Garnet were out of zone. They're currently in zone. Woo! Full Sail Armada will be found out. Their final member getting shot down. It does look like UCSC more than happy there, but it's really going to be the Navy roster who finishes the job. CSUDH Cardinal, the only team outside of zone, going for a craft over towards Energy Bank. Most teams really not in any place to be forcing a fight. The entire center of zone is completely open right now. And that is, by the way, where we will see a pull here. Sinatra with the knock, and for the rest of Winthrop Garnet, we might see a little bit more here sometime soon. Meals with a 1 from the Sluggers roster, and they are not pushing any further forward. Plum Toaster with a knock, full thirst onto Sinatra. That's going to be a re-knock onto Sinatra from the kill feed as Kanji Character faces a wipe down from KSU. Michael P could present in more. UCSC Chop, though, are separated as KSU is able to get their way out of dodge for now. Full thirst on to the likes of Kanji Character. And once again, Davenport showcasing why they were in open. Yeah, there you go. Snowboard with another.
Enemy here.
We gotta catch these better, man. We are missing just about everything.
Let's go here.
Guelph Griffins for 3. They're going to be moving their way back into the central position. It's not really a great one for the end game, especially as... Oh, no. Oh, no.
Let's check that place out.
We just got a sneak peek of that zone. We are not playing into heights. This one, very similar to the one we saw in Colorado, is going to bounce back towards UCSC Chopped and the UC Knights. This is not a heights finish. Teams like Florida Gators are thankful because they've just been given a boon and a half to their end game. But Davenport, Indiana, CSU Rams, Georgia Tech Navy, UCSC Sluggers, the Guelph Griffins, you're going to have to move a hell of a distance. Get your ass on the Oregon Trail before you lose your Oregon. Terrible. Davenport and crew, they're about to learn the hard way that this is not where this zone is going. Meanwhile, the UCF Knights, a knock on to DC Deshawn, or DC Deshawn, a knock on to Sloshy Medusa. Florida's going to make the crossing difference there with the port play off of the utilization of the altar. There's the re-knock on to Sloshy Medusa, and this is still a leading advantage for Florida. FaZe brought half down, a crack there as well, and your flesh found means you are all said and done. The Florida Gators have officially taken away what might be considered the god spot of this lobby now. Everyone else has just known. They have yet to discover. Only Florida Gators really know this right now due to their scan potential. Most teams have not gotten the scan off. So the Florida Gators are in the prime derivative to potentially win this out on that western side. We'll have to see how things develop here. All right. The shit just hit the fan. Everyone has realized you've got to make it to zone. CU Boulder, UCSC Chop, your positions have just become gold here. burn and a half for Enlighten down means that KSU are stuck with just one remaining. Full thirst on the Enlighten, and with one flesh there, KSU gold. They go out before placements even matter. 0 points. The Guelph Griffins will take that one away, and yes, guarantee themselves a position in zone. Sluggers and a few other rosters have yet to force their way in for now. Alex with a full thirst from the UH Red roster. No, that's Winthrop. That's the other Alex. Zephyr's itching his nose. Don't judge me.
Go here, fellas.
Okay. They were able to get the reset off, even if Alex gets that knock. Meanwhile, Campsville University, it does look like Nin Makolo, or Makolo, was found out as a red. UCSC, was ist das? At least a knock for one. Meanwhile, SNHU Club Esports, a banger of a teleport to force their way at least closer to zone here. The rest of these teams, it is time to figure out what it means to play for space. 14 squads remaining, and I guarantee you we'll be saying goodbye to at least 5 of them here on this close. It is a goddamn open zone at that. The UCSC roster, a knock on to Meals as Texas A&M Maroon. They've barely gotten themselves space to work with. Goose with the re-knock there from USU. Fishy with a knock as the UCSC Sluggers will go down here. USU Goats forced into zone. Davenport for a fly of their own. Indiana facing knocks in the kill feed. And the rest of this lobby is working with nothing here. Know you with the knock on the Clarkie. Davenport for up above. Indiana with one remaining member. Guelph's in zone. Texas A&M versus SNH Club Esports. Clarkie's low, grabs him and re-knock there. A massive crack from Zubra. Psycho to slide around the back, and Texas A&M blues out on the 3v3 here to SNHU. CU Boulder, they barely got themselves a house in zone, and with 12 squads remaining, my prediction is we would be down to 10, and you know what? Winthrop might make good on that. A little bit of damage down on the field to get Georgia Tech Navy eliminated there. With 9 squads remaining, we surpassed that one. We'll see how it goes. Guelph Griffins, Indiana, UCSC chopped, Florida, all in the northern side of the zone. It looks like Davenport to lose out on one here. Meanwhile, UCSC chopped, Fishy's already got that wipe onto Cyber, leaving just, no, Factor gets knocked too. One remaining member of CSU Cardinals gonna launch into the low ground underneath the bridge, and that will be maybe the end of Davenport here. Mattia, I am bullet bait. It is just Arctic Lucas. For some reason, we are full throttling the Sheila for the thirst, and you know what? It has led static to the potential for extra KP. A thirst onto Mattia, and Arctic Lucas is stuck alone on a bridge that could be their death sentence. Couple climbs out in the way, and Arctic Lucas has opted to run for the hills, which I think is a damn good idea. Guelph Griffins and the rest. Florida Gators have lost on one. Meanwhile, Winthrop, Garnet, Trashy, Alex, Abel, Bean, CU Boulder, nowhere to be seen. Winthrop, Garnet now the only team on that southern side, as Guelph Griffins, I believe, just took a launching dive towards the Florida Gators here. Might lose out on one entirely. Depends how it goes. Florida Gator wins. You're speaking a little bit too far forward here, Kindly Monkey, because Castle Crasher's down. Ringling Salamander's eliminated. And with Dishi Deshawn as well, that's it for Florida. 7 squads remaining. UCSC chop with the Maggie ball to bounce right back into Michael's face. It doesn't land for much, but you know what? Speed is speed. A drop to the low ground. A 45 burn. Static eliminated. A launching Valkyrie means nothing in the face of the Mozambickies. 2020s on the shots there. CSUDH Cardinals single-handedly wiped out by Michael YP. Guelph Griffins to the outside. They took away the Florida Gators position. Winthrop, Garnet now. They've got their eyes peeled on SNH Club Esports. No games allowed. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Couple of teams remaining. That reset is loud and clear. Heard down below. Trashy's playing the Fusey. And that could be the difference maker. Guelph Griffins with a nice position on height, but Mouse has got to be careful. Taking the brunt of it on the other side of that wall is a terrible place to be. Reset for Chop. Michael's back into it. It is not over for the Chopped roster here, even if they've got a really tough place to play up above.
Watching this way.
Trashy for the full send. Karki for the response. On the other side of zone, Winthrop is going for the full removal, but they've lost out on 2. Karki's no better, and they're burning. Chop, you're going to rotate to the other side of zone, seeing that they have the numbers advantage. Shout out to Arctic Lucas, ratting this one out. And from afar, the Guelph Griffin Zakira will finish off SNHU. Winthrop Garnet, they're going to be full thirsted as the burn from Michael is the difference maker. No resets, one dive, straight behind the walls, and Winthrop eliminated here with the Mozam Blickies. Davenport's a rat, so realistically, this is the UCSC Chopped roster versus the Guelph Griffins here. Michael, assistast, Fishy, barely getting heals off there in the last moment. Meanwhile, the Guelph Griffins crossing this one aggressively. Mouse forced to drop back. A Sheila to cover at least a bit of the defensive position here. Zone's ticking though. UCSC's Chopped. Gotta look for a rotation or at least some entry to the fight. Michael sniped on the very edge of the fence line here in the Guelph Griffins. They got your name, they got your address, and they know you have got nowhere to relocate to. 88 for the Clad on the 63. A dive to the low ground. Another burn set up here. There's the Sheila. It won't find purchase of jack shit, but the Guelph Griffins are continuing to pressure up above. For now, though, Chop has gotten himself just barely a chance to survive. Instead, Michael with a 45 knock on the Mouse. It's a turnaround for Chopped here. They're going to look for resets, but really all they're going to find is a Chop with the dive. Chop for the full send. Zatera knocked here. A full wipe up into the skies, and with one tick remaining, Chop will finish the job for second there. Now it's just Davenport. One last remaining member of Davenport. Michael's found him. And for Chop, it is a dub in Game 3. Limbox, thank you so much for the points. Who is Mouse? We don't know. We're figuring it out. 466. We are now officially almost 300 or 34,000 away here. Whew! Let's take a look at that scoreboard. The Chopped roster has now assuredly put themselves on top. Big Lucy J, thank you so much for the points. We are barreling towards that tournament. Third game, UCSC Chopped 16 KP there. I believe that, yes, that is a tie for the highest alongside KSU Gold. That being said, Fishy with 6 and 2,700 damage there. Michael, though, really the standout confession of that roster. My God, you got to see how that Maggie was a clutch factor every step of the way. Guelph Griffins with 18. Shout out to them. Surviving the top 3 with 11. No slouches there. Plum Toaster and Zakaria. Mouse really representing for this team the replacement, I believe, to the likes of future streams. 22,000 with 354. I know they're on the Mad Maggie, but goddamn, that's good. Winthrop with 14. Davenport with 12, surviving into second place. Shout out to the rat, Arctic Lucas there. And yes, SNHU, 5th place with 5. A decent finish. KSU Gold, by the way, did get 5 KP, so they do walk away at least in the top 8. Let's take a look, though. I asked y'all over under .ur for the UCF Knights. Problem is, they walked away with nothing across the board. It is an under. Let's go for damage. Overall standings ties UCSC Chopped and KSU Gold for the qualification into Premier League. We got 3 games remaining, so it's not quite set in stone for either of these rosters, but sure as shit is a lot of points. Guelph Griffins there with 33 themselves. UCF Knights, 22 points with their win. Still falling, though. They've had a 0-point and a 2-point game, respectively. Getting a win does not mean you are safe. Indiana University, by the way, this cutoff, 22, 21, 20, 20, 20. The top 4 and top 5 position, it could go anyway. 16s, thank you so much for the points. Let's get our prediction in because we're already in game. I asked y'all between these games, we've had a high of 3,000. We've had a high of 2,000. We've had a high of 2,700. I'm going to say 2,850. Over, under, highest damage, 2,850. That's the line. Over, under. We're already in game, so I'm going to make this one short. 2 minutes on the board as we go back to E-District here. Bozo, thank you so much for the points. We are now at 400 71,000 for our part 2 of our hosted tournament. Only 30,000 away. How are people adding more than 2,000 for the tournament? They're not. Jack, they've just been here previous days. And so this is their total accumulation. Limbox and Bozo have donated across 6 streams there. So that's why they have more numbers. Overall standing is tight as it will be. But remember, with 3 games on the board, anything can change here. A tie for UCSC Chopped and Gold. Guelph strongly in third with 2 third-place finishes. And the race for 4 through 5 is absolutely critical. Remember, you're not eliminated, but you will end up in losers round 2 here. Quick check-in with the other side of the bracket. William and Mary now in the lead. I do not know Ride Doug Star, Thoric Spinks, and Magic Trickster, but you know what? Good for them. West Virginia Wesleyan Kaiju, they should be good as well. Why Envy, the new member of that roster, crushing it alongside Dean PS. I wish it was Cayenne Drake, because Cayenne Drake would make them disgusting. UH Red, they're okay there. Arkansas State, they're still fighting for it. And then Northwest Purple and the rest of these teams, I mean, MST Gold, they win game 1. They have fallen from grace. Losers round 2, just a quick refresh. Why not? They're going to be fighting for their end game. UG, Wright State, UCSD Navy, YCP, UCF Rising, Haymakers, Panthers, Charlotte Green, Missouri State Maroon, ACU Sports. Cayenne does not want to play. I know he doesn't want to play, but if he did play, it would be goated. West Virginia Wesleyan would be cracked. They'd be cracked, Jax. All right. Let's get into the last E-District game of the day. T-Dobbs down low on ACU. Yeah. Bursell. Haddo, you always have a way with words. I'm not quite sure what you mean, but you do. Lewis. Come here. Come here. Come here. You guys want to see my cat? He's purring. Can you hear the purring? It's probably too quiet.
Enzo, that's Maggie's.
He's a good boy. Look at him. Look how big he is. Look how big Lewis has gotten. Okay.
Hands off. That's Maggie.
When will the chat become a chonk? Not on my watch. He's going to be taken well care of, folks. Where is Lewis? He's right here. Arc with the drop on to swipe for now, and that right there will be the start of the end of Indiana, potentially. We'll see how it goes. Lewis is on the mic. How far could you punt him, I guess, if you folded him like a football? He is officially 3 pounds, which is 3 times the weight of a football, so not far.
Picked an upgrade. Now who to test it on?
Oh, he's purring. I can't hear him because I have my soundproof headphones, but his little chest is running. Sinatra with the knock on his roast star, and we might be seeing maybe a little bit more here for Campbell University in the area. Oh, he's sitting in my lap. Okay. He doesn't mind me screaming, by the way, because he was born into screaming. U.S. Naval Academy. He's gonna be forced to reset. You should look back at the other Lapra. There's more belt to ass. No idea what that means, but you know what I do know? Arc will hit a headshot eventually. Cyber finished out there, and for Indiana University, they're down to 1 remaining member, running out towards Davenport in the Heights area. Ah! Rip out my nose hair while I'm at it. Let's do some more. Sparks! Thank you so much. We got a couple of extra shots going here. It's a pleasure to see one of the greatest observers in Apex Legends. The Florida Gators. They've got damage on both sides, but they left DC the Sean alone here. Campbell University now in a 3v2 situation. I'm not a masochist. I just do great hygiene care, even on the fly.
Let's go this way.
Campbell University pushing for height here. I mean, I think they've already recovered. We'll see how it goes. Meanwhile, the Guelph Griffins, they've been looking damn good. Shout out to Mouse, representing this roster for the first legitimate time. A port up to height. 27 makes 54. 27 flesh found. A drop on Acro the Titan, and it really is coming from Plum Toaster, hitting the shots there. Well, Britons will take their time as the Sluggers will drop to the low ground, maybe for reset, but more realistically, to play this one back. Guys, I don't have any white hairs. Sluggers back up to height, and you need to hit these shots. It's a damn good beam and a re-knock onto Zakira, but it comes at the trade of you. The Guelph Griffins are now officially in the driver's seat. Reset on to Zakira. Double nades up above. I'm telling you, I mean, I see a drone, which tells me you're not sticking a revive. Acro Titan will be full thirsted. The Guelph Griffins, there's the crack. Plum Toaster, all they've got to do is win the 1v1. A shield cell on the power amp means the health is healthing all the way back up here for Plum Toaster. I mean, you're done. You're done. You got nowhere to go. You didn't even heal. The UCSC Sluggers eliminated first in 19th. Shout out to the Guelph Griffins. They might legitimately be a premier contender from what I've seen. By the way, Parks, you said hey, and I love you. Like I said, one of the greatest observers in all of Apex. I just touched Lewis's little nose. It's wet. Anyways, KSU Gold, we've seen there no slouches to the end of all that is good here. They love fighting. They love getting dirty, dusty, disgusting, just unusual. All right, whatever. They didn't full send. Campbell University up on height with their own fight potentially ahead here. Damage to the choke line. UCSC chopped on the other side of this equation. Up to height, Fishy will go. And if you're not ready for this, that could be a huge difference maker. Fishy's lost out on the follow through, and instead, they have to keep moving this one even further forward. Up on the zip line. 23 fouled. Michael YP for 1 right now, and that Valkyrie has just served themselves up on a golden platter here from Campbell University. I'm gonna bite you. Don't bite me.
Enemy here.
And, I mean, you're basically done. The Guelph Griffins, meanwhile, Plum Toaster and Zakara, I mean, they were decent on this roster. Adding Mouse to the fact has changed this one completely. Another full beam, and that is another 3 KP here for the Guelph Griffins. Winthrop Garnet getting caught out here all the way on that southern side. Meanwhile, KSU Gold losing out a Conjure character for the UCF Knights. There's going to be a 2v2 situation here. Wrecked Emporium up on hype but needs to heal, but instead finds the shots necessary to punish Slushy Musadusa down. A heal on the outskirts and a crawl back from Conjure character could see them develop into the final fight remaining here. Plenty of other teams as the map continue to closes in. U.S. Naval Academy was able to get their team back into play. Trostar back here. I'm going to be #1 High Guard observer now. Parks, if you ever have any casting opportunities for High Guard, consider me there. Whether it be the Longhorn, the Vanguard, the Ranger, your boy is already locked in. Whether it be Condor, High, Atticus, I know what I'm talking about. I would love to cast some High Guard. Sadly, there's no custom games right now, but if there is, some drunk gamer, I hope you're living up to your name because I expect you to be drinking at 3:39 p.m. Central Time on a weekend. U.S. Naval Academy, we'll see them cross the difference. Sir, yes, sir. Send this one forward. Indiana University have pulled this one even further away. They are sitting on white and blue shields. This is about as bad as it gets for the round 2 close, folks. You are sitting on white and blue. You ain't done jack shit. You haven't made your way to an Evo harvester. And if you have, you haven't done damage on top of it. Davenport on their way in. You hear it from Mad Maggie himself. They've got violence to do. KSU Gold, though, off of their reset in the shared space of City Hall. No one's going to get too aggressive with it. For some reason, all right, there we go. I am Bullet Bait, was living up to the name, and finally is able to protrude one out in response. Squeezes that one out. Couple of final zone scans lets us know that we are going to go to the City Hall directly. I like the southern side because it's got a bit of height to play with. There you go. There's your Zephyr analysis. Instant on impact here. Why? Because it's height. Insane. Positioning matters in Apex. Who would have guessed? CSUDH Cardinal. Split for the cross. Never mind. Sleep King is running away. Fence lines from the Watson. Too much to handle here. Florida Gators, Indiana University, U.S. Naval Academy, Tammy Maroon, and USU Goats. The only 4 teams not quite in it. Wizard. Wizard Lizard. Gizzard Lizard. Anyways, thank you so much for the points. Couple of knocks down on the phase lets us know that CU Boulders at least got something started here. Could lead to something more as KSU's closing the gap on Davenport every step of the way. The UCF Knights will be finished off after what was a bad start against the KSU Goats. 14 squads remaining, and you know what? X47, let's put that 30-30 down.
Let's go there. 조심하자.
U.S. Naval Cannibal on Blues. Florida Gators up above. Top 90 in Rocket League, says Wizard. I don't believe it. Oh. KSU Gold losing out on one against the likes of Davenport, but at least finds another in return. A teleport back to base. Almost punished here by Davenport, but Mattia and Arctic Lucas very low. The cross doesn't get to come out to full bloom as Rectemporia is picked up by Michael YP, which tells me, yes, UCSC has arrived. Arctic Lucas will be knocked, and that means what could be the end for Davenport is just around the other side. Wizard, send me the proof. Couple long-range shots from the Guelph Griffins as we will say goodbye to Davenport, partially at the hands of UCSC. Sorry, Lewis. I know you're a fan. Naval Academy, Tampa Maroon, Indiana University. Only 3 teams not in zone here. 13 squads remaining, and everyone's just trying to cover the chokes to see if they can pick up some extra KP. I really like CSU Rams' position here. All right. They're in not a bad position from all the way up on height. Sometimes we see that really pull its way all the way back up there. It can go up towards the northern side, which is in between the river, but we will see. We will see. CSU Cardinal or CSU Rams. Either side could be good. And the zone says, survey says, we still got height in play. I like CSU Rams. USU Goats down below the CSU Rams, and they want to finish this fight out so they do not have to worry. Who does Lewis cheer for? Probably Tamu. I don't know. A couple of other teams not quite in it yet. Everyone's sharing space for now. Remember, these long-range shots, when you see them in the kill feed, probably isn't going to be a full thirst or finish. Everyone's got a hell of a building to themselves now. Guelph Griffins, CSU Rams, they're in the god spot I would consider for this zone. Oh yeah, the retired Tamu guys saw Lewis, right? Yeah, of course. Of course. Just letting you know, I fucked on your whole Tamu Maroon team last game. I did in fact see it, and I did in fact cast it, Psycho. Okay, so it is in the VOD. Thank you for coming into chat to point that out to me. By the way, I am graduated. Asshole. A full send from Michael YP finally doesn't land the success we're looking for here. Instead, it could be their end, a trade for trade, and yes, KSU Gold though, full thirst there from Fishy. God damn, UCSC's looking good. Wizard sent me proof. Oh my god, Wizard is top 90
There's a clueless bogey.
in 100. Wow, my god, Wizard's good at Rocket League. That's insane. All right, good shit, brother. Top 90 in the world in Rocket League in chat. Too bad he doesn't play competitive. He's not that good.
An enemy there.
Zeph is just not aware. I'm not. Considered me out of my game, gentlemen. CSU Rams try to punish his team. USU Goats around, as it seems. Everybody's trying to take height away from the memes. Guelph Griffins will face a double knock by CU Boulder from the western side of zone. Castle Crasher from Florida is getting a knock on Georgia Tech Navy. There'll be Tiger Shrimp down for 1, a trade for around the back for 2, a snipe from far, and Guelph will be eliminated all at the same time here. CU Boulder gets the knock. Georgia Tech is going for the revive. Florida Gators alone in the corner, and DC the Sean might die to zone. Instead, he's around the edge, the side. CSU Cardinal has found them and will thrive. Florida Gators eliminated, and what could be Georgia Tech Navy in a second more. Not really good casting, but you know what? I'm having fun. Have I seen Lobby 2 scores yet? I've seen that West Virginia has picked up a dub and are currently in the top 3, so congratulations on what will maybe be your Premier League run. Full Sail Armada and the rest of these crews. Tough as it will be Blues. Damage far and away. The U.S. Naval Academy has come to serve today. Up on height, though. Grapple Juice has got you up above. turning this one back towards the edge of zone. UCSG Chopped is going to close the distance and maybe send you out packing here. A little burn down below, and they're going to get the break on those fence lines. Full Sail is forced to split this one out, but Sistas is able to find the first of one. Up on high, UCS Chop just needs a reload before they need to finish off this one. Grapple Juice with the knock. A final on the interior, and the Chop is sending this one every step of the way. What are you going to do if there's no Tamoon Premier? Watch Premier League. Watch Contenders. I watch both of them. What do you think? Just give up on the rosters because I don't what are we talking about? We'll see though. They're still in this game, and you know what? That is points on the plate here for this team. UCSC Chop, a rotate around the back, a dive through the wall is blanked out by the port, and you know, in the end, Full Sail, you got to pick one side or the other. That's got to be a rage bait question. I don't know. I believe in Tamu. Schwab just needs to give them a pep talk. Guys, I believe in Texas A&M, but you know what? They have never had Texas A&M Zephyr Cast coaching, and that is a real difference maker. What's good, Killa? Today there's not much, but for now, we got Tamu Maroon. Point blank, Sparrow ahead. Shots in the back, and they may be dead. No use out here with a port away. Shot from 47 on the other side to say. A full beam down on Static will confirm. No use smoked out as we'll say goodbye to CSUDH Cardinal. Killa, there is no future streams in this lobby. YMB's playing in the other one. CU Boulder. A full commit to the inside leaves Cyber, well, worse for wear. Factor, and the rest means you're probably all done as well. UCSC Chop going in for the full thirst finish here. That's the knock of once more, and for Indiana University, I mean, you're just going to get caught out. CU Boulder's not doing much better, and CSU Chopped is going to finish that. How's she doing in the other one? She's top 3 right now, so she's likely to make Premier alongside West Virginia Wesleyan. All right, I'll show you the scores after this game. This is too easy. Callum, it's giving belt to ass. There we go. Indiana University finished off. Brat picks up 1 there. 6 squads remaining, and Tamu is on height. They were able to get that reset off. 6 squads remaining at 15 tells me, yes, we've got a team of double duos. All right, U.S. Naval Academy all the way stuck on the low ground. USU Rams and CSU Goats sharing the same space. Wrecked Emporium, thank you so much for the points that count. We'll say goodbye to Andrew as that final remaining rat here. Chop's going to start to look for this height. CSU Rams and USU Goats have to be careful. Meanwhile, U.S. Naval Academy, I mean, they're not long for this world. I'll tell you what, Tamu Maroon, all they've got to do is hold out this low ground, because realistically, I mean, that would be pre-KP for this roster, and they need it more than anything right now. There goes the Sparrow ultimate, point blank onto the U.S. Naval Academy. They'll invest, hopefully, yes, some damage onto that ultimate. Meanwhile, on the other side of the equation, maybe a full dive set from the Chopped roster. They could look towards Tamu, or they could look towards the zone. CSU will get a knock onto USU in that kill feed there. Tamu Maroon, you know they want this KP against the likes of the U.S. Naval Academy. They just need the zone to push them in. The Goats are down 1. Fishy with a knock onto Catalina. Chopped are likely to win this game now. Couple of Sparrow ultimates from the CSU Rams, but they get the full thirst onto Catalina. Meanwhile, Chopped, that's the biggest damage you'll do to them. This is your moment to push, but instead, you're allowing them to reset. Michael will go down to FaZe Money Launderer. In the end, Fishy will push forward here. Flush on both sides. Arc with a knock here. Knack slow to recover. If you're Texas A&M, finish the job. Don't let them reset. You goons, finish the job. You stupid fucks. They'll find USU Goats at least, but they will let Chopped recover here. 3 squads remaining, and the U.S. Naval Academy, by the way, is alone as a duo down below. Tamu Maroon does not finish this team, and it's going to take a miracle to win the skill battle here. Chopped are full pushing this one forward every step of the way, and you're just not paying attention. You're just fucking not paying attention. Why? Michael will cross. Flesh found, but it's not a knock. Will finally go down, but it's not before the EMP finds cracks where they count. Fishy rotates around the back here, and it is a guaranteed Chopped finish now. I mean, it's great damage. No, you will try, but no, you will fall. A third place finish with an EMP on the other side. The U.S. Naval Academy will try. All three members are back into it. Come on, Naval Academy. Come on, underdogs. They will move forward. Flesh will rip through. And yes, the Naval Academy pulls it off. Oh my God. Sir, yes, sir. The Naval Academy, in a blink and miss it moment, they actually win a game. Tamu Maroon could have won that game. Had they finished off Chop, they get the height to themselves, and they will absolutely beat the Naval Academy. Instead, they finish out in third. UCSC Chop jumps up to second. Let's go look at our scoreboard while we wait for next game. All right, so first things first, I asked you guys in the predictions, over under highest damage 2,850. The highest damage this game was 2,500 from Fishy. Just barely under. I take back what I said. KSU is the old bleed roster from ALGS. Yeah, it's Travis, Premier League is starting this next Friday. You want to see the height of Collegiate Apex? This Friday, tune in. It is going to be the best Collegiate I think we've ever seen in terms of the aggression from those teams. Either way, scoreboard, Chopped with 28. By the way, I stream every day. I do stream every day for Collegiate. There are Collegiate competitions taking place every single day. I cast them all. Just Premier League is on Fridays, and that is sick to watch. 15 for the U.S. Naval Academy. Tamu does shore up their difference with 15 there. 8 KP. CU Boulder 10, surprisingly, for 13. And then we got diminishing returns for everyone. Guelph Griffins at least with 6 KP. Overall standings right now, Chopped heavily in the lead. Chopped have made it to Premier League at 71 points. No one is taking that away from them. KSU Gold, they've had some struggles. They've fallen off progressively, but at 47 points are still in second place. There's the Guelph Griffins with 40 to their name, keeping it consistent. Tamu Maroon does jump up into that top 4, but it is not a safe position. Third place, though, is the best that they've done all day with 15 points. So if they continue to play well on Storm Point, that's a great position for them. CSUDH Cardinal with 26, and the trades could take place here. U.S. Naval Academy with their dub, by the way. They've had 0s and a 1 point, so 16 points only gets them to 14th right now. Some would say it's a wasted win. The reality is, we'll see them improving contenders. The other lobby for Killa, you've been asking for it. Game 4 done. West Virginia Wesleyan, a second dub of the day. 32 points there. Let's take a look at this game in particular, because 3,300 for Dean, 3,300 for YNV. Even Otya Duke there's just sub 2,000 damage. A combined 8,677 with 20 KP. West Virginia is electric. 32 points is a monstrous performance. There's William and Mary. UH Red. MST make a jump back up, and Arkansas does falter just a bit here. Goddamn, that's a good looking roster. Whew. You know what? Swanky Squid, Heartsy is looking for a team right now for Apex. You know. Anyways, losers bracket, we'll just check on it real quick. UCSD Navy, UGA Black, Wright State, Midway YCP, ISU Haymakers, FU Panthers, ACU, Oklahoma State, UFC Genesis. There you go. I got money. Reach out to Heartsy. All right. Let's take a look here. UCSC Chopped, KSU Gold, CSUDH Cardinal. Here you guys go. This is going to be the prediction for this one. Does CSUDH Cardinal remain in the top 5? Stay. Leave. 2 minutes on the board. Get your predictions in. Do they keep their position in the top 5 from this game? You know I love it. Let's take a look, though, because I believe we are officially on to Storm Point. Now, we had quite a few bans coming through. This one was the most important. Alter is now officially banned. Okay, you still have highlights like the Crypto, which is damn good, even though the scans did get nerfed. So, Chopped weren't able to play as a trio next block. This was their only chance to get Premier. Was it ever a question, Reed? Was it ever a question?
Land in.
The chopped roster is a premier level team, and you know what? Job's done. Assistast, Michael and Fishy. Congratulations. Never. There you go. Let me fix my subathon sign while I wait. Now, I will let you guys know there is a second lobby that will be playing out later tonight. It is lower round 2. The top 2 from that lobby move on to Premier League. All right, we get the rest of our remaining 4 in 2 lobbies. 2 times 2 is 2. Nope, not correct. 2 times 2 is 4. Anyways, that will be taking place at 6 p.m. Central Time. All right, so we're going to go through the rest of these lobbies. We'll probably have about 60-odd minutes until the next one. I'm going to eat dinner. All right, I'm going to eat dinner. It is not the cooking stream. The cooking stream will take place probably this upcoming Thursday. I'll put that out there for those who enjoy cooking. And I will teach you how to make my famous fettuccine Alfredo recipe. You are not going to want to miss that. All right? That is a very big moment. Full Sail Armada, their big moment is getting absolutely ass blasted by blank here. I am in the desert. Thank you, DJ Killa. Not quite sure. Do you not have food in the desert?
Hold on. I got your back.
Am I the desert? I don't know what that means. Yo, we've just hit 480,000 for the points. Bro can't read or do math. I now realize he said dessert. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Okay, fuck. Full Sail Armada, they don't even realize half of this roster's moved out and away. Goth is going to go play for the recovery on blank. And Naxlo, shit, they might even make it out here. Tamu Education. We're not allowed to talk about Play-Doh anymore at Texas A&M. Hire me. CSUDH Cardinal. They're going to live up to what could be a top 5 performance or a bottom 15. This is the chance for all of you to make your points, make your bets count. Campbellsville University. They're right along the side of this one. 60 on the dime. A slide down makes it, well, just tough for the like of Stover to hit the damage down. Neen Makolo. A knock onto them in response from Sleep King and Cardinal. They actually have the upper hands here. This could be the difference maker. Sleep King could look for the kidnap play. Pushing this one forward. Goose to follow through on the backside. It's going to get shot out just in the meanwhile. Gold, meanwhile, is also... Did you take the Blue Chew? Not yet. I'm waiting for the right moment. Wrecked Emporium, Blue Chew, and Kanji character are right behind this. I mean, this is the moment to fuck shit up in the best of situations, all right? Someone is in my chat named Goon Goblin. Sorry to call you out. I just love your name. Anyways, Campbellsville University down for 2. CSUDH Cardinal will be eliminated. They get fully wrapped upon, and here comes KSU Gold. I mean, just to full thirst this one out. Zep, are you streaming to TikTok or something? Where's the other chatters at? I stream to YouTube as well, and Twitter. Campbellsville University will be finished off, and from up on high, the U.S. Knights, U.S. Navy Whales will hit at least 89. The heck? Yeah, what's your YouTube? Zephyrcast. Yeah, they're not gonna be much fighting there for the end of that one. USU Goats! They got Full Sail Armada right on their tuchus. Von Kuno tries to get that thermite in supply with grapple juice, and realistically, they might have lost out on USU. Blank, though, they've just given themselves away. At this point, you got nowhere to run! It's time to die, buddy boy! Blank's keeping this one real. Fishing just pops up when I search. Thank you, Applejacks, for that statement. I don't know what it means. CSU Rams, we'll tune into them because the Florida Gators will finish off the last remaining member. 47 goes down, and the Florida Gators get height to themselves. We're maybe going towards the wall, maybe up towards this side. No, we're going Black Sands. Guys,
With hostile.
finishing. That actually says fishing. Applejacks. That literally says fishing. Oh, I said finishing.
Let's go that way.
Huh.
Go in there.
Okay. Anyways,
Go this way.
Let's go over there.
let's not. I have bad eye loss. Now go look at ISU. Light hair.
There are 2 squads.
Guys. Zephyr only knows Apex. An alternator burned in half from Tiger Shrimp there could be the difference maker, but the turnaround's got to be just as good. Grab might be eliminated, but they've put damage down where it counts. Arc is low. It's up to Know You. Know You has to be the difference maker, but instead, he's getting shot by Spectra Domain where he doesn't even realize. A burn from up on high, and the 45 doesn't matter. A slide from Arc on the other side, and Georgia Tech Navy sends it done for Tamu.
Target over there.
Florida Gators are potentially in the position to third party this, but I don't think they're kind of letting Tamu go for the reset. They still could catch them out.
Heavy mag here.
Full Sail Armada, they might have finished the job, but realistically, they need to make their way in. The scan from the Guelph Griffins just let us know exactly where Full Sail is. They might ping this, they might hold them out, they might just try to delay. Mouse is already moving into zone, and that tells me they want to play. I shoot a lot of boxes, so take it to heart. Group T and them are doing some other things. Yada, yada, yada. Killa and Group T. Etc. Anyways. Davenport University. At least Black Sands for now. Western side of North Pad. Arctic Lucas just pumping them out. Just kind of where he can. It's not going to result in just about much for Indiana University. Cyber finally picks up the perk there. We'll take a look at the rest of these teams. Guelph, Full Sail, KSU Gold, UCF Knights, UCSC Chops, Gators, and Esports up towards the top right there. Not quite in zone yet. That's a lot of teams not in the Black Sands. Remember, the trench line can be a damn good to present yourself if you want to survive for the end game, but it's hard to get too early here. And also, in terms of rotation, there's not a lot left standing. Well, no, wait, the Valkyrie's still available. But the Valkyrie's mid now. Whatever. U.S. Navy Whales. They're right in the heart of things here. Just after their win, they've gotten themselves a damn good spot in North Pad for the end game. The real question is, can they hang on to it? The U.S. Navy Whales, I mean, they can win in a 2v3, but can they defend a full send? Can they defend a third party? I mean, this is a tough spot for them. We'll just have to see how it goes. Yeah, not much, guys. Not much going on. SNU H Club Esports are not in zone yet. They're trying to fight for one of those pineapple buildings or nut buildings by Tamu Maroon. Could be shared with Florida Gators as well. You might have a trifecta set up in a little bit here. Hopefully, no fighting takes place. Know You is separate from this roster, and I mean, getting them all back into a full force of 3 would be very, very good for this endgame.
Enemy.
Guelph Griffins will fly on through. One of the few teams I said was on the edge and now are on their way in. Schmalls, welcome back, brother. Good to see you. Friend of the family and the face of the Minnesota State roster. The Guelph Griffins have at least made their way towards this center position of North Pad. We'll see how it goes. They've got themselves a building, and plenty of other teams should be able to find their way in just as much as well. 14 squads get their way in. The M stands for Meadsy, the S stands for Schmalls, and the NU stands for Speed Demon. If you turn an N on its side, it's an S. Cycle with the knock on a peanut butter, and Andrew follows suit just as quickly here for SNHU Club Esports. The minute they fly in is the minute that CU Boulder faces their death. Digi will be out to run for now. So, not much to say there. Big bitch boy vibes. UCSC Chopped, kanji characters knocked for KSU in the Chopped roster. That's not the team I, as KSU, would be wanting to run into right now. At 14 squads, they've barely picked up the bare minimum of KP from the launch pad area. Losing out on one and already knowing that Rectemporium's on height, you're basically spelling out what will be your end here. I'm hoping that KSU have divvied up their recovery because right now, you're point blank running it. Little burn and a blast. Ooh, can we hit this shit? Yes, we can. Fishy with one. A rip into the back line. He may go down to ring, but the reality is the chopped roster decimates, obliterates, defecates, and destroys the likes of KSU. UCF Knights, they're going to try to hold this one out. They've got Chopped on their side. They'll rotate down below, and, well, it's not much of a big win in terms of the fuse reset. Fishy, Wasistas are still in zone, and Michael IP's not got much better to rotate themselves. The UCF Knights could truly hold out this roster. A minute and 12 to go. There's going to be Fishy dropping the Rolling Thunder, but it comes at the cost of her life. Michael's down, and I mean, at this point, I mean, you're basically done. Couple of full thirsts there, and you're praying they don't find your last remaining member at this point in zone. Wasistas, throw the drone out there, get the banners, and go for edge recovery. The craziest thing is UCF Knights are going to move on, right? They're going to start playing for zone, and they're going to let UCSC Chopped get this revive off. UCF Chopped is going to come through, hopefully, with a raging push. That's for Wackety Fackety. Tamu Maroon, by the way, did make their way towards the IMC Armory. Teams like Florida and a few others are just barely starting to work their way towards the Black Sands. You see Florida Gators, like I said, just on the cross there. UCSC Sluggers. No pressure in the back. Florida Gators, one good rotate ahead here, but realistically, the rest of that roster still ain't quite in zone. Plenty of teams are going to be able to play at least alongside the trench lines. There goes the pylon, and Florida's starting to take a little bit of a wide angle to finish this job. Sluggers up on height, and that's honestly the more defensible position here. The problem is you just can't let Florida get the wrap on you. UCF Knights and Chopped as a solo. The Griffins, one of the few rosters that still ain't quite in it yet. Alex's knock on the cyber. Malicious faces knocks for Full Sail Armada at the hands of the Navy Whales here. Indiana University as a duo. Not great in the face of Winthrop. They got you on one, and now they're looking for two and a three. Trashy with the Rolling Thunder getting the knock on the Factor. Goddamn, getting hit by the missile strike. One remaining member here is Chopped. Will be eliminated. We're never able to get that reset off, sadly. Naxlow, thank you so much for the points. We are sub 20,000 now. Plenty of other teams. The Sluggers will get the drop on a Castle Crusher after Acro got a long-range knock on the DC Deshawn. One remaining wriggling Salamander's gonna have to slip on out. GG's, nice watch party. Envy, thank you so much. Congratulations on making Premier League, Envy. I mean, you guys, the games are not done yet, but points-wise, you guys made Premier League. So congratulations, I'm super excited to see you, and I hope you like the short. Tamu Maroon, Arc the Charge Rifle guy. Let's see if he lives up to his favorite name, because realistically, this man never drops this weapon. 26 in the chamber, and he might have to switch it sometime soon. SNU Club Esports, they're sharing what I like to call the hot dog buildings here, and they're going to have to fight against the UCF Knights in the time being. We are making our way back towards the northern pad for the Guelph Griffins. They've got a little lucky. What was rough becomes their glory. Davenport, they got a long-range knock onto the likes of Drostar. That's going to be the bubble, just barely getting them back into play. Sentinel from I Am Bullet Bait. A few drops here. By the way, ACU on top, baby. Not quite sure. Abilene has been in the roughest of straits here. And now, might be the same for Guelph Griffins, even though they're in the top 5 right now. Couple of incendiary grenades and the Maggie ball to get around the side. Blasts right back in the face of Mattia there. Full Sail Armada gets a knock on the Guelph Griffins. That tells me this could be their end. Digi ratting this one out, and the rest of these teams have got to move. Asian Off-Pro from the ISU Haymakers. Thank you so much for the points, my brother. It's a damn good start here, and the plethora of teams have got their way forward, just fighting for every single inch. Full Sail Armada was able to get themselves at least that starting knock. Lock Sanity, thank you for the points. Guys, we are almost 10,000 away. We're at 15,000 away right now. That is only 7 people. Schmalls, thank you. Indiana University, say goodbye to Digi. We may be saying hello to a new tournament series from Zephyr Cast here shortly. Alex, Trashy, Abel Bean. This is the place where you start to get mean. Davenport's got a couple of trades for themselves. able to get themselves looted. The 12 Griffins, we've been waiting for their end all game long. A jump and a dive for a heady for Von Kuno, but the Naval Academy has got a response and a half there. Schmalz, I'll hydrate in a second, right after this game. 9 squads remaining. A squad wipe onto the Florida Gators' final rat of the day. Tamaroon with the full thirst runs right in the face of Digi, and he wants more to play with. But Meals has got a response of their own there. Digi's a peek over the side, and they don't even realize they're about to guarantee themselves maybe more wipe here. Kraber in hand for full thirst in the side of Grapp, and that's an infinite chamber. Here we go. Haven't played Bravos in like 2 seconds. I don't even know what we're talking about. Schmalz is ruining the alert system. I might have to turn it off. Tamaroon's getting shot from both sides. Top 7 squads remaining, and they got UCF Knights on both ends of the equation. UCF Knights, they'll turn their attention towards Davenport. That's a big break. There comes the knuckle cluster down. Flashy Medusa for the portal, and instead, it is SNHU Club Esports here on the other side. UCF Knights, the full thirst against SNHU would be huge for them here on the southern side of zone. Guarantees a rotate ahead. They gotta be careful because Davenport is on the other side of the equation. One bad peek, and you do face a knockdown. Still though, this is gonna blow through that knockdown shield at the hand of Arctic Lucas here. Winthrop Garnet will be finished off by Parts Tamu here on the other side for 6 squads remaining. Navy Academy and Tamu not in zone. CU Boulder trying to get resets. Psycho ratting this one out as a Valkyrie in the corner. Davenport just barely facing a knock at the face. And the UCF Knights, well, they found Davenport with their pants down. Here's where the placements really start to count, folks. The UCF Knights, they're going to commit for a fight of their own. Nowhere for Digi. Boulder is decimated. Navy's rotating around the back here, and a Rolling Thunder is stuck down. No, mind you, that is a defensive bombardment. Navy Academy from up above, and they look like they've turned on cheats. It's a completely different roster. Their drill sergeant has gotten on their ass here. That being said, though, Navy Academy, third party available potentially for Tamu Maroon. They'll turn their attention and find Psycho with their pants down. Couple of Sparrow shots from afar, and that's going to be a full thirst, hopefully, onto Psycho here. That burned through that knockdown shield. That leaves SNHU down to 1 remaining member. It's Naval Academy versus Texas A&M Maroon. This is the recovery moment for Tamu here. They lost to Naval. They lost to Chopped. This is their moment. Kraber is in the hands of Zrostar, though. One bad Kraber shot, and Tamu now knows you've got it. 150, and they'll drop down to the trench line for the time being. Naval Academy on height. This is their game to lose. Wizard, surely we don't want to lose. Naval Academy just won the last game. They've turned their entire game. They've literally, I'm sure their drill sergeant went, and now they're playing well. Tamaroon will take their time as SNHU may look for recovery. That's actually UCF Knights. UCF Knights, a double set reset. A nice burn. I mean, you're just obliterated. Shout out to Naval Academy. My God. Tamaroon, though, they hear the pressure. It's immaculate Sparrow ultimates from heaven above. This is a start and a half from NoU. Grabbing the full send from Arc. Naval Academy, they commit to UCF Knights, and that means Tamu commits to you. A peek from a bubble, a climb up to height, Arc to the inside of the bub. As that comes down, Naval Academy go down, and it is now a 1v3 cleanup here for Tamu. A quick peek from Arc, a drop, and the Maroon roster is your dubbers for Game 5. There we go. You see that? You see that? When they play well, they're my team. When they play well, I'm a Fairweather fan. Let's go, Texas A&M. That right there, I'm not kidding you guys. That game right there might have just gotten Texas A&M a Premier League position. Goddamn, let's fucking go. All right, back to our scoreboard. Game 5, Tamu Maroon, 28 points, 16 kills, and the dub. There's Naval Academy. Shout out to them. Third place finish, sadly, because they don't out-survive SNHU. But you know what? 6 KP and a 13-point finish. That's a phenomenal turnaround for the Navy Academy. UCF Knights there with 13 themselves, Sloshy, FaZe, and Ur. SNHU with 12, and diminishing as we go. Phil Sale with some good KP, the same with Winthrop Garnet. But the reality, what we care about right now, we've got UCSC chopped, 75. They're on their way forward. Tamu Maroon with 56 now in second. They're likely in Premier League, guys. It's gonna, one game to go. They're probably Premier League. KSU Gold gets usurped. 51 points, though. They should be in Premier League. The Guelph Griffins there have had some rough games back-to-back at 41. It isn't completely secure, but one decent performance, and they should fight for that 50-point finish. UCF Knights, they hold on to the current 5th place position, and it's honestly a massive turnaround for so many teams here. SNHU Club Esports jumps up. US Naval Academy thrusts themselves 7 positions. Full Sail jumps up 3. It's going to come down to the wire here. Let me get myself a secondary scoreboard to keep track of this one. Remember, you're not eliminated. You just move on to losers round 1, but this is your best chance. The top 5 move on to Premier League. In the next lobby at 6, only the top 2. You don't want to be fighting for top 2. All right, I asked you guys predictions. Does CSU stay in the top 5? Congratulations. They dropped down to 12. They went from top 5 to 12. Let's do cutoff. Here we go. Cutoff. Over, under 43 points. Over, under. 2 minutes on the board. Get your predictions in. Last prediction of this series. The cutoff. Right now, it is 36. Will it be over or under 43? I had a pretty tight one there. Let's take a look at the other lobbies. Game 5, West Virginia have made it. William & Mary Esports, welcome to Premier League. UH Red, welcome back. Utah Summit, congratulations. Shag, tallest man I've ever met. And hey, the Illinois State Redbirds, from Open to Premier League in one qualifier. They got to hang on tight. 48 points is not quite the end of it yet here. We'll see how it goes. That being said, lower bracket, top 5s. No big changes. Uga's doing well. Concordia jumps. UCS Navy, right? USF. And then we got ISU Haymakers in the lead. Kayak is apparently frying. He's at 6,500 with 20 KP. Double wins the 3rd place finish, 53 KP. Shout out to ISU Haymakers. NMSU Crimson, FIU Panthers, ACU Esports, UFC Genesis. We'll see him in a second, potentially. But there's still one game to go. Top 5, move on from this lobby. Top 5, move on from this lobby. Let's take a look at how it goes. I want to thank everybody for being here on the return of Collegiate Esports. It is the first of many days. For those who don't understand what I'm saying, today is day 1 of possibly 30 or 35 days in a row of Collegiate. Sundays are a bit sketchy. I don't know yet. NECC has left registration open. That might change. That being said, though, we have a monument of a month here ahead of us for February. Every single day. Every single day is a damn good place and a spot and a half to watch Collegiate Apex Legends. ECAC Esports, even if they don't give me lobby access, I'll be watching y'all's personal streams. And we'll still get more viewership than the entirety of ECAC. Because fuck you. Give me my lobby code. Every other collegiate program gives me their lobby code except for ECAC. I have to ask them like 20 times. Don't understand it. You're not going to get anybody watching your main broadcast. Anyways, moving on. Let's take a look at the rest of these because we got NECC and we've also got Play Versus. It is a fantastic month ahead here for Collegiate Apex. And you guys get to hopefully be a part of every step of the way, whether it be scrims, whether it be a damn good game. What are we doing? I don't know, we're changing audio.
Let's check out that way.
Oh, I've been dying to play with one of these.
Sure. All right. Maybe the other broadcast didn't hear me. Anyways. Illinois State knocked out last game, by the way. Dean, by the way, if I hear you, that means you're spoiling the results. Stop. Dean. Dean! Dean! You see this? This would be right on your fucking ass, Dean. Right here. Your buttocks smack. All right. It's the beginning of the game. No one's doing anything. Okay? How do you know I wouldn't like it? Terrifying. This lobby just finished. The top 5 on their way to Premier League. West Virginia Wesleyan Kaiju. William and Mary Esports, welcome. UT Summit, welcome. UH Red, welcome back. Arkansas State, welcome. Honestly, some great names there. Some familiar faces with some new members and some new faces. It's going to be a great season of Premier League. I cannot wait to see how these rosters fare. The rest of these teams, they're not eliminated. From Illinois State Redbirds all the way down to USask Esports, we will be seeing them in the lobby at 6 p.m. Central Time. That is currently 1 hour and 40 minutes away. All right, good. Let's get back to our final game of the day. Reminder, Chopped, Tam and Maroon, KSU Gold, Guelph Griffins, UCF Knights. They currently hold the top 5. Everyone's fighting for this competition. 19 squads remaining. Don't worry, no one has fallen. We just only have 19 teams in this lobby. I'll try to keep this one up as best as possible as we track down who qualifies in the moment and who might be on their way out. Osistast and the rest of Full Sail Armada taking it right up the butt here. They're going to jump into that Trident, and you got to pray that it is damn fast, all right, to get your job done here. Chopped. They're going to lay into this one. Can I just say, there's a video of me on my stream that has like a ton of bookmarks, and it's me with my sleeves like this, and which terrifies me as someone on the internet. Like, what are we doing, guys? All right, Full Sail Armada isn't completely out of it yet, but reminder, in 8th place right now with 27 points. To go down now would mean that Full Sail Armada has to compete in losers round 2. CSUDH Cardinal, they were in the top 5 and they lost it last game. Every tick of KP needs to be critical here for this team. I mean, they missed out on easy Full Sail Armada points, but they might be calling the bell that is Campbell University. Campbell currently all the way down in 19th right now. CSUDH Cardinal in 12th. Little drone detection there. Little break on the drone as well. A couple of tracking will give way to CSUDH Cardinal, but for Campbell, honestly, they want your name, number, and address here. Nina Colo trying to get a wrap on this one, and it could lead to a fight here in a second. Florida Gators, they got themselves a fight taking place as well. Double breaks on the at least whoever this roster is. CSU Rams were able to get themselves set back up. For some reason, they're playing Ash and Vantage.
Contact.
Florida Gators, point blank here. Both of them fighting for a top 5 finish. I mean, both of these teams would need electric finishes. I mean, they're very far away at this point. There's a drop to the low ground for CSU Rams, and honestly, Florida Gators could look for the commit at any given point here. One good scan from the likes of Wriggling Salamander, but that tactical ain't gonna hit much. You can hear the dive and the dash away. The Ash portal back up to height. They wrap around the Florida Gators to the other side here. Meanwhile, Zodastar with the knock on the Utah State. That's gonna be the Naval Academy starting their full push ahead here. UCSC Chop versus KSU Gold. This is a critical fight. Number 1 versus number 3. Wrecked Emporium will make the first of 3 to die. A full send into the corner. There goes Enlightened with KSU Gold's kanji characters, the newest member of this team. Osistast and Fishy. I mean, it's not a better position. There's going to be kanji character on that Octane running and gunning this one out of way. Osistast doesn't quite get the knocked. Meanwhile, the kill feed. CSU Rams will be the first team eliminated at the hands of Florida here. In 17th, we'll be seeing them in losers round 2. The reason why this is so important right now, first versus third, if KSU go down here, that is a great roster that is no longer pressuring your team, right? You want the best you want Chopped to die. You don't want Chopped to just obliterate the rest of the teams and soak away points. That just guarantees UCF Knights finish in the top 5, okay? You want chopped to lose. That being said, speak of the devil, and they shall appear. UCF Knights are here. CSUDH Cardinal, they're in a struggling position right now. Top 12. They lost top 5 and now fight for their way back. The UCSC Sluggers, they were also in the top 5 earlier today, now in 15th. A deep crack from this roster, and it might not mean much. Another premiere for UH. I did just discuss it, Johnny. Shout out to the Cougs. Go UH. My balls be scratching. That's all you need to know. Zephyr be casting. He ain't no hoe. Thank you. Slam Poetry by Zephyr Cast. Now, for a competitive lobby, I'm shocked to say the zone, left known to all of these teams, is not... Yeah. Why are 4 teams pulling to Devastated Coast, bro?
I got an enemy.
It's the hunger for KP. All right, whether you like it or not, these teams need KP. Chop doesn't. Chop's fucking with rosters right now. UCSC Chopped is single-handedly deciding who gets to go to Pro League and who does not. All right, so CSUDH Cardinal, you've drawn the ire of Chop. Here they are. A knock on the Sleep King. Static is low. The rest of Chop will full send for your dough. CSUDH Cardinal.
Keeping my eyes here.
My God. Absolutely destructive. Destructive. CSUDH, all said and done. They'll be going to losers round 2. Applejacks and Dean PS, thank you so much. Sleep King, do not leak before the game's finished. I will slap you on the ass, all right? I will make you have a goddamn Steel Series impression. KSU Gold will be eliminated. They are going to likely make Premier League. But the problem with KSU Gold is that, you know, now you don't have to deal with them.
Spotted an opponent out there.
Couple long-range shots from Dean, or from Georgia Tech, Kazi GT, and honestly, not much. Use Steel Series.
Calling to us.
I'll be honest with you, Applejacks, I've been sponsored many times by Steel Series, so I love them. They've sent me so much equipment over the years. 8K more for the tournament. 4 people.
Go here. We got
Stowbird will face a knock at the hands of Castle Crasher. That's Florida. A damn good start. Indiana University, 26 points for them, and they need a hell of a lot more right now. Someone's pinging me in general chat. Guess who made Premier? You did. Congratulations, Utah Shummet. Parks, grindworthy. Bare minimum, but you know what? It counts. 494. That's why we use Astro. There you go. All right, plenty of squad. The reason why I'm not really catering towards the discussion here is because realistically, most of our teams need to get to zone. All right. Bare minimum. I lost 10K last time I was here. And whose fault is that, Parksa? It's all I got. It's all I got. You know what? Whose fault is that? All right. You made choice bets. That's your money. You lost it. Once again, by the way, another knock from Florida. In the meanwhile, Florida finding knocks somewhere in the midst of all this action. Most teams are playing towards the Cedo Station or Cascades finish. That this one is chalked up to be here. Are you going to do the second block? Yes, Johnny, I am. I will be watching Losers Round 2. I will be watching whatever lobby Slasher does not. Why? Because I love Slasher. He's a great guy. And he helps me out. All right. Plenty of teams on their way in. USU Goats, Florida Gators, they're going to hold out the best they can. We've seen them get double knocks down here in the meanwhile. So far, the Gators haven't led to a chomp of a bit yet. Let's see how it works out. I am going to be taking a lunch break, though, or a dinner break. I'm not going to stay here. I'm going to do a dinner break. I'm going to put starting soon on the screen. I'm not going to be starting soon. A couple full sends for the chopped roster means that SNHU Club Esports, as good as their Turner was last game, that's all said and done for them. They will be on their way to Losers Round 2. They were the 6th place team. Meanwhile, Full Sail Armada, the number 8th place team, they're in a position where they need to hold out UCF Knights. UCF Knights are 5th overall. If UCF Knights goes down right now, someone will replace them. The Guelph Grittans are getting some KP for themselves right now that will keep them in the top 5, all right?
Got company out there.
All right, yeah, everyone still has a shot right now. We still have a second lobby tonight. Problem, you've got nowhere to go. It's a damn good Sparrow ultimate that will give them time, but it isn't a complete success story for Full Sail Armada. Little bit of a burn. There's the port play from Grapple Juice that has just barely gotten Full Sail Armada out of dodge. The problem is you have a fight immediately. You are already in the face of extra damage. Grapple Juice full thirsted. The UCF Knights, another knock. One more remaining member here. And for the UCF Knights, they have just raised the bar of the cutoff here. The UCF Knights now could be third-partied. If you're Florida Gators, you don't know this, but this is the team you need to wipe out. USU Goats, they were in 18th before this. They are done and dusted at the hands of multiple teams. Oh my God, that eastern section is so critical right now. Georgia Tech Navy, they're barely out of it. 16th overall. Spectre Domain's already been brought down. Cassie GT is flesh found. It's a great break on the drone, but UCSC Chop is not a team that will ever stop. UCSC Chop is always full sending this shit, whether you like it or not. Guelph Griffins from the other side of the equation. You have both top 5 teams right on your ass. The US Navy Whales, Hawaiian Show, R5. They got themselves a very low ground position to this zone. Here comes Chopped. A full send and a half, and this is none other than Florida here. It's up to DC the Sean, my favorite, the namesake of this roster, to get some damage down, to wipe out Fishy, but instead, it's going to be a setup. It's going to be a return. Wriggling Salamander will not be able to get the recovery off, but Castle Crasher will at least portal through here. They are right, though, in the face of Texas A&M Maroon. Come on, let Florida survive. Georgia Tech Navy, they've got a couple full thirsts as well on the UCSC Chop. Fishy is right ahead of this one. We'll say goodbye to Indiana University in the bottom 10. They will not be making Premier League. UCSC Chop runs right into the face of Tamu Maroon. Fishy will be wiped out, and while yes, Chop have made Premier League, that is a #1 team not in the lobby. Full Sail Armada in 8th is eliminated here. If you are US Navy Academy, you just need to survive. Florida Gators in 13th, eliminated here. If your name is US Navy Academy, or Winthrop Garnet maybe? Winthrop Garnet are in the hunt with US Navy Academy. Tamu Maroon's going to clean up Georgia Tech Navy, and we'll say goodbye to them in 16th overall. Oh my God. Tamu Maroon, by the way, a nuisance to this east side of zone. Tamu Maroon just getting them KP over KP. They're already safe. UCF Knights, by the way, they are still in this top 5. The Guelph Griffins as well. Both of them are currently in zone, but if UCF Knights go down here, it is not a guarantee. We are at 9 squads remaining, so placement really is going to start to bite. Beautiful dodge from everybody on the Guelph Griffins there, by the way. The Guelph Griffins will hold out the U.S. Navy up on high. Ooh, just barely does the Navy manage to survive. Guelph's got a couple shots in the back from UCF Knights, and that means they cannot commit to the low ground. Meanwhile, Texas A&M, a knock onto Stowbird. UCF Knights slowly sneaking up behind the Guelph Griffins. Remember, Guelph ain't secure either. It's going to be tight.
Contact with target.
I mean, they need to hold them out here. The UCF Knights are not in zone yet. There's a beautiful crack on both sides of the equation. This is a fight and a half. Guelph Griffins, they can't commit too much pressure to low ground. Meanwhile, though, the northern side of zone is about to close here. Winthrop, who's on the hunt, one of the closest teams that are still in it. Yes, I will, Grindworthy. This is the height of the finish here. Peanut Butter's okay. Andrew and Digi, not much further to go. A drill from Up and Bump from Davenport. And even Davenport is still very much in the hunt here. Massive P2020 damage, but from I Am Bullet Bait, he doesn't get the damage. They need more. Trashy with that knock. Boulders ticking. Cam Spell all the way in last place are done and dusted. Shots onto Winthrop Garnet as they give themselves a bare minimum of a home. Texas A&M Maroon could commit to this as Plum Toaster will go down from the Guelph Griffins over towards the choke. Davenport are stuck in the building. Texas A&M Maroon maybe now looking to commit. Davenport facing double knocks. Winthrop Garnet eliminated. Tamu Maroon from the other side. I don't know, guys. It looks like our top 5 might already be said and done here. Navy is the only team that could make the jump. U.S. Navy has to continue to survive. They're on blue health, and they're trying to third-party UCF Knights and the Guelph Griffins right now. Oh my God. Davenport down to just one, and Tamu will commit for the full thirst here. Tamu, by the way, incredible turnarounds. Meanwhile, CU Boulder on the low ground. The UCSC Sluggers, they are all the way in 15th, but realistically, do not have the chance to turn this all the way around. They would have to win this with insane KP, and I just don't think there's enough left. Tamu, Maroon, and the rest truly punishing out the remnants of CU Boulder here. The Guelph Griffins now rotating towards the low ground. They've got a wrap from behind from the Navy Academy. The Navy Academy are still in it, folks. CU Boulder's down. Navy Academy is holding out UCF Knights and the Guelph Griffins. UCF are in 5th. Guelph are in 4th. The Navy Academy is in 7th. Sloshy Medusa's gonna get that long-range knock onto Tarnish. A re-knock again here onto the Sluggers. Come on, Navy. Come on, Navy. You Navy Whales, you got to finish off UCF Knights. If UCF Knights do not go down here and US Navy does not win, it is all said and done. It's a wrap from behind, though. The Guelph Griffins, they're going to secure their future. They will go down, but it comes at the cost of one. UCF Knights, they can't rotate out, though. UCF Knights are being held by Tamu Maroon. The Navy Academy's going to get a reset. This is a problem, though. UCSC Sluggers, they're on the low ground against the Navy here, and Tamu Maroon has taken your hideaway here. 4 squads remaining, and UCF, by the way, are defending that top 5. Bungus Elite, thank you so much for the follow. Tamu Maroon with a burn on the half, down to the low ground. That's a crack onto the Sluggers right now. They might commit to this. Ooh, you gotta be damn careful. Long range as Cloud Geo will follow in the face of the damage that we're seeing. Tamu Maroon, beautiful, but the arc gets dropped to the low ground. Honestly, it's not a bad situation. Sluggers will go down. Navy has picked up some of that KP. Zonestar gets shot out from Muir. UCF Knights could commit to this. There's the nade spam down. They're not searching. Sloshy with the wrap. Sloshy might finish the job. UCF Knights in 5th place, defending the elimination spot, could finish the job overall. Grap. No, you Arc. Cho R5. Sloshy Medusa phase in your Navy is in 7th. UCF Knights are in 5th. Tamu's in 2nd. Tamu is secured. Tamu Maroon, it doesn't matter quite what they do here, but they will be a deciding factor in this game. You can see how they're pressuring the Navy right now. Arc is laying into them. Don't forget, though, the UCF Knights are going to lose out on this high ground here in just a second. Tamu commits to height. Tamu will start the wipe against the UCF Knights. Right on the rock back here. Sloshy goes down. One remaining member of the UCF Knights is on the other side of the wall. Navy needs every point they can, but I don't know if Tamu will let them have it. It's already too high. Meanwhile, Tamu's beginning to hold out the Navy. 66 down. The phase, the last remaining member. A burn from the Sparrow Ultimate. A knock on the other side. It's Tamu with the wipe. Tamu with the reset. Navy versus Tamu again. There's the dome. The bubble for the Navy. They need the win. They need every ounce of this KP. R5 is low. A commit from Grosstar. Knocks on 2. Done it. The Navy with another win. Oh my God. If they do not qualify, holy shit, 3 wins on the day, and if they do not qualify, that is insane. Drostar, Cho, RS12. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at that scoreboard. Will the Navy make Premier League? They've done it! They have done it! 3 incredible performances. They went from 1 point in the first 3 games to 48 across the last 5. Not only that, The Guelph Griffins do not survive long enough. They were in the top 5 almost all day long. UCF Knights surviving into the top 3 managed to hold on as well. But the Guelph Griffins are the trade away. Oh my God. KSU Gold, Tamu Maroon, UCSC Chopped. I'll do it officially here. UCSC Chopped, welcome to Premier League. Tamu Maroon, welcome to Premier League. KSU Gold, welcome back to Premier League-ish. UCF Knights, welcome to Premier League. US Navy Academy, more than anything, welcome to Premier League. Hey, bruh, new roster. You guys have been around literally for years now. Shut up. All right, I've casted Enlightened 100 times. Okay? Congratulations. These 5 will be moving on to the peak of Collegiate Apex Legends alongside West Virginia Kaiju, William & Mary Esports, Utah Summit, UH Red, Arkansas State, and 26 other teams. Here's the thing, folks. In an hour and 20 minutes from now, we will decide the final 4 teams who are going to Premier League. 2 from lower round A, lower round 2A, and 2 from lower round B. Whatever. That will be in 1 hour, 20 minutes from now. It will be the top 5. By the way, shout out to the lower round lobbies. They're also still kind of going. Reese's PC's 2008. Thank you so much for the follow. These lobbies still aren't quite finished. They will be finishing. Okay, yeah, there we go. We just got one. ISU Haymakers, NMSU Crimson, FIU Panthers, Abilene Christian University, Purdue Gold. They have all jumped up and will be joining us in these lobbies. Sadly, Oklahoma State, Missouri State, Charlotte Green, UH White, NCAT Esports, UCF Knights Academy, Texas A&M White, Ole Miss, CU Boulder, USD Apex Coyotes, Wildcats, UGA Red, GT Gold, and South Arc Apex. Your day is done. All right, they are eliminated. This is the last lobby remaining. Right now, it looks like UGA, UCSD Navy, Concordia, and honestly, a really, really tight race here for the end. The top 5 from this lobby will join the bottom 15 from these lobbies as well. Lewis, come here. You crying? Look at this little guy. Feed you a second. He's a chill guy. Meow. Yeah, meow. Wait, stay here for a second. I'm going to put it to camera. Here you guys go. What an electric lobby. The height of Collegiate is the best place to be. What a good kitty. What a good kitty. An absolutely beautiful Star. Welcome to Premier League. I am excited to cover the Naval Academy all semester long. Lewis is so big now. Lewis is gigantic. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. Whee! 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 All right, too much. Does your background has Campbellsville University in it? It does not right now. I will be updating this background and adding, I will be removing the teams from this background, and I will be placing the top 40 teams, in Premier League. All right. Woo. That being said, guys, like I said earlier, we have an hour. All right. We have an hour till it starts. I have to feed Lewis. I have to go feed Lewis. It is officially time to feed the boy. I also have to feed Zephyr. If I don't feed Zephyr, I don't think I'll have enough energy. So we're playing Deadlock. No, Zephyr is going to go eat dinner. I'm going to leave the stream up. I love you guys. I'm going to leave the stream up. And hopefully, if you're interested in some more great collegiate action, you'll stay here. All right? You don't have to. I know it's a long time. So cooking stream? No, cooking stream is this upcoming Thursday. All right? That being said, you don't have to stay. I know there's a lot on y'all's plate, and, you know, Zephyr isn't the... But I'm going to pull this one off to a bit of a break. When we come back, we will be watching one of the lower round brackets. I will, whatever one Slasher is not watching is going to be the one I will watch. And so top 2 from that lobby will move on to Premier League. The rest will end up in Contenders, which is also a very important moment. Contenders is really great. Other than that, thank you guys so much for being here. This is not the end. I'm just going to go on a short break. When I come back, we will be doing... hold on, let me make sure this is right. Oh. Give me a second. Outline. There we go. Size 10. All right. We will be back in an hour. I'm going to go eat dinner and feed Lewis. Thank you guys so much. Consider following. It'll only be a second. All right. Thank you guys. Hello. Hey guys. Hopefully the timing on that music was supreme. Welcome back. Waki, Callum. Thank you so much for the points, guys. You guys have now put us at 498,000. I can't believe I'm saying this. We are less than 2K away from another Zephyrcast tournament, which is, as you guys have seen, if you guys were part of the draft tournament in December, it was a lot of fun. That being said, we're back. We got Losers Round 2 pedaled away here for Octane soon. Those who did not qualify from the lobby I watched partied earlier alongside 5 teams jumping up for Losers Round 1 are now going to be working their way into a top 2 finish. Only 2 teams per lobby are able to succeed here. All right, so it is as tight as it gets. Your chance to qualify the easy way was 4 hours ago. All right, started 4 hours ago. No, give me a few minutes. All right, it's gonna take a second to get lobby going. It looks like OY might have to run it. That being said, the final person to seal the deal here is none other than West Virginia Wesleyan's Swanky Squid. We have hit the mark. We've hit the amount. 500,000 points. That was very fast too. I have not been streaming for that long since that one came out. And the craziest thing is we're going to have to make a new one tomorrow. I'm going to have to raise it. I think I have to raise it to 750, guys.
What the?
All right. You're going to have to help me out. Meadsy Redeemed Hydrate. Here you go, brother. Delicious. Okay. I've said your name quite a few times now. Is it Zakara or Zakaria or Zakaria or Zakaria? You're gonna have to help me out. I definitely just casted you playing Zakaria. Or is it Zakaria? Ka or Ka? Love your casting, brother. Yo, it's Rostar. Zakaria. All right, Zakaria. Or Zakaria. Thank you. Appreciate it. Like the Bible? Oh, you can tell I'm well read. You made us sound like gods. Well, you know what? That's in fairness, it was one of the most absurd comebacks I've ever seen. You went from 1 point in 3 games. 1 point, which is abysmal. I'm not kidding you. I don't even want you to take offense to this. Going into game 4, I had already written off the Naval Academy. I was like, they're done. It's GG. It's like, I was like, it's over. They already lost, right? Like, they're 1 point going into game 4, and you guys looked horrible. I mean, you can go back and watch some of the team fights, and I'm like, I'm not even taking it seriously, because I was just like, these guys are shitters. And then out of nowhere, the cheats were installed, the boys were downloaded, and suddenly we're a top 3 roster, a top 5 roster. And it's like, what the fuck happened? We went from a dub to a 3rd place to a dub. Speed Demon, welcome back. Zrostar putting in some work. Bro put in the hella work. Hold on. We took our time to talk some things out after game 3. Down the whole thing. Meadsy, I'm trying to enjoy it. Fuck. I take a sip. When hydrate is redeemed, I take a sip. Drink more. Fuck. Poopies. Stop. I'm gonna fucking vomit. I have to drink. I have to drink.
Twisted Minds! What the?
I will watch Swanky Squid. We can watch it in a second. We have some time. The lobby is just being made. You casting my lobby now? I'm sorry, I can't see. I'm crying from all the fucking soda. Icy Bear, thank you so much for the follow, Icy. Oh my god. So we're gonna be watching Losers Round 2 Lobby B. Top 2 make it. And yes, Kayak, we're in your lobby. For those who don't know, we've got the Illinois State Redbirds, who by the try hydrating with water. I have to hydrate with whatever's in front of me. I don't get a choice. Okay. Fuck. For those who didn't see it in the last lobbies, Illinois State Redbirds. God damn it, Sleep King. Bozo. Suarez. I really wanted to enjoy this soda. I'm so hydrated. Okay. I don't know if I can keep up. You guys, bro, just sip, dog. That's not how hydrate works. I have to deliver on the points that these people have earned. All right. U.S. Naval Academy. Neither is drinking soda. Fair. Coco. Eat me out. I'll try. Thank you so much. Coco, I believe you're already up here. Yes, you are. Top of the bracket. Second one on the list. Little secondary subscription there from Coco. Coco, thank you so much. I'm currently curled up in bed right now. Well, hopefully you don't fall asleep. Did you ever add me? I don't know. There's a very high chance I did. You're somewhere here. I don't think you're watching my lobby anyways. Do we make it if we get second? What are you talking about? What do you mean, do we make it if we get second? Oh, do we make... I see. No, you don't. In the last game, if you guys don't win... If you don't win that game... Because remember, it's 3 points. It's 3 points a difference between first and second. 12 versus 9. All right? Is there a chart for where I can see the schedule for Collegiate and stuff? I'm so glad you asked, Percor. Percor, if you go to my page on Twitter, the pinned tweet. Here you go. There you go. So by the way, Zrostar, 12 versus 9 points, and then you wouldn't have gotten the KP, because to get to first place, you had to kill Texas A&M. So you get the KP for that win as well, right? So winning can be huge, because you can get a maximum of like 6 extra points compared to second place. So you guys would have lost your spot to the Guelph Griffins. Because if the Guelph Griffins, even if they finish third, the rest of those points go to Texas A&M Maroons, so it doesn't really matter there. You guys would end up 3 less due to your position, and then without the kills you had on Texas A&M, you would end at 43. So you would lose by about 3 points compared to the Guelph Griffins. It was very, very close. I mean, it was a win or nothing. Not to mention that last game, you only had 8 kills. I say only. It was your highest kill game of the day, but it was tough. Our lobby was not close. Checking in on that lobby as we get in here, we had none other than the ISU Haymakers with 120 points. Asian Hawk Bro with 28 respectively. Kayak with 26. Soares with 21. The JV roster of ISU. And correct, Soares points out they had a 0-point game to start with. So we had a 28, a 27, a 9, a 22, and a 34. Sheesh, better than the actual ISU team. I don't know. Group T's filming. I don't know. All right. So we do have the ISU Haymakers. They're getting to the lobby right now. We got 5 minutes. We got UT White, Queensgale, UB, Ferris State Gold, Gamerhawks Navy, NMSU Crimson, TNT Tech, Gibby Hands, Purdue Gold, USask, FIU Panthers, MST Gold, Ferris State Crimson, UT Tyler, GCU, Carolina Blues, Abilene Christian University, Northwestern Purple, Purdue Black, and the Illinois State Redbirds. There are some excellent teams here, but sadly, only 2 can make it to Premier League. The rest will be, they won't be eliminated. They'll be just down in contenders, which kind of sucks. Yo, excited to be in Premier now. We only played ECA last semester. Excited for Octane. You guys must be William and Mary Esports. Yeah, there you are. Magic Trickster, it's a pleasure to meet you. Congratulations. Welcome to Premier League. It is to say confidently you are a top 40 team in Collegiate is no small feat. Rye Dougstar, Thoric Spinks, Magic Trickster. I don't know who you guys are, but obviously you got 81 points, at least a single dub. Some great consistency here. Was that 5th place, 6th place, 5th place, 7th place, 4th place? Never a double-digit finish. Talk about insane average placement there for this roster, and even 50k P2. So congratulations. Just barely beat out by the West Virginia Kaiju. I'm highly impressed. That being said, let's take a look. I got sent this from Swanky Squid. This is apparently... Is Qual's over? Nope. We got 4 more teams to see. This is from Swanky Squid. He said, threw something together for fun real quick if you need a gap filler. Clips are all Isaiah. Got through an ECA with the cover of the last semester. Ah. Good to know.
Eternity later.
Gets nothing. You lose.
Fine. I'll do it myself.
Alright.
Dead. I killed one. Killed dog. Last one's pushing.
The quality is ass, but you know what? West Virginia, doesn't matter. Got it done.
Move that wall. 1 HP bounce.
Fucking easy mode, bro.
Cute, they're all cute. Fine. 1 HP. Fine, new castle.
Damn. Please hit the shot. God damn it. This is so fucking bad. No way. What? Oh my god. Oh, that was great. I know you only have his perspective, so that's the difference. But shout out to Swanky Squid, director over at West Virginia Wesleyan, and congratulations again to West Virginia for successfully making it. Oh, I'm gonna be burping a lot. Wait, they got a scholarship for Apex? Yes. West Virginia is a scholarship team. That being said, they are now in Premier League. Some would say that's crazy. Yeah, he gives scholarship for Apex. You'll hear him say it a lot. Quite a bit here. All right, guys. I believe we are officially in game. Perfect timing for the very first of the Lowers Round 2. Remember, we've got a long way to go today. All right, we got 6 games out ahead of us. We are going to be starting on E-District. Only the top 2 can make it to Pro League. I'm sorry. I meant to say only the top 2 can make it to Premier League. God damn. We get nothing. We get to watch, get to go to Japan to watch LAN. All right, that slaps. That's pretty great. Bellevue, more like Bellevue. Yeah, when they absolutely butt-fuck you later this semester, I bode you to say that again. Let's go ACU? Yeah, let's go Abilene Christian University. Let me hear it in chat. For those of you who are out here watching, is there any roster you guys are in particular favor of? Any fan favorites for you guys? Any loves? Personally, I'm an ISU Haymakers guy. All right, I love ISU Haymaker. I hope Purdue makes it through in UB. Okay, Georgia Tech Navy. These are some good picks. I like Georgia Tech. Tiger Shrimp. Yeah, Tiger Shrimp. You guys did manage to play together. Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's a lot of great people on any one of these rosters, but the truth is, at some point, somebody's got to win. Dirtiest Donut from UB's my goat. All right. Like I said, I'm an ISU Haymaker guy, but realistically, maybe I'm a Mamaika is Coup guy today, because realistically, a single individual here for Micah to start the day off, and I don't know if this will improve as we move on, but at least for now, Micah's able to find first drops down onto Pure, and you know what? As a solo, he's putting the singular frog mechanics to work here. He's gonna at least get 1 KP found. Couple slides away, another crack from Micah is good. And you know what? There we go, big crack on the Mikey, but in the end, you're still just one person. 1 KP for Micah is coup. And you know what? There's gonna be, I'm telling you right now, there's gonna be one team that finishes with 0, or a few teams that finish with 0. You know what? He at least beat like 2 or 3 squads with that one. That being said, Abilene Christian University may be done for today already. We'll have to wait and see. I only see 17 squads remaining, therefore 2 teams didn't even show up. Premier teams last time, we got Purdue, UT Tyler, Ferris Crimson, Gamerhawks, UT White. So, I mean, we basically have like the bottom 10 Premier teams competing for their spots again. TNT Gibby Hands, those goes the best. In fairness, TNT Gibby Hands, low-key, shit the bed pretty hard. Premier teams, now they're like, Guelph was not a Premier team, by the way, OI. Guelph was a contenders team. So Georgia Tech, Full Sail, and Florida. So this is a more hefty lobby in terms of premier level teams, and we'll talk about it a little bit later. They could have accepted their premier spot, but they denied it to do placements instead. Insane. Sleepy Somni will be one of the first individuals knocked down here. For a little bit, we'll see MST and how things might continue to develop. Meanwhile, Blue knocked against Ferris State Gold, and with Zendikar and Otto not much better. If you are looking for some blacked on Purdue action, this is your opportunity. Already a first kill down, and maybe some more to follow suit. ISU Haymakers outside of the Galleria. Seems like they've got at least slowed for now against NMNSU. How they doing, gangster? I don't know how they doing, but I'm doing wonderful. I'm rooting for Polesale because I'm grad, but not John makes me sad. Yeah, that's true. PB and John's gone, but you know what? You can still be a fan. Ben Swallow will find a knock onto Frost. That'll lead MNSU. Only a handful of members to remain here from behind the pylon, and we are already 16 squads remaining here, and maybe even some more. This lobby is starting out goddamn aggressive. Ice Strafey first knocked down. A full drop to the low ground for Slaptrap, and Northwestern Purple is looking for just one more remaining member here on the chase on suit. You see that wrap around the angle of the building there, and we're gonna drop out with the oh my god, there we go. Ferris State Gold caught out. There goes Zendikar, and that's not who we're watching, by the way. Zendikar is all the way up there towards the northeast. That's one remaining rat. And guys, I didn't get a prediction, but I might do over under 4.0. Is it still 6 games? It is in fact 6 games. I'm gonna put a prediction in over under 6 teams, round 5, over under 2 minutes to get that in. UT Tyler Apex, a former premier roster, faces at least a re-knock up. TNT Gibby Hands, they were great coming out of the open, but bombed on day 1 of playoffs. If you all remember, this is a team that choked the minute they got the best start for themselves. Now in the face of UT Tyler Apex, premier versus the best open team, does TNT Gibby Hands have the chance to recover, play towards success? They're already full cracks down, and Aqua's gonna be dashing this one back to central building. Get that one all set back up. Zard here, and able to at least get themselves at least closer to the action. There's the little octane pad out and away, but realistically, MST, now they've got themselves a start here against ISU Haymakers. Kayak, the first one found down, and well, the Haymakers will pressure back. I believe they got at least a Newcastle, so should have gotten a reset off. For game 1, these comps are criminal. The fact that I'm seeing a lot of Sparrow immediately in game 1, you know, that's a question mark to me. I'm not seeing nearly enough Newcastle. All right. Where are my 19 Newcastle compositions? The Gamerhawks final rat reverse dizzy will be found out as GCU are more than happy to crack on open this one. There comes a I mean, okay, we've fenced the wall. Chill on my boy Sparrow. Octane Bang Sparrow. That's what I'm saying. Sparrow is good. Hold on. Sparrow can be good, but there is better. All right. Now, granted, it comes down to the style and play of your team, but realistically, there is better. UT Tyler Apex still as a duo, and now sending for potentially making this a solo. TNT Gibby Hands to stick a revive out, as it looks like it'll be just one remaining for UT Tyler. None other than the Jonkler. They're trying to get out of dodge for now. Out to the edge of zone. Well, they will have to play for reset. Meanwhile, USask Esports, they don't have the banner crafted yet, so this is going to be something for them at least get their teammate back. Problem is, Sleepy Somni and crew, they should have a third party here. Purdue blacked. More than happy to black on them. Fair's good character, but they're 2 better recon characters. There you go. That's all you need to know. Shout out to Arkansas State. Welcome to Premier League, by the way, NT Rose. I'm very happy you guys are here. I love seeing y'all.
Could be fresh blood over there.
Full right here.
Couple of teams on the outskirts. Purdue Black unable to find that USask roster completely, so they're going to be able to get at least 1 member out for now, maybe even more depending on how things fall. 14 squads remaining. The majority are in Energy Bank for now, but I don't know if that's a completely great thing, especially given how aggressive this lobby has started. And honestly, it's insane how aggressive it started. It's 18 squads playing or participating, and we're already down to 14 remaining. I'm surprised not seeing 10 caustic Newcastle Ultra teams. I know, right?
Level 1.
ISU Haymakers maybe to follow up on a reset on the outskirts here, just alongside almost everybody else. There's going to be that Valkyrie response up into the sky, and Clam from the Clam Slammers. I mean, that's not correct. Anyways, first time watching Collegiate, so happy to see the different team comps versus pro. Yo, Culture Garlic. My fan of ISU, you've picked the right time to tune in. Iowa State is in this lobby right now. The Haymakers, their JV team, is competing. They are currently trying to get into Tier 1 Collegiate. If they finish in the top 2, they qualify for Premier League. So Iowa State, the varsity roster, is already in Premier League. Iowa State JV, they have a chance to also qualify alongside them. Yeah, Haymakers is such a cool name than Farmers. I like ISU Farmers. I grew up with it personally. You know, that's the team I will always remember. ISU Haymakers, though, kind of sick. They can have 2 teams in the league? Absolutely. You can have your varsity, your JV. I don't know if anyone's ever had 3 in the same league, though. TNT giving hands. We saw them aggressive early. Now we'll see them compete for more. We'll say goodbye to UT Jonglers. But Purdue Black, this is the roster you do not want to run into. Arguably the most skilled team in this lobby. Purdue Black was a premier level team last season, and they have all the power in the world to take it in a 3v3 every single time. Soares, stop spoiling. You are playing right now. Soares, shush. GCU, the barbecue king, is roasting him in the back line, but not before he'll himself get cooked in the end. A trade against UB Esports means the GCU roster will last be able to reset inside the center of Energy Bank. 10 squads remaining, and this is where placement is really going to start to count here. GCU in the center, Illinois State Redbirds down south, Purdue Gold and Black, both towards that western side. 6 other squads still working their way in. Ferris State, FIU, Panther Northwestern, I believe the likes of the Haymakers, etc. Oh, I didn't realize the delay was so much. It's a 5-minute delay, brother. Shh. When did we reach the draft tourney goal? We reached it at the start of the second block. Swanky Squid gave us the last 2,000 points for it.
We should go over there.
FIU Panthers, after qualifying from the lower bracket, are here to take your lunch money. Point blank blocked out by the mobile shield. We'll save for now the chase on to Sunny. Fair State Crimson want this one bad, and in there it said they will instead run and find Chow. Pure dropped in response. A zipline trade means you've lost the sauce here. A peek over on the height. Mikey's getting shot out from all angles, going for it. A reset on the interior means that at least Fair State Crimson are able to pull this one back together, but not before Turbo gets the full wipe onto Chow. FIU Panthers, they come in swinging and instead lose to 2. The Jam Bros, not really in much better of a spot now. Taking to the sky on the Valkyrie. They are a tick away from dying out here. In the end, will be shot from Turbo on the other side to bring us down to 9 squads remaining here. Speaking of which, USAS Esports, they've barely just gotten themselves back together. A revive goes awry, and for Purdue Black, they're going to make a clear, definitive statement that they belong in Premier League, already on to their next fight forward. And the truth is, if you're chasing for the top 2, you need to be aggressive. Top 2 is as limited as it gets. All right, first and second place are going to be miles ahead by game 5. Sleepy Somni waiting for that full thirst so he can go for the craft late here for USASC. Purdue Gold, the JV roster, Purdue Black. Yo, you Scarecrow! Thank you for the follow. You'll block a crack, but you know what? It's worth it for the follow. Sage, Dreamcast, Samus G here. Taking their time to get themselves set back up right now. At least for now, they will burn from the flesh found. It's up to Sage to, yes, get another knocks down, another knock as well. Beautiful setup there. And sadly, Purdue Gold, while they may be the winners of this fight, the follow through from their sister school or their sister roster, Purdue Black, they don't know this, but they're about to showcase why they are the varsity level team. Purdue Gold's Dreamcast, Dreamer, my goat, trying to keep this one real and sustained. Ferris State Crimson, though, they hear some of their initial shots. They're going to come in and potentially third-party this over against Purdue Gold. Up to height, Ferris will control the entirety of this building here, but immediately are beamed out by none other than Kalisk. Quick resets for Turbo up on high as Purdue's Gold roster is just going to keep this low and slow from the inside. They're nothing to do with this fight. They want these two rosters to beat each other out up on high. Ferris State Crimson, gas trap for gas trap. Finally, a knock on to Turbo. It's none other than Waki from Purdue Black. And Mikey, flesh found on the other side. Turbo, your Newcastle is wiped out, but not before. It is going to be a Purdue Gold knock onto Purdue Black. There's going to be that late reset onto Turbo on the outside as Purdue Black are down to Kalisk. Kalisk needs to get the reset onto this altar portal and get the entirety of this roster. Yes, hold back here. Meanwhile, Ferris State Crimson, much more healthy. A climb up to Ruth is punished. Sage will go down. A drop onto the inside. And Arc start looking for purchase, but instead it is the gas that burns against Ferris State Crimson. Purdue Gold, though, they lose out on Sage in their entirety. My God, for 7 squads remaining on a round 4 close, this is about as nasty as it gets. MST, GCU, taking their time inside of at least what we'll see. The bet I asked y'all, over under 6 teams, round 5 is about to come true. We are on the... Ooh, it's gonna be close. We're on the over. Round 5 has officially started. And we are... Ooh, I should have... I'm going to give it to the over. It was 7. It was 7 on the close. All right. Purdue Black. We just got them get the full wipe there. I was too busy paying attention to my prediction in chat. MST Gold controlling the rotate out here from GCU. Meanwhile... Take their time. Most rosters, Purdue Black and Gold, both down to a duo now of our 6 squads remaining. Doesn't look like Black was able to get the reset off, though, so it's just Purdue Gold as a duo. Illinois State Redbirds down below. Purdue Black maybe trained to see them out alongside the Gold roster. GCU stuck on the inside here with MST for the time being. They are gate kept, but when you're playing the altar, you can always rotate out here.
Mosey on over there.
Closed door here.
UT White, another team, slowing out the pace of things. They're looking towards Illinois State Redbirds down below on this bridge. The only saving grace is they've yet to peak. Illinois State Redbirds taking their time. Try to see if they can get these shots back onto Purdue Black as, well, there is a shield broken. It is at the hands of Waki, who is completely separate right now. GCU on the inside there, still setting this one up. Purdue Black finally finds themselves an opportunity. Woo! The Newcastle steal doesn't quite come through. We'll try to set that one up with the tack again. A castle wall brought down, but not before Samus will be eliminated here. A couple of ticks around the back as it will be a fly and dive away from Purdue Gold to give themselves their survivability. Up on high, MST, major cracks, a knock onto Tharquisha. MST Gold have got themselves the prime situation to get this full wipe, but instead, a tactical alter Q will at least allow them to survive. We'll see how it goes. Thank you, Swanky Squid, I appreciate that. Also, yes, Longbow Nemi, you got that, you love that mid-long range. What can I say? Purdue Black was able to get Tharquisha back into play. It was a beautiful tack to give them their, at least, survivability. 6 squads still moving into round 6. No one dies quite yet. Purdue Gold is still alive as a rat. You can see them on the furthest northwestern side. Purdue Black is the only team on the outside for now. Illinois State Redbirds, even they are stacked underneath this bridge here. Everyone else has to fight their way out. Meanwhile, UT White, what a beautiful spot for UT White to work with. You gotta pray you have an altar to get through these walls, because if you don't, UT White and MST are waiting on the outside to punish you here. I'm looking at specifically MST. Or sorry, you know who I'm talking about. Anyways, MST's Mojo, a knock on the Kalisk. Ooh, Arcs charge rifles are down and out. Purdue Blacks pulling this one back together again from the outskirts here. MST will turn their attention towards UT White for now. And with 3 seconds to go, I pray for GCU. Stuck on the inside. GCU's probably going to be one of the first teams eliminated here. I don't know how Dreamcast isn't being found by Purdue Gold, but you know what? Everyone needs a saving grace. Waukee with the knock onto the Illinois State Redbirds, and even if it isn't the full wipe, it's still damage down. Dream looking for a rotate from behind. Point blank triple take. Orange is low. The rest of UT White, though, they find this one out, and Double Dancel will play the response to wipe out Dreamcast here. A couple of major knocks, and UT's distraction is going to punish them. GCU still, though, both knocked down. Atomic on the outside as MST will try to contain her to that last full wipe. UT, they're going to be at least able to pick up all that KP. Double Dancel here now, or Double Dutch goes down to Double Dancel. My lord. We'll see how it goes. UT White, an incredible defense right in the face. Double Dutch will be pulled back up into play. UT White, MST up above, Illinois State Redbirds in the bridge down below, and the winners of this game, Purdue Black on the outside possibly. There's the Nox gas grenade. That's going to force UT forward. MST's running this one and gunning this one. 1v1 as UT White will go down. Double Dutch has seconds to work with to get the resets out here. Illinois State Redbirds are stuck behind the pillars, and the port play will at least get flesh bound here as the gas is ticking. ICX with a knock on to MST Mojo. A peek from the other side on the car will bring Waukee to their knees. Purdue Black getting full sent upon down. Another crack as Illinois State Redbirds. MST will be full thirsted. Palace removed. A double knockdown. And in a wonderful moment of success, Illinois State Redbirds succeed from the bridge down below. I'm impressed. I really am. I was really expecting Purdue to hang on to that one and choke them out, but instead, Illinois got the jump on them, and they are the first winners of the day. Let's take a look at that scoreboard while we get a chance. That made him stop crying. I guess he's an Illinois fan. Maybe he is, but I'll tell you what. Let me get the advanced statistics here in a second. Purdue Black with 23 points and 14 kills are still the winners of that game in terms of the spread. They have way more KP than anyone else in this lobby. Tharquisha leads it with 7 KP there, 3 for Kalisk and 4 for Waukee. Even though they do not win that game, Illinois State Redbirds just doesn't have the KP to boot. Judge with 1, ICX with 5, and Kostenko with 0. The damage is pitiful. All right, it's literally, we're sub 1,000 for everybody. I don't even know how ICX got 5 with 357. That is a causality. It's honestly, this, if I was judging Kostenko, I'd be pissed that you were stealing my kills. All right, anyways, MST Gold, 13 for themselves, 6 KP with the third place finish, and really, everyone else ain't much to write home about. Couple of kills for UT White, couple of kills for Gold. Ferris State Crimson walks away with a few, but the reality is, it's game 1. All right, was in drone all game. My brother was in drone all game, and he gets 5 KP. How are you in drone all game and you're only doing 357 damage? Did you use EMP once, bro? Come on. What? Come on. You know you can get that charge off. Twice? Twice? I'm not your coach. I'm not your coach. But I'd love to see some improvements. I'd love to see some improvements. That's all I'm going to say. All right. We're about 5 minutes away from the next lobby here. Let's pick a prediction. Oh, that being said, we do have another lobby taking place. We have lobby A. Hold on. That is actually kind of important. All right, first game of the day for lobby A, and it looks like none other than Georgia Tech Navy are your winners of game 1. I believe Kindly Monkey said he's a fan. Tiger Shrimp does walk away with 2 KP. All right. Spectre Domain and Kazi GT, there they are themselves. 10 KP there, shared with the win. Florida Gators coming in second with 10 themselves. The Guelph Griffins not far behind. Only 1 point away. There you go. Plum Toaster. Zakira. Did I get that right? Ria? Zakiria? Zakiria. All right, whatever. 16, 8. I don't know. We got a lot of time, guys. It is 6 games to go. We're still working with E-District on to... Oh my god, we have Olympus? Oh, I'm nutting. First time Olympus is in comp for Collegiate. We're mirroring ALGS now, so we have to play Olympus. You guys don't understand. I'm so happy for that. By the way, screw you guys. I wanted to really savor this Coke, and it's empty. It's empty and sad. Our prediction going into game 2. Zacharia, I believe. Yeah. He came in here and told me how to pronounce it, and I immediately forgot because he's new, and I'm sorry. New prediction. Purdue Black. Over, under, 8. Let's do 7.5. 7.5 KP. Over, under. Putting 5 minutes on the board. Get your predictions in. Purdue Black. Oh. Ooh, my subathon poster is almost falling down. 1 second. Yeah. Yeah. Here. Come here. Want to show off to chat? Want to show how pretty you are? Come here. There you are. Sweet baby. Sweet baby. We got a couple minutes. He's a sweet baby. He's a baby. He's a baby. Lewis. There you go. Can you hear that? All right. Spectra domain. Wait a second. What does that mean? That was an NYU player? Singular Frog lost it. I'm sorry. No thing. My cat Chunks and dogs are finally getting along. That's cute. Yeah. All right. We're still not in game. All right, I'm just going to keep it in here. By the way, Legend Band's going in this one, of course, will be the altar. In the other lobby, it's the Caustic, if you're interested in tracking that. That being said, though, no altar means way less. Way less. They were a premier team as well, then all of them graduated and transferred. Really? Who's Spectra Domain play for? Zephyr, check your Discord general. Sure, of course. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Cracking this bad boy open. We got Meadsy. Hold on. We got Meadsy there in the furthest back, furthest from the camera. Speed Demon and Schmalls. Right, let's get some analysis on this one. So they're watching stream. There's Lewis. There they go. Meadsy just finished his Gatorade. There's a candle unlit. Don't know what that is. This is the biggest glass of milk I've ever seen. I do not know who's drinking that milk, but that is a lot of fucking milk, bro. Look at that is a heaping glass of milk right there. Holy shit, bro. Undersauced pasta. Not gonna lie, I just don't know. I don't know. It's a pretty fisheye lens. The chicken looks. Wait, 3 people and 2 drinks apply. Someone is drinking the candle. So Meadsy's got the Gatorade. Speed Demon might be drinking the milk. But realistically, he could be drinking the candle. I wouldn't put it past Schmalls to drink the candle, though. We've got blackout curtains. Blackout curtains and the fairy lights. By the way, this place is decorated. I want to point. Schmalz is drinking the milk. Thank you, Speed Demon. I want to point out my Gatorade isn't done, by the way. It's just white. Okay. Okay, we got some. There you go. You can kind of see the line of the cum Gatorade right there. I don't know if you can see my mouse. Glacier Cherry Favor. We do know. This room is so decorated, guys. We've got the couch, the table, this over here, the wall, and then we have the blank white asylum space. They're having such a good time. I bet this room got about 4 things in it, and 3 of them are the MSU players. All right, so that's Minnesota State, by the way. They're hanging out, having a good time. If you guys are interested in seeing some incredible fettuccine Alfredo, by the way, check me out this Thursday. I'll be doing a cooking stream, and so you guys can enjoy that one. It's one of the few days I won't be streaming Collegiate, but hopefully I'll have my Collegiate friends there. Anyways, 18 squads remaining still as we get into game 2. We always have the time to check in with any one of us. I'll say this right now. If you ever send content, if it's Collegiate related content, I'm more than happy to check it out. All right.
Open supply bin over there.
Is Play Versus not this Thursday? Is it next? I believe Play Versus was shifted 1 week forward, OY. If I'm correct. Due to the freeze. No, not much more to be said there. I never got to finish my thoughts on this. There is no altar. Without altar in play anymore, you're going to be in a situation where you can't be as risky. Didn't look promising. I saw their signups. Didn't look promising. You know, we'll see. Micah's cool, by the way, from ACU. Is able to find a first knockdown. But for now, we'll jump back on over to UT Tyler. They struggled against TNT Give a Hands. And now need to start cashing up. Ferris State Gold's blue will be the first one to find damage. Almost, yes, knocked out here on the runaway. Zendikar, not much better themselves. There's the full trade. And with 1 remaining member here, Ferris State Gold will be picked up in a great return for the UT Tyler squad. If you don't love the Jonkler, you don't love Collegiate Apex. All right. Purdue Black and the rest of these teams trying to set themselves up for what might be the next full send here. That's going to be the burn and a half of a lifetime, but not before Purdue Black almost goes down. Tharquisha low and the rotate to the interior there from Joaquin and the rest. UT Tyler are no slouches. Both of these teams were premier level last season. They were both tier 2 and now are running right into the thick of things. A quick fadeaway means that we're going to find first knocks down here on a UT Tyler, but not before Callus gets picked up just as quickly from Zard. Joaquin back to height, and you have to pray. Okay, these teams don't know Olympus. They don't know Olympus. That man ran straight into a wall. He doesn't know how to get to height. Oh my God. You don't see that. Wait, this is E-District. Never mind. I'm stupid. These teams don't know E-District. That's even worse. Jongler with a full flesh trade. Zard from the other side. Is Tharquisha will get a knock. 1 remaining member now left alive for Purdue. Here's the full thirster coming out. Zard will get full stuck by Jonkler. And I'll tell you what, Joaquin is running for the hills to keep this dream alive here and could run into UT White here in a second. Teams no showing they can't start lobbies with less than 30 people. You know what? Hopefully some Zephyr love will get them some level of coverage. Couple far and a distant away shots. USask and the rest. There you go. I mean, yeah, come on, take some shots. You know, you can aim for 30 seconds and not hit a single one, but, you know. Play versus a bad company. They don't deserve Zep. Never forget, I'm not hired by any of these companies. Zephyr just wants more content. If the Collegiate players promised that they would play on Thursday, if like there was a Thursday scrim and Play Versus was bad, I would watch that instead. It's just on Thursday the best content for Collegiate is Play Versus. And that's not saying a lot. We might have to make Thursdays like a drinking game or something, and I don't drink. Oh yay, now I remember. All right. UT Tyler, their start has been electric, but now they needed to be finding some better I don't know, that was a terrible line. That was bad casting. That was a bad line. I need to find jack shit, bro. They're just gonna full send it. Same to be said for Izu Hangers. Ben Slow with the drop on MST. There's going to be the full Thurston response, though, on the Kayak. Beautiful job from Mojos. They'll turn around with double Dutch, getting the reset off on the Newcastle. 2v3 situation now against the ISU Haymakers. And for this team, well, they don't want to be too stupid here. Meanwhile, the drop to low ground is going to be revealed by UB Esports on the outskirts. Triple take actions, more than enough to find Flesh here. Quick reload around the corner, and Dragon's Reach will have to slow this one down. Meanwhile, the rest of ISU Haymakers are getting trained on by Ben Swolo. One remaining member will run to the distance away to get themselves set back up here as a full force. That's always a rough spot to be in, because even if you aren't eliminated, you're now delayed on fighting teams. You're going to get less KP, and you're working into zone so later. All right?
We can jet over there.
Thank you, Swanky. Dad, check your goddamn DMs. I want to apologize to you, Dad. I know UT, let me finish UT here. UT Tyler with a knock on to Dreamcast, and you know what? We've been waiting for this fight to break out. A couple of extra knocks in for Purdue Gold. All is said and done, but the problem is you've got the likes of UT White right alongside you here. UT on UT action, a sister school v sister school, and it's just down to the box. I mean, he's on Octane, so I can imagine has run away. If you haven't run from this equation, the job is done. Orange Z, though, from Purdue Black as we come into a fourth-party situation means that it might be the end here of UT. A fadeaway double dancel knock with the bow check, and it's one remaining member for UT on the inside. My God. Box is still somehow in the equation running this one out. Meanwhile, UT White able to get the resets as they get Tharquisha also back into play for Purdue Black here. It is still a numbers advantage for Purdue Black, but not before somehow, some way, we're getting shot out of dodge here. Purdue Black is looking hella good. We'll see how it goes. Jonkler to at least get full thirsted. UT White, I mean, once that castle wall ticks out here, there's not going to be much saving you. Another gas trap blown out, and from the other side of this door, Callus is looking. There's the crack they need. A peek from the other side, and Callus single-handedly is punishing this roster. Finally, Tharquisha with one. A rotate far and away. And while, yes, Callus may go down, Purdue Black is inevitable in their success. All right. Dad, congratulations on Arkansas, by the way. I already said that to NT Rose. Welcome to Premier League. You reached out to me back in October about APM. Twitter changed the way that message requests were displayed. I did not find that DM until literally like 4 days ago. It does not show up on the online requests anymore. If you request a message, apparently I was on my phone. Somehow it showed up there. I randomly checked my phone requests for no reason. And I actually found like a dozen messages from people that just did not pop up on my online thread. So that being said, I'll say it again. I love what you guys are doing at APM, what you're doing at APM. I'm a huge stats guy. And I always feel horrible when people reach out so kindly like that. I feel bad. Because, I mean, seriously, it's like... I mean, there's literally no reason not to reply to messages like that. So hopefully, yeah, sorry. Anyways, OU is not playing Octane, I think. We're down to 14 squads remaining, coming into our round 2 close. A couple of teams are choking things out. Gamerhawks Navy was a former Premier level team. Strafey and Reverse Dizzy are names that we know. Slaptrap, though, is not. Is OU in NECC or something now? I believe so, yeah. Yeah. There is some minor conflict there. I just like coverage because I want to show my appreciation.
What's up over there?
Amen, brother. I like Arkansas. I like Arkansas State. I have a great time watching Arkansas State. I think they are, I think it's an awesome team. I have a lot of fun watching them.
I suspect we'll find something here.
Adversary over there.
Researching for
Alright, I'm in the middle of casting, but I'll reply to that message later.
Let's go here.
USASK from up on high could punish this roster where they see the chance to survive. There's the scan from Sleepy Somni, but it's not much more than that. MST Gold's gonna try to get their way out from the side of this road. Mojo's low and the rest of them are lower, but for MST, they find out that they are a grower. For USASK Esports, back to the side of zone where they will defend. Not gonna be saying much more for MST, as they'll have to find life to lend. TNT Gibby Hands in the center of zone. We'll see if they can find themselves a place to go prone. Shots far and out away against the ISU Haymakers. This is not the team they're taking on the side of the Lakers. Thank you. Poetry always gets ruined. Okay. Poetry always gets ruined. Couple of shots here from USASK Esports, and we'll see how it goes. I mean, realistically, you're just holding out for dear life here. UB Esports does not have a chance to rotate in any way. They don't have a Valkyrie. Alter is banned. They didn't play the Wraith. They don't even have a Mad Maggie to their name. Their only hope is to walk this one in directly. There they are, point blank. Couple shots. There's the Rolling Thunder around the back, and I fear it is not a good location. UB from the inside. The zone is ticking. Point blank. Sask decides to drop on them. Sask, what are we doing? Easy mode to drop, but instead UB gets to walk forward here. Dirty starts slow. Think will go down. Sleepy Sami finds one, and it is a 2v1 situation. Resets around the back with the lifeline. Don't mean for much here, as NMSU Crimson are on the exterior just as well here. A fight for the other side with the rotates ahead for UB. A burn in the back on the Dirtiest Donuts. Pajama will go down. A 1v1 situation for the likes of El Jukebox here. New Mexico will find nothing as UB will burn to the end there. Barely surviving. MST Gold now fights for their own. Swolo is low, but Purdue Black's Waukee cannot extend out of this exchange. As a result, double Dutch here and the likes of Mojo. It's one quick cleanup away. It was a great start for Purdue Black, but their game two is more than lackluster here. Raw. Plenty of teams, though, still left in it. 4 squads remaining. Maybe not the height, but remember, this is the lower round. Air State Crimson are going to be the ones in the heart of zone. Everyone else ain't in it. Gamerhawks Navy have a purchase of bridge, but every other team is not in zone right now. I cannot make this shit up. Now, granted, it is a hard zone to play. But it's not one team hard zone to play. As a result, TNT Gibby Hands will at least give themselves some presentation on the bridge here. If they don't have the best cover, guess what? They have the Newcastle for a castle wall to give themselves what they need. Oh my god. Even Gamerhawks Navy just left the zone to see if they could hold out another team there. So TNT Gibby Hands are even more protected. And you can see that the minute that you have Gamerhawks walk back into the bridge area, TNT Gibby Hands is right here ready and waiting. ISU Haymakers, my personal favorite in this lobby. Not because they're good, but just because I like them. Not to say they're bad. They're all right. They got a couple of chunks of damage in return. Illinois State Redbirds is racing for the center zone just as much. That, by the way, that shitty joke got them on to follow. That's impressive. Anyways, MST, they got a couple of knocks here. Trade for trade against UB, and you know what? The height's the difference for Dirtiest Donut. Dragon's Reach ain't much better, but you know what? Gas trap for gas trap. Flesh will be found. A reset from the other side, and we are leaving this one all in the face of, well, just one here to get the job done. Double Dutch with a quick reset of the Newcastle on the outskirts, and MST will be able to pull this one back together in the face of UB Esports there. A full thirst finish is judged from Illinois State. Redbirds gets the knocks. Meanwhile, a couple knocks from the likes of the Gamerhawks against GCU. Mikey with a long-range knock onto Skytra. Somehow Northwestern Purple is still hanging on for dear life on the very, very edge. Strafey and Slap Trap, not much better themselves, stuck underneath the bridge. GC will go down. Haymakers is not much better from behind the knockdown. Asian Hulk Bro will try to survive and thrive playing off of the portal tack. And you know what? Against Strafey, maybe it could have taken it. Instead, a Rolling Thunder will find knocks where they count against the box. 9 squads remaining, and there's a handful of rats here in the final moments. Illinois State Redbirds have the best position in zone. That is all you need to know right now. ISU Haymakers rat will be found out in 9th, and that's still a terrible start for the likes of the ISU squad. A collapse for Strafey, and realistically, we need to start getting these revives up into play. UT Tyler in the center here, trying to control Northwestern Purple on the rotate, but instead finds themselves caught down with 2. The gas continues to tick away for a couple full thirds as Northwestern gets the reset off there. There's Shura, healed this one back up. A race towards Bridge, and Shura will go back down at the hands of Strafey up above. Sentry and Clam, not much better there. From the outside and edge of zone, UT Tyler surviving as a rat, but instead is thirsted out here. Northwestern Purple, 2 for maybe a reset. There's a chance underneath the bridge as the Jonkler will be found for UT Tyler. A pull is necessary as the Gamerhawks get their heal. A slow lock forward on the bridge, and they're going to contest for the same space as MST Gold. Clam, last remaining member here for Northwestern Purple, and they've barely got themselves a position in zone. MST Gold finally breaching out with the new Castle Wall on the eastern side. Castle Wall for Castle Wall. Double Dutch with the Sentinel. A couple of shots as you don't reset your peak as TNT Gibby Hands is going for this mono-e-mono. Failnix for Failnix. Defense for defense. And Gamerhawks have their own pressure. They're now officially pinched. 2 full teams on either side of them, and I can imagine you ain't got much time to work with here. Illinois State Redbirds, once again, the furthest team outside of this. Gamerhawks will be finished off there. Ferris State are down below. More pressure up above as MST will get the full knock onto Aqua. And you know what? That might be the difference maker here against TNT Gibby Hands. A couple missiles and a re-knock means for MST, there is no utility reset. The problem is MST are going to continue to play for the late game here. They want to hold on to this zone and just pressure them with utility where it counts. Breaking down that castle wall would be the difference maker. Lower team wins for free. Amand, I think it's Illinois State Redbirds. I think they control this one. I think you see a good setup from Illinois here. That's my bet. You bet on Ferris State Crimson. Let's see who wins on this horse race, all right?
Subject spotted.
Loki, give me Imperial Hound. There's the break of the castle wall, and with it comes the knock onto Macarios. MST Gold finally able to drop down the thermites that will shred through the armor. Macarios is a re-knock, ticking on the flesh found as they will be peppered by Illinois State. It's the reason they can't cross here. Ooh. One final shot would do someone in there, but no one finds a knock where it matters. Gibby Hands will drop to the low ground, and immediately the Redbirds are here to pick up damage where it counts. A couple of nades up on high, and it is still success on either side of the board here. Hey, we'll see how it goes. Ferris State Crimson. Chat thinks Ferris is going to win. You know what? I'm all for it. 3 squads remaining as we say goodbye to TNT Gibby Hands. MST Gold and the rest of these teams are playing for the little that they have. A great missile strike from Judge. Meanwhile, Ferris State Crimson, they don't have a lot of time here. The mobile shield comes out too early. The mobile shield is too early, and you have to pray the castle wall is ready to go. I didn't see it if it was. Down to the low ground. Here comes Illinois State Redbirds right up against the edge of wall, but the launch is too far forward. Instead, MST Gold, they've got bridge for so long. They literally don't have to drop here. Oh my God, look at this. From up on high, throw a couple of gas traps down, and realistically, this lasted longer than any of us thought here. MST Gold, damage is found, and a dub is picked up here on the end of the day. I guess the second game of the day. You know what? Tell you what.
We have our Apex champions.
That bridge was in for so much longer than I gave it credit for. I mean, as that zone closed in, it just kept giving some extra love to MST there. I mean, more than I truly thought. I thought they were going to be forced to drop a hell of a lot longer. Anyways, big win for them. Let's jump on. Oh, that's not the scoreboard. Let's jump on over to the scoreboard while we do get the chance. Gotta switch this one over. With that game underway, MST Gold finds 29 points there. It is a balloon of a score line for them. That is damn good. 13 for Fair State, pales in comparison in second place. I'm guessing these players aren't very good since one is silver. We are, in fact, in the losers bracket, like Mike. The disparity in Collegiate is insane, right? They're competing for Premier League. And are these all American universities? No, there's actually a couple Canadian ones as well. It is North American. That being said, Collegiate has an insane disparity. You have the best teams in the league who have literally played in Pro League, like Vatari, Viz, Thalys, Theozen. I mean, like tenured players. Juxi, who's #1 ranked. And then you have, yes, at the very bottom of the brackets, you have, Cheater Mav. Cheater Mav was in Pro League. He was also in Collegiate before he was out as a cheater on Cheetah. I mean, it's insane. Most recent winner, Cloaked on Ottawa, or Cheetah, Redeemedawa. We don't know. Either way, Legitawa. Either way, fantastic stuff there across the board for most of these teams. But remember, this is the losers round for qualifiers, so you have a lot of squads who are going to end up in contenders. Premier League is the height, and so far, 36 teams have already been decided for Premier League. You're not watching those 36 teams right now. The top 2 from either one of these lobbies combines for the last 4 for a total of 40. So right now, if we took it as is, MST Gold would be moving on to Premier League alongside Purdue Black. And then if we went to the other lobby, Lobby A, which we're not watching, the Guelph Griffins and Georgia Tech Navy. By the way, that would be Purdue Black once again in Premier League, Georgia Tech once again in Premier League, but Guelph Griffins and MST, that would be the first time they would get in there. If you have any other questions about Collegiate, I'm more than happy to answer them. I've been watching it for 3 years now. I only started streaming it for 4 years. I was previously the coach of Texas A&M Maroon. When I graduated from Texas A&M, I decided to start streaming Collegiate. IFIM, not top 3 on the first tier list. I'm killing Zephyr. Great. Thank you. Good to know. In Minecraft. Jesus Christ. MST Gold with 42, Purdue with 31, albeit it is not much of a difference between them and the Illinois State Redbirds. They have better placement, but a hell of a worse KP advantage. Judge, ICX, and Kostenko only have 8 KP for their incredible placement thus far. That being said, we are going to be moving this one on over to Olympus. When you say they were in Pro League, you mean like actual Pro League. Yes. Vatari, who currently plays for Bellevue University. There you go. He was on Oversleepers in North America. Thalys, who plays for USM, was on Orin Esports. He was also on multiple South American Pro League championships. He plays for United States. He plays for, hey, look, there's my collegiate tournament. Hey, look, there's them in Octane. Right? Oh, this would be perfect. Ottawa, RJ. He played at the Open, but not much to say there. Cloaked, Pro League, multiple splits of Pro League. He played for Temper. Fisher, Serial Cat. Serial Cat played for 5-star. He played also for Most Loved. How about Bellevue? Oh, Belvin's got Muffins. I mean, he is Muffins. Oh, I only know NA players for most part. These are all NA mostly, except for Thalys. Thalys is the only South American player. Every other Pro League that I just named is North America. They're the low North America, but yeah. Good old Muffins. He's currently, how old is he? He's 32. Anyways, shout out to Muffins. Random side check on Muffins. Does Juxi have any history? Mostly Challenger Circuit. Not much to say there. Guelph Griffins, future streams. He played for Damage. They finished 11th in NA. All right. He is now, Future Streams is now playing for Cumberland University. asking about most teams are because I know. Yeah, it's Serial Cat's no more. New roster at Fishers without him. Really? Who replaced Serial Cat? Because Serial Cat's damn good, bro. Golden setting. Interesting. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Like Mike, I've been watching it for 3 years, personally. But here's me. Here's this guy. Oh wow, look at all my Pro League stuff. Anyways, as a coach, I coached Texas A&M for multiple seasons, and there you go. Wee. Second, couple firsts, whatever. How different is the contenders versus premier quality of matches? That is a great question. This is a very hard question, I will say. Contenders, I feel like, is more competitive because the lobby is closer in skill level. Premier League can be quite intense because you have pro level players, and then at the bottom end of Premier League you have plat diamond level, right? And so it can get bad sometimes. I will say I do think Premier League is going to be better this year with the upper bracket, lower bracket. I think the fact that we have the difference there between the two is very big. Is this the correct golden? Elevates golden. All right, so it's elevate. And he most recently played for GJAP. There you go. Low-key aiming for not 40th. I've been in Pro League 2, but I still don't have a Liquipedia page. That's brazy, bro. I've been in Pro League a couple times. No, I'm kidding. This just all says caster. Do I have any playing history? No, whatever. Just all these casts. Look how much I've fucking casted, bro. Look at all these I've casted over the years. ALGS, Esports Arena, BNM, Nerd Street, Celestial Cup, ALGS, Alienware, Realm, Apex Rising with Fallout. That was fun. Steel Series, eSwap, Alienware. Damn, bro. I was an analyst for SoarWiz and for CAD Warrior on KCP and FIR Strays. Oh. Very cool, brother. That is way cooler. All right. Oh, thanks, Collegiate Esports News. I love you guys. You guys are like my favorite. Please stop talking about me in your videos. I don't know who even gave you that picture of me. Guys, do I stop talking about future streams in my videos even though he is a public player? I don't know who even gave you the picture of me. The university did. Cumberland University gave me the picture of you because you're a public player. Do not stop talking about him. I will probably not stop talking about him because he will do well. And when a player does well, I will talk about them. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. That's it. It's very simple. All right. 16 squads remaining already, and we've missed out on MNSU getting eliminated. The reality is it doesn't matter much, but we do introduce Olympus here on a Zone 1 close. Call him beautiful? I'm not trying to aggravate him. What did you say that pissed him off? Like, Mike, you can go on that video and you can see, you know what I said about him? I said he's an incredible addition to the Cumberland roster, and he's going to be a huge replacement for Cumberland this season because he's that good. That's what I said about him. I said he's fantastic. I don't know what.
Let's relocate here.
He's a character. MNSU. I say N's weird, all right? I say NMSU. It sounds like an M. Yo, Tom, you're good at Yeah, I really don't know what to say about that. You know what? Success hates success sometimes, and you know what? I can't blame people for that. I understand it. If you're mad at yourself, then there's nothing you can do. If you're upset with yourself and you have to take it out on somebody else, there's nothing nice I can say about you. I see ISU being so unserious in the video, so funny. Yeah, I asked ISU for photos, and they sent me those. So, best I could do. Why did bro tweet that? What the fuck? He's just that guy. He's just that guy. And you know what? I'm so nice that I will respect his wishes. I will not put him in future content. Fill you in. Future streams told me not to tweet at him and not to put him in videos. That's it. That's it. Tweet us whenever, of course. Purdue Black here, a couple of knocks down on the Jonkler, and that always makes me sad when it comes to UT Tyler. It's one of my favorite players. It's because of the name. The rest of the UT Tyler roster, Apex, won't be able to get out of dodge that much better, but you know what? A couple of thermites might be the saving grace here. And Maggie Ball will slow GCU down for now, and from up on high outside of the rift, you got some tough spots to deal with. 44 damage and a port away. A box from Zard. And you know what? UT Tyler's here to play. Good damage, 35, and a runaway out towards the edge of zone. GCU is very, very low, but they lost out on Zard from Calyx there. From what I believe is Purdue Black. Yeah, there they are on the other side. Little knock and a nade away, straight towards the rift area to see if they can get this full thirst. Remember, the other side of it is just barely in, so should be at least some level of recovery. Zard will get full thirst out there, but UT Tyler might be able to rat this one out. NMSU, they're kind of down to just one remaining member there. UT White, maybe not much better themselves, ticking damage against the edge of a Sparrow ultimate, and just barely Orange Z is able to get out of dodge. A Sheila from the likes of Nicaris is going to put MST down for one here in the center of Hammond Labs. The rest of that roster is just going to be trying to play for success, and meanwhile, it's not Hammond Labs, it's actually the Clinic. Looks almost exactly the same there. MST Mojo with another re-knock down, and remember, in the face of a Newcastle reset, you're always able to get this one played back together. Still though, for UT White, sitting on the blue health here, maybe this damage trade will get them better set up for the finish out towards that Gardens Grow area. Ferris State and FIU Panthers. They'll take their time towards the Grow Towers for now. Meanwhile, UT White, like I said, gotta fight this out. Can't have the Clinic completely alone. We'll see how it goes. Welcome, Birdie. Always good to see you. Couple ports and away, and UT White will lose out on that fight, truly breaking out in a way they can take advantage of. Meanwhile, Illinois State Redbirds, they're covering the best they can. MST Gold, they're on the outskirts, and they could choke this however they see fit, but Mojo takes it low for the time being. UT Tyler, that's the rotate, at least into zone. They were able to get a complete recovery. Ferris State Gold, Zendikar, Blue, and Otto, all full health here. The craziest thing is I'm casting this, and none of them are fighting. Every single one of them. There we go. Ferris State finally gives us a drop to count on. There's the beautiful Maggie, at least to get the drill on the other side. Beams from behind the castle wall, surprises Archangel. They'll go go-see-do, running around the Rosie here as the Barbecue King finds the knock on to Otto. Mythic Crate on the other side will be the reward here, but not before GCU will find that final elimination on to the likes of the Gamerhawks Navy. 15 squads remaining, and Archangel should be able to invest in this Mythic Crate. That'll be a big win for them there. It's not like the craziest win, but you know what? A win's a win. NMSU Crimson isn't far away from them, and they could be choked out. Meanwhile, the rest of this lobby gonna have to head up north to the Gardens Clinic area. if you are stuck in the Grow Towers, it's not the worst rotate, but if you are being held out, it's about as damn bad as it gets. Northwestern Purple, one of the few teams actually going to be pushing into the clinic area here. Meanwhile, for UT Tyler, a loss onto the Jonkler means it's just Clam remaining. A slide out in the way will force Double Dancel back down to the low ground here for UT White, who is once again back into the choked area here. Northwestern Purple now is going to be the team controlling the outskirts, as we've got a multi-stage setup here inside the clinic, and it does not include UT Tyler. Jonkler was at least pulled back up to health. Zard is got the beacon recovery. It's just, you need a mobile at this point to get them back into play. Let's go gambling. All right, ISU Haymakers, you've disappointed me thus far. Can you turn this one around? You got TNT Gibby Hands right alongside you, and I pray this breaks out into a fight that looks a hell of a lot better for the Haymaker squad. Come on. 31 damage, it's a start. TNT Gibby Hands will already get themselves set up for the rotate ahead here. A mobile shield will go awry, as at the end of the day, you're shooting with an L-Star. Soares doesn't find much of a knockdown, as it does look like Jonkler will be full thirsted from UT Tyler in that kill feed. Meanwhile, for the ISU Haymakers, this ain't an answer yet. You are still not in zone here. MNSU Crimson should be able to play into the garden, so they will be fine. But with 15 squads remaining, Bear State Gold's happy as a solo for some reason. I don't know why we're investing into a solo shot into New Mexico here, but you know what? End of the day, both of these teams are able to get out of dodge. Meanwhile, Samus G with the drop on the kayak spells differently for the likes of the ISU Farmer squad. GCU able to get inside zone and could hold out NMSU Crimson depending on their health, but they got Purdue Black up on height here, so it always makes it difficult.
Yeah, I got one over there. Cancel that.
All right. Couple of burns from the ISU Haymakers on the edge of that drone, and for TNT Gibby Hands, that's enough for Asian Hog Pro to get the job done. Kayak will drop to the low ground to survive as Aqua is running for the hills. But the last we checked in on the Haymakers, they were losing one, and now they're almost done. TNT Gibby Makers, they're going to be running out and away. Kayak is still up on height. MST Gold could invest into this if they want. From behind the boxes, they're happy to pump a couple shots down, but the Haymakers have dropped to the low ground for now, of course. Back up on to high. There's the nade and the knock on from Mojo. If I'm MST, I'm, yes, pushing this one. TNT Gibby Hands will inevitably be found out here, as we'll see if the remnants of ISU are... No, they don't even push ISU. ISU are still in it. We got a goddamn cluster here on the same side of Grow Towers. You're not completely forced to go out, but you better hope you've got the Valkyrie to burn with. There's the wall with the, at least the, I mean, from behind the building, you got a Valkal. There's not much more to say at that. ISU Haymakers have smoked them out of their, at least, hidey hole, and that's going to be a complete, I mean, that's a cluster to put USask back together there. Purdue Gold, Fair State Crimson, USask, this is tough money. GCU and NMSU Crimson, they're in a similar situation themselves, forced out of the Gardens area. GCU will hit and take to the skies there. I don't know if they ever get that one out, because Purdue Black's already rotating into zone here. Birdie's got the right take. This is as bad as it gets. There's a lot of the clinic available, though. Several teams will die. USass the first to go. Illinois State Redbirds fighting for space against the Fair State Crimson roster. There'll be the Illinois State Redbirds finding the knocks down. Quick reset on to Kostenko and crew. MST will hold out for dear life as Soares chokes out teams down below here with the ISU Haymakers. Northwestern Purple have been inside the clinic area for as long as I can count, and somehow, some way, GCU went from Gardens to clinic in a second flat there. The Valkyrie Ultimate gives them their survivability. We'll say goodbye to the single remaining member of UT White with 9 squads remaining. I mean, most teams are inside zone. The ISU Haymakers are down to just 1 remaining, or 2 remaining members there, able to pull that one back up for 3. Is it weird that I like ISU's position? I don't know. Little bit of safety and recovery there. Big cracks found. UT Tyler will be wiped out as the Haymakers pull to the high ground here, but it's not before it finds a trade of 2. MST, with response of their own, are going to be trying to pull Mojo back into this. That might give ISU Haymakers the chance to go for a double revive recovery down below there. Northwestern are still in the height, and we've got a clusterfuck of teams still stuck inside the clinic area here. I tell you who's here, but the reality is there's just too many damn teams. Mojo once again taking the full brunt of damage there from this rotate, and already Northwestern Purple's beginning to eye you out. There's Sentry with the knock onto Mojo again, and they're going to be forced to recover. Purdue Black's got a hell of a chunk of information here, trying to charge that EMP back up into this one as MST Gold will be finished off at the hands of ISU and a couple other squads here. For ISU Haymakers, they might be the next team out, but it honestly depends on how this plays. Realistically, they play right up against that wall. ISU Haymakers should be fine. NMSU is going to rotate right there alongside the likes of Purdue Black. We got a couple line drive shots from Illinois State Redbirds against ISU Haymakers on the other side of that building there. Purdue Black to heal a little bit, and you can tell they're trying to look for New Mexico on the other side. 7 squads remaining. GCU, Northwestern, ISU Haymakers, Illinois State Redbirds, Purdue Black. That's 5. GCU, that's 6. Northwestern looking for a kidnap opportunity and really finds just about nothing. No chances there as NMSU Crimson will be finished off in their entirety by just Waukee. Meanwhile, the Haymakers, they're going to fight for space. Looks like Illinois State Redbirds finds the knock of 1 here on the Waukee. Haymakers want to look for this, but the problem is getting shot out is that much worse of an option. Waukee, Tharquisha down. Purdue Black has become the topic of the town. Looks like with 1 remaining member there, they're going to be able to find that last final remaining member, but not before there's those full couple of thirsts. Purdue Black down to just 1 remaining member. ISU is the team on the outside right now. Kind of not a bad spot for this team. I may be an ISU bias here, but I'm kind of liking it, chat. The rest of these teams are going to be forced out of this building a hell of a lot sooner here, and it's going to get dastardly for how they survive. If you're GCU, if you're Northwestern Purple, okay, Northwestern Purple's on top of the height. I like Northwestern Purple's position the best because they can control how they walk out of this one, but it's still rough. Purdue Gold will be found, and there's just 1 remaining member of Purdue Black, so you have ISU Haymakers on the outside, and then you have Illinois State, GCU, and Northwestern all playing the same building here. And yes, Callus from Purdue Black, drilled for now. Here's the drone, at least for the second. Don't know if it'll lead to an EMP, but the setup is definitely available here. Callus taking their time on the outskirts as Northwestern Purples very slowly losing out in the height that they have. A peek up to the beginnings of this one will be Suarez from the Haymakers finding a drop on the Sentry. Redbirds will slowly thrust themselves onto the stairwell to keep this one alive as the Barbecue King finds a knock on Shura. GCU are still at an advantage. 3 members left standing here. Haymakers the same to be said. 5 squads as the building is slowly ticking. Haymakers on one side, Redbirds on the other, Northwestern up top, and on the inside, GCU. Illinois State Redbirds have already set galore with the rampart walls. Going to be burned from up above by the Northwestern roster. Kayak with a knock onto Kostenko here from the likes of the Haymakers. That's going to be another knockdown. Gold Flesh and the Redbirds are deleted down to the low ground. Kayak will go, but it'll drop right into the face of Callus here. The Haymakers need to finish the job, but it's not before they get the wipe onto Archangle. GCU's eliminated, but it comes at the cost of Kayak. And L-Star from point blank range on the switch up from Clam up to height here. It is a 1v1v1. Clam down to the low ground. A climb up from Purdue, and Clam just wants to survive. Callus will go down, and the Haymakers versus Clam. A 1v1 scenario. Haymakers for Iowa versus the likes of Northwestern. A 45 for 45 crack. Shield cell for the power amp as the climb up will come through. There's the reload. Little peek around the stench, and the Haymakers pull it off in the end. Oh my God. Literally down to a 1v1v1. We don't talk about it enough. We're going to talk about it on the scoreboard, but shout out to Callus from Purdue Black surviving to the top 3 there. But again, congratulations to the Iowa State Haymakers. Culture Garlic, I don't know, or Cultural Garlic, I don't know if you're in here still, but there you go. There's your Iowa State win. Little refresh and a reload coming out of game 3 here. Game 3, I asked you guys over under Purdue Black 7.5 KP. They walk away with 11. Actually, I believe that was from the game 2. That is game 2. Sorry, that's an under. I never did an under prediction. That's my bad. All right, ISU Haymakers with 26 there, 14 KP. And yes, Purdue Black surviving to the top 3 is better than good. 7 points for their placement, 11 for their KP at 18 overall. That's a damn good score line, especially for a rat to get there. Had they gone out earlier, they'd only be walking away with about 12 or 11, maybe raw, maybe potentially 14 to tie for Northwestern. So every point counts. Northwestern in second with only 5 KP, even though they were playing from height. And there you go. GCU with 7, Purdue with 7 themselves for KP. 12, 10, respectively on the placements. Illinois State Redbirds, they have a great setup on that eastern side, I guess northern, but they just don't get to hold out against the ISU Haymakers there. So, overall standings, Purdue Black with 49, MST Gold with 46. The Redbirds keep it competitive at 34. ISU Haymakers make a dastardly return and now are all the way up to 30. There is a gap beginning to form here, folks. Remember, only the top 2 qualify for Premier League. Already, MST Gold and Purdue Black are a mountain ahead. Illinois State Redbirds needs 13 points to surpass MST Gold. That's not a small function. ISU Haymakers needs 17 points to surpass MST Gold. Now remember, this is a 3-game series left to go, but as we've seen time in, time out, these teams continue to raise the bar every step of the way. So I wouldn't even count out Abilene Christian University, but there is, okay, but ISU has been rolling. You're not wrong. In the previous lobby, the Haymakers looked good, and this is the best thing, Group T. They just won, but if I was you, I'd be shaking my head at these first 2 games. A 1 point and a 3 point, that could be a difference maker. I mean, everyone likes to talk about those future games, right? They had to have a big game. You're right. They catch back up. But when it comes down to the first and second game, if they don't make it, they're going to be beating themselves up that is the 2 games that slow them or at least hold them back. All right? Nah? All right. You heard it here from the man himself, Mr. Group T, from the varsity roster of Iowa. If they don't make Premier, they're okay. All right. Checking in with the other lobby while we wait. The Guelph Griffins now take to the lead. Pretty impressive from them. Even without future streams, they make a great replacement in Mouse. Zakaria and Plum Toaster there themselves. Pretty good. Winthrop Garnet, a big surprise from them. They've just barely tied it out with a win against Georgia Tech Navy, who had been in second place this entire time here. All right. It is a incredible. Exactly. They have 2 years last. Mike is wrong. Yeah, I do not know who Mouse is. Hold on. Real quick, double checking. Mouse matches. Octane, Team Inferno. Octane. That is crazy. No kills their first Octane scrim. 8 kills in Infernal. 5 kills. Placements up around 121. Placements up around 2, though. Only 8. And kind of hit or miss. The damage is great, though. 7,900, 9,000. Room to improve, but pretty impressive. All right. My favorite thing, I always like this one. Player standings, each individual game. 2,600, 2,500, 2,900. I'm going to give you guys a prediction over under 2,850 damage leader. Over, under. You guys got 5 minutes to get that in. 2,850 in the individual game. It has been best by Kalisk at least once, and it's been pretty damn close every other time here. Overall standings, still plenty of time to go, but more importantly, we do go back to Olympus one more time before we jump over to World's Edge here. All right. Do you play team fight tactics? Sometimes. I used to bring a laptop to physics 2 and play team fight TFT in class the entire time. There you go. Any other? I love college esports news. I love what Sheerden's doing over there. One of my favorites. All right, let's jump on over, guys. 3 games to go. 3 games to settle in show. 18 squads remaining off the bat here, and we've already got this first zone done and decided for us. Kind of a repeat.
Take that back. My bad.
Yes, OI, thank you so much. You know, OI, if you ever want to team up for an event, I'm happy to do so. I've never asked, but we could totally do an Octane Zephyr event if you wanted to. He wants your admin codes. Why do you keep pulling up our picture? It was, I never closed it. It wasn't on purpose. I just forgot to close it. I actually just like looking at you, man. UTY will be the first team found by the USAS roster. Zendikar shooting just about nothing in the face of Purdue Black here. And you know what? You better wish you did hit something, because here comes that Purdue Black roster to tussle on the muscle. What the fuck is your problem? You're saving it for later?
I got one over there.
You sure? I have no idea what you're talking about. You know what, Speed Demon? I save all my pictures of you guys, because, whatever. I like how you said, what the fuck is your problem? I don't know. Group T, leave it be. It's really, it's no big deal. You can't please everybody on Earth, alright? There's literally nothing you can do. NMSU Crimson struggling for success here on the outskirts. GCU's got him peppered on the side. They are separate, but you know what? Damage is enough to scare NMSU. GCU will fight for this one on the outskirts.
Extended heavy
Keep
mag
including.
here. Level
Nah,
3.
see, and you know what? I'm not gonna do that, man.
Let's move here.
I'm gonna respect his wishes. I'm just not gonna put him in any videos anymore. And that's that. That means I will not be putting any Cumberland content for the rest of the semester, probably then.
Hostile spotted.
So we'll see how that goes.
You're being aimed at.
Zero Cumberland means 0 slasher memes. You should just not bro. Slasher gonna be doing tricks on it. That's true. And Slasher can talk to him. So you know what? That's what I'll say. Just ask him why. That's actually a great question. I'm just gonna reply why.
You're in their sights.
I got one over there.
Closed door here.
All right, there you go. No. Slasher's good. See, but I'm not trying to aggravate anybody, Meadsy. I'm actually just trying to say nice things about you guys. Unless you were Trev Michi. I did, but you know, that's not even not nice. That's just honest. That's just the truth. He just ghosted you. All right. Anyways, Zard with the knock on to Otto here for UT Tyler. That'll be a knock for now, and potentially, and we'll see how this goes. The rest of the Tyler roster will be shot in the back here from Barbecue King, and you know what? It's not looking much better for the rest of the Tyler squad. A couple of damage from afar down, and Jonkler somehow, someway gets out of dodge here. Fox is going to keep that one running and gunning to at least slow them down for now against GCU. Zard is still in it, albeit separate from this team for now. They might be able to get this revive off. A couple of teams rotating into the Hammond area for now. FIU Panthers stuck on the inside. As remember, this zone is pulling all the way towards that outskirts mix of the solar array / the Grow Towers area, and that, of course, new POI that we talked about at least earlier about a season ago. Use SAS to take the skies. They start with an early pickup of KP this time around. You know what? A full thirst on a Zendikar means you'll get just that much more. I mean, I don't got much more to say about FIU Panthers. They'll rotate eventually. This is a choice. That car is... You've got to be kidding me. Whoa. What are we doing? Illinois. Someone get ICX on the phone right now. What was that? Why are we doing that? I was like, oh, they're gonna get out of the car eventually, right? No. Okay. You know what it happens. UB Esports here from around the back finds knocks all that it counts. Point blank reloads will inevitably find Micah is cool there from the side of Abilene Christian University. Sadly playing as a solo, not much more to say for them there. ISU Haymakers has been a damn good game one, but now they got to contest against the likes of a Sparrow Ultimate and MSU Crimson pumping nade for nade on nade. And the Haymakers are able to at least keep it safe for now. Looks like the Gamerhawks will wipe out TNT Gibby Hands, and we are deleting half of this roster. Most teams are still stuck in zone. They're not even in the correct position to play for zone here. That EMP doesn't even land. Whose EMP is that?
Let's go here.
Guys, the lower round is honestly the most entertaining thing I've ever seen when you really think about it. ISU Haymakers will find a first knock onto NMSU as return from Frost there makes it a 2v2 over towards the choke. Purdue Black will fly in here, and honestly, this choke is chaos. You got FIU Panthers on one side, and the ISU Haymakers, I don't think they realize that, choked out and suffered. Check DM, says not core you. Don't, that's rude. Don't do that. Barbecue King there, and the rest of these teams will hold on as somehow UT Tyler, even though they face some of the worst, the toughest shots in the back here, they were at least able to set themselves up for now. Olympus might be the least fun comp experience I've ever had. Well, you know what? It's damn fun to watch, Suarez. GCU here. They're at least finding one onto FIU as these teams are still fighting in zone for some reason. Ferris State down to one remaining member. The zone 3 is truly ticking, and with 45 seconds to go, I can't imagine any of these rosters survive. I would love to give you the hard and thick of it and tell you about the real zone play, but the reality is everyone is fighting inside a zone.
Listen, let's move that way.
Dad is bored. You know, you say that. Olympus is my favorite map. It's one of my favorite maps of all time. I fucking love this map. Do I think it's comp ready? Yes, I think every map's comp ready. I like watching you suffer. You need to leave? Nah. Olympus is great. I love Olympus. It is the worst map in all the game. I think it's awesome. I think it's one of my favorites. Northwestern purple here. You got shots and a half to deal with. EA cuts me fat checks too, but they also don't tell me to say Olympus is great. I just like Olympus. I'll tell you right now, EA is not telling Wig what to say. If he says something, that's him. UB Esports, they get the response on to UT Tyler in a way that makes a man like me cry. With the full send to finish the job, that'll be UB defending the northern side. Meanwhile, Ferris State Crimson right up against the likes of FIU, and they don't got to do much here. Mikey able to find one, and the Jan Bros, one of that last remaining members, to at least rat this one out for now. We talk about the center position in zone, and no one, and I mean no one, has been able to see. Zeph, last game you missed my 2 kidnaps and then spec'd me. I'm sorry, Clam. You know what? It happens, all right? It happens. Do you think Sage enjoys the fact that he took all that damage for the 75 that they just took on the charge rifle there? Because that is rough. I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh. I should not laugh at that. That is bad, bro. That is just bad. He tries to tell us how do you think y'all just run enough to keep them happy so you can keep tracking. I would say this, Dad. You'd be surprised how much leniency we're really given to discuss the game. It's not, you don't have to parrot or say stuff like that. They're not going to fire you for disliking. You should see the discussions we've had with them. It is, I mean, seriously, it's not that crazy. NMSU Crimson here. You know what's crazier? Trying to survive as a duo. Frost is now pulling that one back up to health for the time being, as Pajama could be reset, but the reality is Purdue Black is inevitable. All right, there we go. Double drop knockdown. GCU's Archangel will try to get a response here. Already wiped out with 7 squads remaining. We'll say goodbye to them. And in the meanwhile, Fair State Crimson will try to pump this one out from up above. UB Esports finding the final remaining wrap there of FIU Panthers. Takes us down to the top 5 as we also say goodbye to USask Esports. We got Air State, Purdue Gold, Northwestern, Purdue Black, and USask there. Or no, not USask. UB. Point blank, Sage running it into Northwestern here. Sentry's low. All it takes is one good swing, but Samus is caught out from on high. You have to wonder, will Purdue Black third this? Instead, Northwestern finished off with literally no space to play. Fair State in the center zone, UB on the outskirts, and both Purdue rosters playing the western side. We'll see how it goes.
Focus up. Busted there.
I mean, you've got the castle wall. Thank you. It's not a great position, but you know what? It's going to have to do. UB Esports, they got the follow through right behind the back here. Up on high, the 45 will ring through. Dragon's Reach is playing dip, dive, and dodge to finally get a knock onto Mikey here against Ferris State. Up on the height as the missile swarm will get for Pure, but not before they have to walk this one back because you just don't have your team. Meanwhile, big range knocks, big range damage, and the rotation in from Purdue Black here on the outside. Purdue Gold's more than happy to rotate the other side of this one and mirror their sister school roster, or their sister team. Fair State down to just the turbo. And you know what? The Newcastle's a damn good team to have set up here for the final moment left alive. A couple of options. Waukee, Tharquisha, and Kalisk. They just have to bide their time. The only thing I worry about here is a third party from the gold roster killing them out. Fair State's not much better for themselves, but meanwhile, Purdue Black are finally ready to get down and dirty with it. Waukee and Kalisk are low, so they'll have to take the time to at least heal for now, but it comes at the cost of Dirtiest Donut. We don't know if he got the reset off, but remember, as long as Purdue Black takes these teams down to a duo each, they are in the driver's seats. A quick rotate from behind the knockdown shield, and with flesh found in the face of those P-2020s, the melee's diving. It'll be a longbow shot that brings Waukee down for a knock. And realistically, he'll have the time to recover. Purdue Gold as a trio playing the outskirts, taking their time. We'll see how it goes. Fair State Crimson, maybe not much better than themselves, but the reality is they are stuck on top of each other here. This is, in fact, a setup. That is a setup. And look at this. You've got the Rampart setup coming through here just as well. I mean, it is wall on wall on wall. I went to Home Depot today, and I didn't see half as many walls as what I'm looking at right now. Purdue Black getting a couple of final scans in the paint here as Tharquisha's brought low. Fair State could look for more. One good drop from Mikey, and that's all you really need. Meanwhile, Gold is primed and ready to win this game. I mean, because of that stack and because of that trade potential between Purdue Black and Fair State, I'd be surprised if the Gold roster doesn't come through here. Little peek is there. There's going to be... Oh, the drone doesn't land. The craziest thing about that drone is you didn't have to send it up to height in any way that they could shoot. I'm surprised that they do, but in the end, I mean, Mikey gets a knock onto Waukee there, but the quick Newcastle res means that Ferris State just don't get to punish this.
Let's go this way.
Shout out to Ferris State, though, by the way. Truly handling Purdue Black in the best possible situation here. Now with the rampart walls down, I mean, this is a tough spot to be. Callis going to try to at least port this one out. I mean, towards the edge of zone, it is something to work with, but you just saw how Gold was able to completely dome you here. Back into the port play is, while they will put damage down into Gold, it's just, it's just not, this is not it.
Keeping an eye on that quadrant.
It's Purdue Gold's game to lose. Ferris State Crimson, they're going to try to rotate towards the very, very edge of zone here. Purdue Black potentially towards the low ground. Gold is set up in spades to control the edge of zone there. The minute Purdue Black comes into the face of the likes of Ferris State there, Waukee should be going down. And instead, we're going to see a huge chunk of shield damage from Purdue Gold up the height. The only thing is I hope they're watching the other side. There goes Waukee at the hands of Turbo here. I mean, this is just the slow choke. Purdue Gold have this one, I mean, hook, line, and sinker. As long as they don't mess up this final exchange, it is all said and done. And you know what? They've even got the castle wall here for extra defense up above. Ferris State Crimson from behind the shields. Now getting targeted out by Gold. Mikey is low, and the shots from up on high makes this difficult to survive. Crimson goes down to the hands of Purdue, and now it is a JV versus Fostery battle here. Dreamcast low, Sage not better. A slam up the height, and a trade 1-for-1. Sage from behind the wall will get the full thirst on Tharquisha as the reset comes through almost immediately to make this a 3v2. A drone will blast through as Gold loses one. Waukee is lower than themselves. Samus goes down, and with one final remaining in a 2v3 situation, the varsity squad shows why they are the dominant. What can you say?
We have our Apex champion.
I'm so upset. Gold has the height to work with. They even get the first full knock in thirst. But the varsity squad as a duo just completely deletes them. EMP into a Waukee masterclass. My God. All right, off to the scoreboard here. Let's take a look. We're looking at mouse. Whoops. From that game alone, Purdue Black puts 22, and honestly, it's not that explosive. Purdue Gold there in 18, though, is always a happy place to see. Sage, Samus, and Dreamcast from that roster. There's Ferris State, who worked their way into third, and hell, even some great KP from UB Esports. Northwestern, FIU Panthers, and Gamerhawks share quite a bit themselves. I asked you guys over under 2,850. The answer was not even close. UB had 2,143. Zeph, please don't watch me, bro. Why? My Newcastle is so bad. You know, it's you guys did manage to at least win that game though when you shouldn't have. And so I'm impressed. I am impressed. Scoreboard for the overall, Purdue Black, they made Premier League. There is no catching up. With 2 games to go here, the competition is now officially for second place. Purdue Black was a Premier League level roster and now definitively have proved that they deserve to be there again. It was a shock that they didn't make it there to begin with, but at 71 points, I mean, it would have to be a monumental turnaround from these other teams to usurp them. And the truth is, as you guys know and love it, I don't think Purdue Black is getting cut out here. MST Gold, 46 points there. They are currently in second place, but from that last game, only had 0. Of course, Ferris State Crimson and Purdue Gold just caught up big, and now are only sitting 8 points behind MST for the tie and 10 points for Purdue Gold. If MST does manage to do well in this game 5, though, it might be a death sentence for these other teams. Looking at the other lobby while we have the chance, much tighter. USU Goats at 61, Guelph at 56. There's Winthrop Garnet just fell down. Georgia Tech Navy at 41. It is a 20-point disparity right now between the top 4 with 1 game to go here on World's Edge, or 2 games to go on World's Edge. So You have positions, drops, etc. Let's target one player. You guys, give me a player to target. Pick a player for me. Give me a player. Other than first, it's really close. Me, Suarez, Asian Hulk bro. Could. Mikey. It's a good pick from Fair State. The first double I see. Not me. If you want to swap to other game for the final game, we can do it. If you don't want to show, we'll leave it up to thee. It really comes down to the... It comes down to the final one. Asian Hulk. All right. There you go. There's the double. Asian Hulk, bro. Currently in 10th overall with 8 KP and 3,461 damage. Currently, will probably still be on the Wraith. Asian Hulk, bro, each game here has scored currently, let's see, he had 0, 1, 7, and 0. Let's do start prediction. Asian Hulk, bro, over under 3.5 KP. Over, under. All right. You guys got 5 minutes to get that in. We want to see two more. We want to see 2 more Purdue Black wins. You know, Matthew Moose, that sounds so like you. Holy shit, what's up with the feet photos? Yo, that pinky toe looks like it was hit with dwarfism. Yeah, my pinky toe is really, really small compared to the rest of my foot. I have a small pinky toe. Rip. You know what? There you go. Pain. Oh my god, I never started the subathon timer. Oh, fuck. I just casted for like 2 hours, maybe. Oh my god, I just casted for like 2 hours without the subathon timer running. Oh, that's bad. Should I keep the timer or should I bring it down? There you go. Just minus it by 120. That is true. I should really just do that. All right. Okay, I need to go hydrate, so I'm gonna go grab a grotter. BRB. Hi, Louis. Yep, you can come join me. I'll go get water, but you can't come on me. I know. Yeah. Come on. Come on. You're so good. The fact that you listen to me is really cool. I'm very impressed. Let you join me on peeing this, but, you know, stand for once. That's a soft thing. It'd be kind of cool if I pissed in your litter box, bro. Can you imagine how absorbent that would be? Please get your head away from the stream. Please get your head away from the stream. No piss drinking. You're so... That's fucking crazy. That's insane. All right, Lewis. Thank you for the chaos that you bring to my life. Speed Demon, here you go. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. You want to come up here? We're almost in the game. Almost. I'll take it back to FaZe for a second. I'm happy to answer any more collegiate questions you guys have for the time being. What's poppin'? How's everything? It's good. We have a beautiful qualifier today. Are you doing power rankings again? I am. Do you think the state premier will be higher quality or lower than last split? Oh, I never got to answer that. I'll keep petting you. I'm sorry. Because we have an upper bracket and a lower bracket in Premier League now, where you have the lower lobby and the upper lobby. For those who don't know, Premier League is really cool this season. If you finish in like the bottom 8, I think, in upper bracket for Premier League, you get dropped to lower bracket or lower lobby the next week. And upper lobby has more points. So there's relegation every single week. So if you do well and you stay in the top 12, you maintain the highest point standing. If you don't do well, you get dropped to lower lobby. This semester? Yes. So if you, first week, they're seeded, right? I think, or random, or whatever. I don't know. 20 teams in each lobby. That will decide going into next week who gets upper lobby and lower lobby. It's an announcements group, T. It was announced like a month ago. From that point onwards, if you finish bottom 8 in the upper lobby, you drop down to the lower lobby. And you get less points there to qualify compared to the upper lobby. It's honestly, it's a really cool system. Every week you compete for your whatever. So, I think that's great. Does this affect me? It does. Every single week, Group T, you have to make sure you don't finish in the bottom 8. Because if you finish in the bottom 8, you get less points for the rest of it. Can you stop biting me? No bite. No bite. Okay. Thank you. Papa's hands are warm. Okay, but like, I think I finished bot A. Probably unsure it'll be across leagues, though. It would be cool in contenders. I just don't know if contenders is good enough for that, where it really matters. They're still kind of like learning a little bit. Anyways, last 2 games of the day. Of course, 18 squads here. Technically, it really is 17 because Abilene Christian University just has Micah. Are we dead ass 40th? Oh, the power rankers, if you do them. Oh, well, OY.
Let's go today.
As you can see here, where is it? Stage 2 weekly tier list for Premier. We hit that. And then that's stage 2. Where's weekly tier list for contenders? Right here. So there you go. So weekly tier list for contenders is over here at 320. We did hit that on the subathon. And here's the tier list for 70. So I got to do predictions soon. And we'll figure out the rest. College Fantasy Apex, please. Well, here's the problem. We're still 60 subs away from it, Elixirs. Delicious. Rap snitch canicious. Yeah, for the top, to get to 500, which is really my goal, we've got team video for every Premier team. We've got 420 for Collegiate Poker Night, 440 Collegiate Fantasy, 460 Color Your Hair Timbaland, 480, this is Collegiate Debate Night, which I'm excited for, of course, and then 500 is the IRL, Collegiate Apex Olympics. Everything more is just a big reach goal, and honestly, man. Bro, I got like halfway through a Future Streams 1v3 vid and saw you uploaded the same clip. It's a good clip. It's a great clip. The Future Streams 1v3, the drop on to Hawaii. It's a great clip. The Future Streams height up to Full Sail, also a great clip. Anyways, we'll jump into the ISU haymakers right as they start getting down and dirty with it. My favorite friend, Soares, finds his knock on to Chow, which lives up to their name. Sunny Bun here on the other side for FIU. We'll see how that goes. Micah, by the way, as a solo, is still finding knocks on the TNT Gibby hands. Shout out to him. What does the IRL Collegiate Olympics entail? If I get to 500 subs, I will be flying out people to Texas, and I will be hosting a IRL competition that will be Apex themed. So the challenges themselves will not take place in Apex. They will be things like races, etc. And you compete for the glory for your school, and yeah, yada yada yada. So it is a very fun IRL tournament. It should take place over 48 hours straight, and it's going to be a very, very fun thing. Obviously, I'm looking for sponsors and whatnot, but he's flying me out. The only person confirmed to be flown out is Limbox. Limbox is the only person who is confirmed to be flown out. Everyone else has to audition, because you can't be a chud. But think of stuff like, can I just drive there to watch? Maybe. What are we auditioning for? The IRL Collegiate Apex Olympics, if that happens, we still need 120 subs. But the whole way it would work is that there's like things like races, scavenger hunts, cosplay comp. I'm not going to reveal all of it, but there's a lot of fun stuff I have that's Apex themed, and it would be hosted here in Texas. Okay. Every IRL Olympics needs a mastic to fill that role. If I give subs during, can you beat up the person of choice? There will be. I will make a list of sub things that we can do. Okay. I feel if Group T doesn't go, it'll be lame. We will see. I will drive Dean PS down. You'll drive Dean to Texas. I want you to know there's going to be no hotels. You're forced to stay in my shoddy little apartment as part of the challenge. Let's get lawless TTV down there. Gives me an excuse to see my parents. Oh, real. What part of Texas? I live in College Station. Sleepover with Lewis? There won't be sleeping. There will not be any sleeping.
Target spotted.
Yeah, it's Texas A&M town. Bro lives at a station? Literally, I do. I'm sorry, I'm not really casting super well right now. GCU, realistically, they did not finish that kill, so there ain't much to cast.
Let's go here.
I mean, rotate around the back here, see if you can at least catch him out the rest. There's the dive and dip away. 17 squads remaining, and honestly, this is as competitive as it gets. NMSU Crimson a full thirst on to Viyama. Meanwhile, UB Esports, limitless range, almost goes down, but you know what? A conduit shield saves the day here. Do you know where most premier teams are from, like State and whatnot? I know where every premier team is from. If you give me the premier team, I'll tell you where. Purdue Gold, even in the face of early damage down, struggles. UB Esports, as a duo, only needs to get Dragon's Reach back up into play here. They've already got the full first on a couple of those knocks. And you know what? With a Sheila in hand, I don't know how that castle wall's up there. Where's West Virginia Wesleyan from? West Virginia. Zephyr, where am I from? California. You'll have some new teams to learn. That's true.
Heads up, got one here. Let's check out that way.
What's my home address? Don't know. Zephyr, where am I from? Hard. I don't know. I don't know. Zephyr, how many fingers am I holding? 4. Alright. Guess where Georgia State Collegiate University is from? Atlanta. You guys gotta stop distracting me. You're being too funny right now. Alright, I'm supposed to be doing hard cut analysis here of the games ahead. Alright? And you know, it is tough. Zephyr, guess what 9 plus 10 is? 21. By the way, the entirety of that last 30 seconds was just watching Gamerhawks close the gap on a knocked player. "19, you idiot" is fucking crazy. I hate you guys. Alright, boat check shots for a pin of damage or 2. UT Tyler finally is able to find, I would say the blue, but it's the purple. How did that bow shot do 1 Evo? It was the explosive damage from it, from range. Alright. Dragon's Reach, Dirtiest Donut, and Limitless range here now. I mean, there's still 4 healthy. UT Tyler is low-key losing this. We are still bow checking the shield. Oh my god, what are we doing, bro? Like, what are we doing? You guys have seen that Mandy clip where he goes, he hits the arc shot for literally 1 damage, and he just goes 1. He's like 65, 38, 1.
Listen, let's move here.
All right. I swear, if I have to watch these teams fight for this piece by piece, let's see if a kidnap works. Instead, it's a point blank send. Damn! If you have the capacity to absolutely destroy them, why are we taking our time? Zard will go down, but the rest of this roster's basically already eliminated. I mean, a Conduit Ultimate makes this so difficult, but goddamn. Oh my god. UT Tyler single-handedly go for the full send, and it looks absolutely perfect against UB. Now, the problem for UB is it wasn't a full thirst on this roster. They are able to get a couple of the members back. For now, Northwestern Purple, they're watching both sides of this equation, and they're going to see if they can gatekeep this. Remember, everyone is still in zone here. Ferris State Crimson, one of the few teams on the Mirage Etoile. Meanwhile, USASC, we saw initial knocks down. They're going to be able to get this recovery off as Overwild. The landslide area is an absolute cluster. Gamerhawks Navy, one of those teams, trying to see if they can set themselves up to this high ground area. I believe they're about to learn the struggle that is set up for them. This ain't even in zone. And they've got UB Esports already pressuring against them towards that western side. Purdue Black's underneath. Purdue Gold's coming from zone. MST is up above, dealing with Sparrow ult on Sparrow ult here. Somehow they actually do a great job blowing through them. Strafey will be the first one to find a knock onto UB Esports here from the Gamerhawks Navy. And Purdue Black, just as they come through from that choke, probably should opt to play the southern side. If they play through staging, it's completely empty. Another knock from Gamerhawks Navy, and we are point blank not moving here. MST is going to miss a couple shots, and we are trying to shoot through a thing we cannot shoot through. Dizzy with the complete reset, just barely brought back from the Gamerhawks Navy here. And once again, UB versus Gamerhawks is a struggle and a half. UT Tyler Apex, I've seen this one before. Deja vu. It ain't quite UB Esports, but it might be Northwestern Purple. Yeah, it is. Well, stuck in the cart here. Dragon's Reach with a double knock on to the likes of Gamerhawks. Might be a full wipe there, but remember, you got Purdue Gold just alongside you. Dirty Stone, not much healthier there. The Conduit Shield going to give them the opportunity to survive for that much longer. Meanwhile, there's the full walk forward, utilizing the mobile shield. Nice Arc Star will set this one up. Another nade through the back foot. And remember, Purdue Gold, they're happy to slowly work their way into this building. Meanwhile, port for port play there. No kidnap available from Purdue Gold. Instead, UB Esports now forced to play around the backside here. They got teams on all angles. A spare ultimate will force them forward whether they like it or not. But you know what? That's a damn good send that gets UT White down a member. Orange Z and Nicorus not much better themselves. The zone ticking. Dirtiest Donut down. A couple flesh found. That's going to be the full thirst as Orange Z's got to pull for the revive on the very edge of zone here with Dragons reach down. The last remaining member. Northwestern Purple will lose their fight to UT Tyler as UT White will get eliminated in full. UB Esports probably going to pull for just what they can in terms of banner recovery there alongside Purple Gold. The same to be said here. USAC's not much better themselves. Alexer, welcome. Illinois State Redbirds, one of my favorite teams in this lobby, deleting the likes of, I believe this is GCU. That's going to force them off a height, and in a perfect moment, they're able to get the full setup on the, at least, I mean, Sparrow ult. For now, GCU, though, able to get the health recovery, and Illinois State Redbirds, even as a duo, at least have height advantage to work within the face of a Rampart shield there. There's going to be another utilization of that Sparrow ultimate, but in smart thinking, really nice there. Illinois State Redbirds get themselves down to the low ground, utilizing the portal play. Meanwhile, ISU Haymakers are in the God spot for this zone, coming out of the high ground for Dorito Building. This is a fantastic spot to play from. UT Tyler, they've done a great job holding out UB Esports and now Northwestern Purple on that elimination. They'll turn their attention towards these last remaining squads coming out of landslide here. They have a decent walkthrough on that train line ahead. MST Gold, they might look for a wider rotation here if it gives them any chance to survive. Purdue Gold, just Sage left standing. Aqua, one remaining member, just as much as well here. Purdue Black, they're going to start to try to finish off some of these kills on the outside against, little do they know, their sister team. That JV roster to fall at the hands of Purdue Black here in a second. We'll see if they hold him out just as much. UT Tyler has opted to play directly for the bridge, and that'll put them right in the heart of Purdue Black's signed sight here. All right, 36. Why sign, why envy when Dean PS is better? They both play on the roster, champ. Yeah, Callus from Purdue Black will finish off Purdue Gold there. MST Gold was able, I don't know why MST, UT Tyler gives away this height for any real reason.
I say we move there.
Yeah, not quite sure. Plenty of teams ahead here. ISU Haymakers still playing from height. And you know what? Soros with that drill makes short work with the Maggie damage. UCSC is greater than TAMU? Probably. I'm not sure. Wait till my predictions, bro.
Enemy spotted.
Let's go that way.
All right. Most teams are stuck on the low ground here. MST is not one of them.
Enemy over there.
The same can be roughly said, but woo! Joaquin with the likes of the Nemesis. My God. Callus faced a knock and return from UT Tyler, and that prevents them from full sending MST. Instead, Asian Hawk broke in the kill feed against the ISU Haymakers there will wipe out GCU to cover their ass up on height. Meanwhile, Purdue Black to the low ground. They're pumping in where they can against UT Tyler on this bridge. Illinois State Redbirds finished off by Ferris State here. Crimson just loses out on one in the exchange, and right now the only teams on height are Purdue Black and the ISU Haymakers. You cannot make this shit up. For ISU, this might be the game that gets them into the top two here. ISU needs to win this one. They've already got a KP and a half to work with. They just have to deliver the dub here. Purdue Black is trying to compete for the very same space that was held by the Iowa State roster here. Couple of shots on the bridge for now. I mean, you've got wall for wall. Ferris State Crimson, UT Tyler, MST Gold are dealing with the exact same bridge position. ISU Haymakers now. There's the EMP play. Joaquin and Thunderquisha are hit for now. The drone's going to get blasted out. And for Purdue Black, kind of some problems to be had here. The Haymakers are starting to encroach upon your area. And MST Gold, if they ever look at you, you're in the struggle bus now. Out to the very edge of that mobile shield and castle wall. You've got nowhere to run. Double Dutch will be the first one to fall in the equation at the hands of ISU Haymakers. MST Gold now down to a duo. There's a portal play from God knows who up to the high ground here. I have no idea how they're able to get this revive off. Suarez doing his best to get as many scans as possible to try and set up another EMP. It's a lot longer, roughly a 50-second average if you were watching Slasher in terms of the information about how to get EMP anymore. Ferris State, though, they've got one. Pylon for MST Gold. The zone is officially closing here, and I really like Purdue Black's position in the ISU Haymakers. All they have to do is hang on to this height for as long as possible. If Purdue Black loses the fight to the Haymakers, this is as bad as it gets.
We should scout this area.
All right. Tyler low. 50 damage down. Ben's drinking water. Ferris State are teleporting up to the high ground. ISU are holding them off for now. This isn't a perfect position. Meanwhile, MST Gold right against the edge here of Purdue. The Haymakers have to turn their attention towards that Ferris State team. They have to make sure they stay on the low ground. Meanwhile, Purdue Black, they've got their attention filled with MST on the other side. UT Tyler will be full wiped out by Ferris State, but that does mean Ferris State are going to lose out on this height for now. They will continue to look for it, but it's not before that EMP comes through from the ISU Haymakers. MST, knock for knock. Another re-knock onto Double Dutch as they will go to the low ground here. Asian Hawkbro with a knock onto Turbo, but Purdue is now laying in where it counts. A full dive to the low ground comes to the trade with Asian Hawkbro in the lead, but in a 2v1 scenario, the Haymakers are one of the first to be eliminated. Now it is Purdue Black up on high here. MST and Ferris State down below. I mean, they're right next to each other. Mikey's not going to be able to run away from this one. He's able to at least get a couple chunks of damage. But for MST Gold, they're stuck as a duo. Purdue Black, they could send one down. They could shoot their heads. They could wait out in the zone. But instead, it's going to be a full dive from Palace behind the knockdown with nowhere to run and only damage to be found. Purdue Black, pick up your Game 5 win.
We have our Apex champions.
Congratulations to Purdue Black. What was a guaranteed win already is now objectively and obviously a Premier League position. We already knew that. Let's take a look at the scoreboard here because the race for the final slot is critical. Game 5 underway. I asked you guys before this one, over under 3.5 for Asian Hulk Bro. Oh my God, he got 3. God damn, what a line. All right. Well, 22-14, MST 13, UT Tyler 10. The overall. It is currently Purdue Black 93, MST Gold, Ferris State, Purdue Gold, ISU Haymakers. We're going to give it a fun prediction because who is in second? MST, Ferris State, Purdue Gold. Can I go any further? Oh my God, I can. ISU Haymakers, Illinois State Redbirds. Oh my God, they keep letting me put these down.
What the?
All right. We'll stop with UT Tyler. Realistically, these are the teams that can get the points that they need because the highest we've had is a 29-point game, and I don't see anyone going higher than that. At 29 points, that would put UT Tyler at 59. Actually, UT Tyler's probably out of it. All right. Here's the final prediction of the day. You got 5 minutes to get it in. Who's in second place by the end of this one? Purdue Black has made it to Premier League, but while MST currently hold on for now, Fair State could usurp them with 8 points. Purdue Gold could usurp them with 18 points. The ISU Haymakers could usurp them with 20. And then the Illinois State Redbirds could usurp them with 22. And then Northwestern Purple with... Yeah, it's tough. It is a tough one. All right. Get your bets in. Final day of the day. A band on ISU. Respect. Remember, except for how do I get a lot more Orange Essence? Play League of Legends more. All right. What are your predictions do you do for Octane, like Premier predictions? Here, I'll show you. Last semester, let's go through Canva. Every week, I used to do power rankings. Predictions, I don't know how we'll do them, but I'll do them. Every single week, I used to do power rankings for the teams in Premier League, and I would release them on Twitter. And so, check it out. Where's the kitty? He's on the floor. He's being sweet right now. He's taking a break. He's just relaxing. So these are the power rankings. For predictions, I'll probably do like a giant one. Are you going to do power rankings for contenders? I am. Because you guys got to the sub goal. Where am I? ISU at this point was 20. They were 25th. They dropped down to 14th. This was the toughy one. Yeah, I don't know. The very first preseason. Here's the preseason predictions, guys. Here was the preseason predictions from last season. Show the final week? Okay. The final week. That's week 3, week 4. I don't know if I ever did a final. Premier League was really weird last time, where they just didn't. The Premier League collapsed on itself because it turned into a tournament the last 5 weeks. So here's week 4. Fisher jumped up pretty aggressively. Cumberland dropped down. KSU Gold was about the same. KSU Black was not. Was there anything released on awards? Yeah, we had an award show and everything, Dad. We did. UH with AJ seems pretty good. Yeah, I mean, UH Red is... You missed it? You did, in fact, miss it. It was very funny. It was really funny. Tamu was about the same. I mean... Yeah, I don't know, guys. It was kind of mid. Did I get Admin of the Year? You always do. Who won Fragger of the Year? Partisi's only asking that because of... He's only asking that because of this. Where's ISU Haymakers on the list? They're not there yet, guys. That's from last season. The winners of Rookie of the Semester was Wild with 64 out of the 120 votes. Most Improved Player was Small Guy between Jasper and Not Koryu. Best IGL was Misplays. Pretty great. Best Fragger, by the way, beating out Cloaked Group T, Jasper Jukesy, Maple, Voddery, and Zach W. Keys, was in fact R saved from Contenders League. I don't even know who R saved is. Player of the Semester was Voddery. Most Improved Team was Purdue Black. Did I get any votes? You did, Group T. You got 4 votes. You got 4 votes. You were the You were tied almost for the lowest. Most improved team was Purdue Black, and the team of the semester was Bellevue. I wonder how diff to look. I'm 99% sure you could submit multiple forms. What? No, really? You're telling me players who really wanted to win could submit multiple forms, Aether? There's no way. There's no way. That doesn't make sense. Truly, our saved is the best fragger in all of fall. Truly, our saved beat out Cloaked from Ottawa, Group T from ISU, Jasper, Jukesy from Bellevue, Maple from Cumberland, Voddery from Bellevue, and Zach W. Keys from Cumberland. Yeah, truly. Just better, I guess. It has been a long day, my friend. Oh, by the way, this lobby, a little bit more competitive, but are there any other Virginia teams in Premier? I don't think so. Look at OY though. OY would know that more than I would right now. He has the list. There's totally not anyone who knows how to code JavaScript to do that on Google Forms. I will make it one submission per person this next time, but I do think leaving it open is way funnier. USU Goats and Guelph are currently in the lead, but Winthrop is not far behind. Georgia Tech Navy could always turn it around. But there's plenty of other teams that have put some really good college tries in, but goddamn, it's tough. Google Maps viewer. Wow, look at this. My God, look at this. Everyone who has ever participated. Virginia, we've had Liberty University, Virginia Commonwealth. Oh, VCU. Randolph-Macon College. College of William and Mary. Christopher Newport. There's a fucking Newport University? Yo, give me the goddamn Newport University. And then Old Dominion. Man, you guys got some weird-ass named universities. There's also George Mason. That's College Park, Manchester. Shenandoah. That actually makes a little bit more sense. No Razorbacks. University of Arkansas needs to wake up. I would hope not. And there's Howard University. Newport University sounds fire. Can you give me a Newport themed esports jersey? Please generate it. The reason I'm wasting time is I think we are still... Okay, we're just barely started. This is the last thing we'll do. I'm an Arkansas alum. Oh, yeah, let's go. Let's go. Give me a Newport themed esports jersey. Oh, you fucking idiots. Newport. No, like Newports. No, like the cigarette... like the cigs, bro. Come here. Give me the goddamn Newport jersey, bro. Please. The amount of water I'm wasting to do this right now. How many schools are in Texas? Why do they all have logos on Texas for some reason? This is crazy. Damn, this is where New Mexico State Universities is? Oh my God, that's rough, bro. There ain't nothing going on down here. I've driven through that town before. Newport esports jersey at sunset. All right, screw you. Last one of the day. We will decide the final two teams moving forward. Purdue Black is guaranteed to be one of them, but MST Gold, especially against Ferris State Crimson, have to defend their title here. Let's see how it goes. Who's the other Iowa school? I just missed it at this point. Let's jump on into game because realistically, this is the last chance of the day, folks. We'll be able to figure it out pretty quickly too. Purdue Black. AI's context broken, all that expensive marrying, still can't 3 messages worth of context. Yeah, I'd have to redo a completely new chat, bro. Iowa Western Community College. That's true. USU on top. You know what? AMN Goth Girls. Did you guys finish your lobby already? They did. Since we have 2 seconds. USU Goats officially qualified for Premier League. Welcome. And the Guelph Griffins have qualified for Premier League, even without their former teammate, Future Streams. Congratulations to the two of them. They will join as the 37th and 38th team in Premier League. We got one last one to go. Let's see how it goes, guys. Last 2 teams to qualify for Premier League this semester. The rest of those 18 squads, by the way, while I still have them here, I'll read them to you. Teams like Georgia Tech Navy, not in Premier League this semester. Florida Gators will not be in Premier League again. Full Sail Armada, no PB and John, not into Premier League anymore. The rest are some familiar faces that have been in contenders, and they will be in contenders.
I can make use of that.
Words are just not your thing today. When are they ever, Applejacks? When are they ever? Last one of the day. Teams like TNT Gibby Hands are currently in 15th and are already going to be in contenders. What makes that terrifying is the fact that they're a wild card. They're not going to get 40-something points in one game. That's impossible. They're not that good. It's just not happening. That being said, though, they can do whatever they want. They could send a team. They could destroy a team. They could int someone. It doesn't matter. It's because you tweeted Future, so Guelph's locked in. That's true. That's true. Guelph Griffins want the attention, bro. And I'm happy to give it. I think it's insane that they lost a player and then found a remarkably good player. So I don't know who Mouse is. Like, literally, of course, they're new. But Mouse looks really good. They look really, really good on Guelph Griffin. So I'm excited to see if they continue to improve or if Guelph continues to do well. We'll see how it goes. OY, yes. Absolutely. Give us the tea, son. You Sask. We'll see if they can hold off you, Wester. Oh yeah, Magic Trickster and Day DeRay and Optimus Pilot. Thank you so much for the follows, guys. I really do appreciate that. Zach is better Collegiate in the future. Make any sense? Yeah, sure. Full sends from USAS leads to a knock of 2. It's a 1v1 scenario here for Clam. Oh, full wipe on the USAS, and they will be the first team eliminated and down into the Contenders League in this lobby, officially. Clam turns that one around, and now we're looking at Vantage full sends from GCU. 9th overall with 28 points. It would take a miracle, an absolute obliteration of this lobby for GCU to come out on top. But what's more threatening is the fact that Blue will get knocked out here, and that might be an entire roster. That might be Ferris State struggling there. FIU Panthers will go down here, and that will be them eliminated in 13th overall. The chase for the top 2 is forcing this lobby to get hyper-aggressive. Teams like MST Gold currently hold on to 2nd place, but if they go down early, it could be anyone's game here. Purdue Gold, point blank on to Ben Swallow, might literally make that happen. Ben Swallow from MST. Holy shit. MST are now a duo in 2nd place overall right now. Mojo and Double Dutch could get sent on at any given moment, and they might finish out with only 59 points. I mean, this is as bad as it gets. MNSU Crimson, Illinois State Redbirds, and Purdue Gold are all right there to potentially finish the job. Taking a look at the remnants of these teams. Suarez will get knocked here by the ISU haymakers. Looks like UT Tyler with once more and another additional knockdown. And with one final remaining member for the haymakers, Kayak will go full sent upon here around the back. The haymakers overall in 5th place will not be joining us in Premier League. All right, so for MST Gold, this is the nice thing. You're now officially in the top 15, all right? That means their points just went from 59 to 60. Okay, so the bar is raising for the qualification for top 2. They went from 59 points to 60 here, and if they continue to survive, they'll keep picking up more. That doesn't mean they're safe, though. Teams like Purdue Gold can catch up to you very, very quickly if they pick up more KP and a dub here. TNT Gibby Hands holding out on the very edge of zone. Meanwhile, looks like we got a half fight there from the likes of Gamerhawks as well. 1v1 scenarios and a reset for the Gamerhawks just came through. A full finish, and for TNT Gibby Hands, they will be joining us in contenders this season. Gamerhawks, Navy, not much better for themselves. Little shield break from the Illinois State Redbirds on the inside of zone. They're currently 6th place right now. They'd be happy to wipe out Purdue Gold. If Purdue Gold goes down, that is one team ahead of you eliminated. All right, well, we've blown through the door on an infinite ammo from the Rampart wall. Did CSUF Orange make contenders? I don't know. I did not see. Ferris State Gold will go down. They were in 17th overall. So, contenders. Purdue Gold here for the full send, and this will be a difference maker for the remnants of Illinois State Redbirds. Sheila v. Sheila action here. Dreamcast for the heal, and Purdue Gold faces another knockdown. There's an Arc Star for Arc Star. Dreamcast setting that up nade for nade against the likes of the Illinois State Redbirds here. Sage back to the very, very edge of that door. Dreamcast looking for some kind of peek to the outside, and instead forced to portal away here, utilizing the Ash Ultimate. Illinois State Redbirds in 6th place have descended and defended. Purdue Gold as a duo, though, still alive, but Dreamcast caught out and shot none other than Purdue Black here.
I spotted an enemy.
Their varsity roster put them down. In the end, Purdue Black, or Purdue Gold, will not make it forward here. Ferris State Crimson, MST, Illinois State Redbirds, and Northwestern Purple are all still in it right now. Gamerhawks Navy are finishing it short, quick, and easy against UT Tyler. A former Premier League level roster, no longer joining us for Premier League this semester. I will miss Jonkler on our weekly Friday visits, but I will see him Saturday now. That being said, Crimson, the Redbirds, everybody just jumped up 2 additional placement points if you survive to the top 10 here. Anyone falling early? I mean, I'm sorry to say it. Now, for MST Gold, who's in 2nd place, that means they currently have 61 points. You need to get to 62 if you're going to usurp their position. As a duo, this is still a very tough place to be. And right there, Ferris State Crimson, the team that is right behind them. I mean, getting a knock on MST would be critical here, because putting them down and out while you get to assume placement points, that's a difference maker. You have Illinois, MST, Ferris State, and Northwestern all right next to each other. That's your 7th place, your 6th place, your 3rd place, and your 2nd place team all playing the exact same area. I know it's the end game, but, you know,
We should drop that idiot down.
they're literally one building apart from each other, all 4 of them. And then, yes, Purdue Black is also there, which is terrible because Purdue Black's a wild card. Purdue Black can get aggressive however quickly they want, however slow they want. They can throw a wrench into any team's plans. They don't have to worry. They're already qualified. MST Gold will lose out on a pylon immediately. Another fence line down because you just lost it to the EMPs here. Meanwhile, Purdue Black slowly working their way into Monument. They've started to train their attention towards MST, and they don't even realize that they might be the bane and the end of this roster here. Double Dutch. Or actually, it's Double Dub Hutch. I was never able to read that well. All right, double dub Hutch. Down to the low ground on the center of Monument. And, you know, honestly, I think that's a great decision. It's going to allow you to survive for a hell of a lot longer on this roster if it means making it through to the top 2. Remember, every placement here further is another chunk of points ahead for the likes of MST Gold, which you're going to need everything you can get and more when you're stuck as a duo right now.
Enemy spotted far.
Mojo will go down, though, and that leaves one remaining member of MST alive. MST, say what you will. A reset out in the middle of Monument. MST Mojo, holy shit, brought back to life. They will play the Center Spire again, but it bodes so low for this. Welcome, Wyatt, and the Grab My Banner podcast. You're an absolute ghost. Careful, Group T's always lurking. Be sure to get loose fixed if you haven't. Yes, that is taking place in May. Anyways, we'll see how it goes. Wyatt, if you're just joining us, 38 teams have qualified for Premier League. That is the Pro League of Collegiate. There are still 2 slots left. The top 2 from this series get to join Premier League. Right now, Purdue Black has already done it. They have 93 points. They're done. MST Gold is holding on for dear life as a duo in the center of Monument in 2nd overall right now. But they have 3rd place Ferris State Crimson. They have 6th place Illinois State Redbirds, 7th place Northwestern Purple, all right next to them. And I mean, it is about as bad as it gets here. GCU fighting for their life against the UT White roster. Already facing a single knockdown. A couple of shield bats coming out for Nicorus and Double Dancel here as GCU's got to play for a reset. GCU is in 9th overall, UT White in 12th. And realistically, we're honestly hoping someone picks up some KP. Somehow Micah as a solo rat once again is getting knocks. Pajama might be full thirsted. Micah's going to go for the full commit, but Abilene Christian University, I mean, you're playing as a solo. What can you hope for? 9 squads remaining. The placement continues to grow here. MST Mojo will go down to Ferris State. Ferris State Crimson in 3rd place. Just got 1 extra KP against the team ahead of them in 2nd right now. MST is down to just double the Hutch. But after surviving for the longest time, oh God, no! Purdue Black setting it! Purdue Black as a solo just ended it. It's anybody's game now. MST can get usurped. Ferris State Crimson are still in it. The point to beat is 61. You have to beat 61 points. You need to get 62. Holy shit. All right. Ferris State needs 10 points this game. Northwestern needs a monumental. Ooh, beautiful block on the mobile shield there. GCU will be eliminated at the hands of the Gamerhawks Navy. That doesn't matter. 6 squads as we breach 3 per placement. Northwestern Purple popping a couple of nades to the inside of height here. I mean, you're fighting for space. Remember, even with that wall down, this is not the prime situation. Ferris State is getting choked out. Northwestern Purple has to wipe them. They need 26 points. Northwestern Purple needs 26 points here to win. That means they need to get a 1st place finish and 14 KP. It is very doable. But it is, I mean, they have to wipe every roster. Problem at that, Illinois State Redbirds, they've got your name, your number, your address fully scanned out, and they don't want to drop to that low ground. Even still, though, Ferris State Crimson ain't much better themselves. They've barely gotten their way in the zone here. The Illinois State Redbirds are peeking down below. This is a huge win for them if they can get this wipe. Kostenko's already down from behind the knockdown shield. That'll be a full wipe. The Gamerhawks are falling in the meanwhile. It's up to Judge to get the reset. Ferris State will go down, but Purdue Black is here for the full send finish. That is Illinois State Redbirds out in 6th place. The likes of Northwestern Purple here are the only team that can now usurp, but I don't think there's enough KP left in the lobby here. I might be crazy, guys, but I think because of that full send from Purdue Black, it's already over. Purdue Black, they've got nothing to lose. They got all the time in the world, and Waukee, as low as you are as a solo individual, I mean, you can put some serious damage down there. In the end, it might come at the cost of Waukee entirely as a duo. Shout out to New Mexico. They're currently in 16th overall. There's no way for them to qualify. But you know what? A final dub on the day before you find your way into Contenders League. Why not? Okay, never mind. Purdue Black's got a revive. New Mexico does not have any fucking chance. Here it comes. There is the quick reset recovery. Northwestern Purple ticking on the edge of zone. They're going to teleport right into the face of New Mexico. They get a solo to catch out here against El Jukebox from New Mexico. And that almost assuredly sets up Purdue Black for a dub here. Up on high. Sentry will go down at the hands of Frost. And with Clam running and gunning to their end, it is going to be a 2v3 situation for Purdue Black. You know what? They've been great all day long. It's going to take some immaculate Kraber shots here from Frost to change the fate of this one. 150 from Frost. A shield battery in play. And New Mexico just got the full revive off. Nice break on the drone. Purdue's already in first. New Mexico is in 16th. It is the David v. Goliath setup of your dreams here. I mean, New Mexico, they've got at least the better positioning, but Kraber v. Kraber. El Jukebox just brought all the way down, all the way up on height. Pajama's got to be super careful. They are very, very low, and one bad Kraber shot could end them. There's a huge chunk of damage, and Frost is going to try to go for an alternative angle. 4 bullets in the chamber. The collat! The fucking collat! Oh my god! They're standing still, and single-handedly, the collat Kraber wins the game! I said 4 in the chamber, he needed 1!
We have our Apex champions.
How often do you get to see a collat Kraber finish? That is about as good as it gets. Sadly for New Mexico, they will not be joining us in Premier League. They will be playing out their semester in Contenders League. But you know what? What a beautiful finish. Let's go to the scoreboard one last time. No problem, OY. It is always the most fun for me. Here you go. Game 6. 20 points for NMSU. Purdue with 16. Gamerhawks with 14. Northwestern 11. Illinois State Redbirds with 11. Wait, is that enough? No, I don't think so. Overall, yes. Had Ferris State Crimson survived, had Illinois State survived, we would be in a different world right now. But MST Gold, it is my pleasure to say, welcome to Premier League. Purdue Black, welcome back to Premier League. Those are your 2 teams who will be joining the rest of them. I believe Slasher has been updating all day long, if I'm correct. So let me check real quick here. Yeah, we've got everybody. We got everybody ready to go. You have Ottawa Braves, Fisher Esports, Bellevue University, Southern Mississippi, KSU Black, Cumberland University, UC Irvine, Southeastern Blue, Texas Orange, Western Outlaws, Minnesota State Mavericks. Okay, I don't know what that means, but whatever. I'm just going to keep reading them out. UCI isn't in Octane this season? Ah, thank you. All right, so no UC Irvine. Southeastern Blue, Texas Orange, Western Outlaws, Minnesota State Mavericks, SJSU Blue, University of Utah, Augusta Esports, CSU Fullerton Blue, Illini Orange, UCSD Gold, St. Clair Saints Green, FSU Garnet, UA Crimson Tide, or Alabama, as I like to call them, Temple Cherry, UFC Exodus, TMU Bold, University of Ottawa Gaming Garnet, ISU Farmers, University of Hawaii, UCSC Chopped, Texas A&M Maroon, KSU Gold, UCF Knights, U.S. Naval Academy, West Virginia Wesleyan Kaiju, William and Mary Esports, Utah Summit, University of Houston Red, Arkansas State, Purdue Black, the Guelph Griffins, Utah State University Golds, and yes, MST Gold. My God. Holy shit. These are the 40 teams. Okay, not University of California, Irvine, but these are the 39 teams that we will be seeing in Premier League this semester. Slashers rushing to showcase who's in contenders and who's in open. But you know what? All that matters right now is we've got the best of the best for this semester already decided. All right, folks. Thank you so much. I'm going to pull this one actually up one last time while we're here. Since those of you who don't know, while I have you, please follow. Please take some time and follow, join my Discord, follow me on TikTok, follow me on YouTube, whatever it is. Stay up to date. We're going to drop content all season long. Tomorrow, February 2nd, ECAC Esports is going to have their first match day. We'll be watching that at 8 p.m. Eastern. Scrims on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. There's going to be a cooking stream this Thursday. Play Versus will begin next week on the 12th. Of course, Fridays is Premier League for Octane. Saturdays is for Contenders alongside the NECC conference on Saturdays. And then, of course, if NECC truly explodes, they might even have a Sunday showing. That being said, if you want to stay up to date with any of the collegiate action here in Apex Legends, follow me on Twitter, join my Discord server. It is, we are literally booked throughout the entire month here with the best of the best. The height of collegiate play. So, that being said, I want to thank everyone for tuning in for the inaugural? I don't know. The initiation. Yeah, the initiation of Spring Split. Thank you guys so much. It was a fantastic day. You guys are always the best, and I cannot appreciate the support any more than I already have. That being said, it's time to raid someone. Give someone some Zephyr love. Who from Collegiate is streaming? Anyone from Collegiate currently streaming that I can pass it on to? Thanks for amazing casting. VOD? Oh my God, is VOD streaming? Say less. Say less, bro. Let's give VOD some love. He has a terrible haircut, but that's all that matters. That being said, thank you guys so much for being here. We will be back tomorrow with ECAC. Give VOD some exceptional love. He's going to be playing on Bellevue Esports with Jukesy and Muffins this semester, and arguably, I think they're the best team in Collegiate. That being said, I will see you guys tomorrow.